Well, there goes the Daverhood. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. There is your alarm reminding you that it is 9 a.m. Eastern Time here in the Daverhood. That is where we do this program, Dave's Gone By, featuring yours truly, Dave Lefkowitz, my darling and adorable wife, Joyce. Hello, Joyce.
David, I think that's how tinnitus starts.
Oh my God! And so one thing I do have, I've had tinnitus for years, and partial.
So when you say it, don't you feel like a speech pathologist or like an audiologist? I feel so like.
Well, no, I feel wrong when I say it because for the first 30-something years of my life until I developed it, I always thought it was like every other disease, tinnitus, right? There's otitis, there's colitis. There's King Midas. So I thought, in my this is no, tinnitus, tinnitus. Oops, that's my fault. I got to turn that down on here.
Sorry.
I also have to turn this anyway. Good. So I thought, okay, and I've talked about this on the air before that I knock wood, good hearing in this ear, very bad hearing, although still some left in this ear. The interesting thing that reminded me this past week or weekend.
I make my oatmeal flax and my oatmeal look like a heart.
That's nice. I make Joyce's oatmeal in the morning. She puts flax on the oatmeal and I made a little design.
It looks like
accidentally. Well, lovely. So.
How did you do that?
I know. How do they make lattes?
Why are you whispering accidentally?
Yeah, how do they do that? I always wonder how they do that in Starbucks, where they make a cafe whatever, and when they start putting the foam on it, they do all these cool designs. No clue. So I accidentally made a heart on it was Freudian. I wanted to tell her how much I loved her, so I took the flax seeds and I poured them into a heart shape on her dry oatmeal. So
aren't you just happy that you got your new nose trimmer?
You should see how the design I made her pancakes this morning. Anyway,
did you show them your new?
I don't wait. I've got so much to work through. Because first of all, I'm talking about the tinnitus thing. I realized that as deaf as I am in this ear, and as much tinnitus as I have in it, I'm not completely deaf in this ear, and I was reminded of that fact this past last weekend, as I went to my cousin's Bat Mitzvah over in Oceanside. And so I got a lot to unpack about that, but I realized I was there, and of course, in the party part of the Bat Mitzvah, when you're in the room and the DJ is catering to the wants and wishes of like 30, 11 and 12 and 13-year-olds, they're just pumping the music loud. It's not quite to the point where it makes you deaf, but it is loudly unpleasant because I guess they think if it's not so incredibly loud that you can't do anything else but dance, it's going to force you to dance, right? But I realized, I'm like, how loud is this? How mic'd, how jacked up?
You could test it on your phone.
I didn't have to. Oh, it has an audiometer? I don't think it reached airplane level, but I do know that when I would put my finger in this ear and I would listen to the sound of the music that was playing, I could hear every word. It sounded absolutely like normal. There was no muffling. There was no garbling of the song lyrics or anything like that. I'm like, okay, all right. So if I ever go as deaf in this ear as in that one, all I have to do is ask everybody to shout and blast music, and I'll be absolutely normal as I ever was. I realize also now that if the things go through, Biden is trying to give hearing aids for free to everyone who needs them, which that'd be kind of a nice thing in the plan. We had to pay like $2,000 for a hearing aid that Joyce points out that I never ever wear, which I should. But wouldn't it be cool, like when I finally, all right, I'm starting to lose hearing in this ear too, let me start wearing my hearing aid. And then Biden is like, would you like one? Here. well, gee, thank you. Thank you so much. It'd be nice to have a spare. Anywho, so yes, unpacking the Bat Mitzvah. Unpacking, as Joyce mentioned, this is, where is it? Oh, where is it? Oh, I had it right here.
There you go.
Oh, so a few months ago, I bought an object, an item, to replace an old item that I loved. An item, a thing that was just my best friend, besides my wife, for many, many years.
Be your best friend. I don't.
All right, so you're not my best friend, you're my wife. So, but then my true, real best friend, most intimate friend, going into crevices that no other friends would ever go into, or lovers, right?
Are you proctologist?
even more. I'm talking about, of course, my late beloved Conair nose trimmer. Nose hair trimmer. It doesn't actually. If I could trim this nose and make it straight, I totally would. But I'm as I get older, as Jewish men of my ilk tend to do, we're sprouters. The hair just comes everywhere except where we want it. Nothing here, nothing at all. But if my ears, ping, 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 in the ears, like ding, 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 the forests growing inside my ears, and of course in the nose, especially this nostril. This nostril, not so much. This nostril, literally, it's as if, putting manure in there.
Divorced parents, they share custody. Maybe like the hairs on one side, and the other one just got the short end of it.
Right, or you have two children. One is the smart one. One is the one who really grows and thrives, and the other teaches gym. So this nostril teaches gym.
The name of your festival is called the Faces of America Monologue.
Yes,
Okay.
That's what it's called, from PGE.
I put that in the chat, but then I was like, oh,
yeah.
okay.
But we'll talk about that. But this is so much more important, ladies and gentlemen. I loved my Conair.
Well, if people order now from Amazon Prime, they could actually get it in time to use it during your show.
Wait, they would get it within the next 3 hours from.
They could order like an expedited, or to get it from a store on Instacart or something, or they could get one of the services. They could get it quick. Like call CVS. They could do curbside pickup at CVS or Walgreens or Walmart or wherever.
Yes.
And they could access it.
So here's the deal. The Conair account. So I ordered another nose trimming, like a kit. It came as, I hate these things.
Oh, I'll show you. I'll get you the other one.
You give me the other one. Give me the other one. I've got to show the other one. Oh, by the way, this is Dave's Gone By. It's our 825th episode, and our guest is Christine Lavin.
But David, it might work for other people. It's just it did not suit your nose.
It did not suit my nasal needs. I got the micro groomsman.
And I just crushed my finger in the
Oh, that's not good. Which by the way has lithium in it, so it keeps your nose kind of stable. And if it's an emotionally distraught nose, so here's the deal. It comes with this thing that looks like a Parker pen.
Tea, honey? Do you want tea?
I would love some hot tea, thank you. So and it has attachments. How many of us? It's like nobody except like the first or second time wants to deal with attachments. You want to grab something, turn it on, use it, and go. The more attachments something like this has, the more you're gonna, the more they'll sell it for around the holidays, and the less anybody can use it.
David, I thought men like to have like all the.
No, I'm not a gadget. I'm not a gadget changing guy. Like I would rather have 2 screwdrivers with extra vodka.
Do you have an extra cup? Or
Here.
I'll use my Dachshund cup. You can put it in the.
Wait, let me. You can spill this out.
Okay, well, don't guzzle it. When you're done, just put on the floor, baby.
Mille grazie. So,
but do it quickly because I'm mixing the water.
I'll just put it here. All right.
Very drunk.
So, what was that? Oh, but here's the deal. It's like I would rather have 2 screwdrivers with one a Phillips and one a regular than have one of these screwdriver kits where I have to go looking around and pull one and then and I'm sure handyman, they love that. They put all the little optional optional heads on their screwdrivers. So it's like one thing and me, no. I need a Phillips screwdriver. Hand me the screwdriver. I need a regular. I need a wrench. I need an Allen wrench.
What do you do when you need a wrench?
Well, I'm just saying. One tool for one thing. I find it. I grab it. Don't give me a nose grooming, ear grooming implement where the nose grooming implement is like this little slicey blade thing.
Don't get your anger, your dander up.
It does. Because I'm trying to go, and I'm afraid of it because it looks like a little tiny mini razor, which I guess it is. And you're going in here, and you're going into the ear, which really scares the crap out of me. I'm like, It worked. I'm not saying anything really bad against Wall. I'm just like, I don't want a deal. So I go looking on the interwebs, of course, and I'm looking for something in a reasonable price range and something that reminds me of my first love, my Conair nose trimmer.
Why don't you just get a Conair?
I can't try finding one the way it was back when.
Maybe
Conair has these things with a million.
Maybe they actually damaged some people. That's why.
Well, no. Look. I finally find.
You did get that notice about the Conair nose trimming class action lawsuit.
Oh, did I? No.
No, I'm teasing.
Well, no. Actually, that's what killed Gabby Petito.
Oh.
She was fighting with Brian Laundrie, and he just came at her with a nose. No. Anyway, here. So there's two implements, two items. One, a brush that I will never use, and most importantly, look at it. Look, it's like a sexual object. Here it is. Sleek, beautiful, nice, black-colored little plastic. Boom, off goes the plastic, and there it is. Got a battery in there. You turn it on. Listen. Loud enough that you know it's on, but not so loud that it's annoying, especially when you're putting it in your ear. Let's get some of those hairs. Oh, the crunching sound is so beautiful.
Are you doing? Oh, Jesus. David.
You can hear it. You can hear it working in your ear, and then you go around the ear so it gets all the sprouty floaters. And now the real proof of the pudding. Getting the shag carpet that's in Dave's deviated septum. Here we go. Oh! You hear that? You hear that? Now, the only thing that frightens me is it does have sort of a smoking, burning rubber smell.
That's not good, honey.
I'm hoping because it's new and not because it's going to short out and burn down the house. But, and I don't even know what brand this is. It just says generic ear, nose, hair trimmer.
The picture I took of you.
And it does eyebrows, too.
That's deeper.
I have no idea who makes this, but I'm so far.
You didn't save the box?
Well, I saved the outer
Maybe
button.
it's like an Amazon Basics.
I'll betcha. Well, I don't have Prime, but maybe.
No,
Well,
Amazon makes basic everything, you know.
Well, this is basically good so far. How do we get on this? Oh, because it's a new thing that I bought.
How come, David, all the tea bags, they separate from their stem? This is the second time it happened.
Oh, we got
both today.
We got a bad batch of tea bags. So later, I'll be more careful when you and I are teabagging. So, anywho.
Oh, great.
So I've got so much to tell. I got the Bat Mitzvah to talk about. I got other items and implements that we get. There's so much going on. Plus, most importantly, returning to the Daverhood for her third visit. She came first in 2005 when this program was only like 3 or 4 years old, and then returned and visited us on our 500th episode, because that's how special she was. This is a singer-songwriter who made the schlep back when we were on terrestrial radio with her guitar down to the studios when I was at WGBB out in West Babylon, and brought her guitar, and we had the most marvelous time. We became friends, stayed, rather distant acquaintance friends, but sometimes kept in touch. She came back on our 500th anniversary program via audio, and now, coming back again, Christine Lavin, terrific songwriter, really fine guitarist, fabulous, delightful person to know. And she is still making music. She is still, most importantly, performing. Let me tell you why we're having her on specifically on this episode, because you can go see her. Thank you ever so much, my dear. On Monday, this coming Monday, November 22nd.
You like Oprah, I hope.
Oh, it's delicious. Thank you. November 22nd, Christine Lavin will be at Birdland. We always talk about Birdland because so many of our friends of the Daverhood appear at Birdland. Jim Caruso's Cast Party every Monday night. All these cabaret and jazz and song people wind up at Birdland. Well, Christine will be there this Monday night, 8:30 p.m. It's kind of a late-ish show. Birdlandjazz.com is the place to get your reservations if you're going to things in person. Or certainly, she's also got a bunch of her more recent records and albums out at her website, ChristineLavin.com. Com. So if you've never heard of her, which is where the hell have you been? Or if Christine, I remember her from God in the 1980s. Stay tuned. Stick around. She will be live. Well, she won't be live. I'm sorry. She taped earlier this week an interview with the one, the only, the Jewish Rabbi Sal Solomon, who had never met her until this point. I've known Christine for years, but this is her first get-together with Rabbi Sal. So, I am expecting wonderful things with Christine Lavin, and that'll be happening in, just about half an hour from now. Don't go away. And it's not audio. I mean, this is we've got Zoom video and audio too, and a song. You're going to have a fabulous time. Christine Lavin back in the Daverhood with Rabbi Sal Solomon. Also on this episode of the show, Greeley Crimes and Old Times, as well as our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, where we are going to, what's the Limerick today? It is Costilla, Colorado, where I do a short, really rude and disgusting poem about Costilla, Colorado. Plus, we have our weekly Today, Yesterday trivia quiz. It's going to be an interesting mix this time. It's the usual trivia questions where we have our panel who play for points, and it's all for fun, but they do try to win. Well, our panel's going to be kind of different than it is usually, because unfortunately, David Sheward will not be able to make it today. He's doing traveling or visiting stuff since it's around the holidays. Leslie Hoban Blake, the theater critic and director, will be with us playing the trivia quiz, as will our beloved Vicki Quade, who is the co-creator of Late Night Catechism, which is being performed this weekend in Chicago at the Greenhouse Theater. She sometimes does the honors. There's another actress who also does. So anyway, Vicki is going to join us this morning with Leslie and with another beloved person and friend in my life, Don Perl, who is a writer, poet, former educator, and an activist. He's a former educator and current activist out in northern Colorado. Don Perl, and just what a sweetheart of a guy.
He writes more op-eds than I think any human.
Yeah, if you go in the Greeley Tribune, which we talk about all the time, and you go like 2 or 3 weeks, there will be an op-ed column written there by Don Perl about something involving either educational testing, or he's really virulently anti-fracking, and he's also into local politics a lot. Don Perl, Vicki Quade, Leslie Blake, you're not going to want to miss our Today, Yesterday quiz.
That's going to be a closey.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. So did I tell...
The tea bag broke, honey, so I had to strain your tea.
Oh, well, it tastes fine. It tastes...
I strained it, so there's no stuff in there for you, baby.
Let me see.
It's all here.
Oh. I don't have to strain to drink it, so it's... That was terrible. I know.
This is how the tea bag broke.
Oh, my God. Look at it. Looks like tea.
Yeah.
Are they all going to break like that? Or
No, no. This one just had a little accident.
Break like the wind. Anywho.
Oh, wait, I have a broke thing. I don't know which one it is. That's close enough.
Yeah, that'll do. So, oh my gosh, we have so much to do on this episode of the program, but I want to tell you about more things than just my brand new nose trimmer, which I am so proud of. We're also, you'll notice, look at the shirt that I'm wearing. Notice, huh? And we were watching last night.
The whistle one. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's not either.
We were watching the British Baking Show, and I forget his Matt Lucas, I think it is, the British comedian, the bald, albinic.
He's Irish?
British. He's British, isn't he? And so he's there, and he's wearing this rather noticeable shirt with big red octopuses on it. And Joyce looks at me and she says, "Oh, your shirt is nicer." And she's right. But it made me want to wear the octopus shirt for 2 reasons. One, to show how much nicer the shirt Joyce got me with octopi on it. And this past week, I went into the local 99-cent store. I think I mentioned it last week, but I didn't show it.
I don't think, he likes to have a lot of appearances, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, look for about $1.50. Look what I bought in the 99-cent shop, because that's what everything costs in a 99-cent shop, $1.50. Oh, how could I resist this? Yes. Isn't that wonderful? And it really, Joyce says, "Oh, that's incredibly disgusting." But if you look at octopuses in like the water and they're moving around, you see inside their heads, they're translucent and stuff. You see this happening. This isn't just a weird, gross. Well, it is a weird, gross thing, ain't it? But the beautiful thing about this, aside from the fact that it resembles the splat pigs, the waka waka boom boom pigs I used to buy when we went to Italy. There's too much to unpack there. Just trust me.
No, David, this is the funny part. So we'd be like at the Coliseum. We were at the Spanish Steps. I remember one of the girls, I think it was Nancy's daughter, they're very polite. Nancy's kids are so polite. She said to me, Dr. Weil, but I'm Joyce, right? And so they're formal. And I said, what? And she said, tell David, a bunch of us were on the top of the Spanish Steps. And we saw a man, because you were looking for the gold Waka Waka
Yes.
Boom Boom Pig. She said, we saw a man, they're €3, but he's got gold Waka Waka Boom Boom Pig. This is what they do. They're on the Spanish Steps in Italy. The girls are taking pictures, whatever. What do? They're looking for your splat pigs.
Yes. Because I first discovered this is not a splat pig, nor is a splatypus.
They're downstairs, deflated.
Yeah. Those things are, you squish them, you throw them against something, and then they reconstitute. They turn into like flat jelly, and then they come back to themselves. There was a guy in Italy who would be throwing them on a cardboard thing he had on the street, selling them, and would go waka waka, boom boom, and then it was amazing. I mean, I was like, here I am in Italy, the most lush, interesting, romantic European, say Rome and Firenze and Venice. And I'm looking all around. I'm not looking at the damn buildings. We go 5 times around the Coliseum until I'm bored as hell. I'm just looking for more people selling waka waka, boom, boom. And so I start collecting these things.
David, I love your play. I just read it again.
Oh, well, thank you there. So,
Oh, Don said hi, Dave.
Oh, well, yeah, Don will be with us in about an hour and change. So waka waka, and that's all I do through the whole Italian trip. Either we're sitting in restaurants or we're taking courses.
9 o'clock Mountain Time is okay because that's 11 our time for Don.
And perfect,
okay.
Right. And I'm just looking for these things, these splat pigs, and eventually years later I got over it because they don't stay waka waka-esque forever. Like at some point they lose their goo, their joyous reconstitutionality, if you will. They just go. They don't waka, they don't boom. So that was sad for me. And yet I had that moment of joy again, going into this 99-cent store, looking for just cheap snacks and maybe a mug or something. And then
what else you got?
hold on. I'm still what? Show me. What? Oh yes! Oh, forgot about that. But look, isn't that cute? I mean, it's cute in a really weird sexual sort of a way. There he is. And I was going to name him like Aki or Octi for octopus. But the most extraordinary thing is, count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's do that again. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
David, that's why he's in the 99-cent store. The one with the 8 legs is on Toys R Us, probably.
Let's sing a song of 7. How? So this is not legitimately a octopus, and it's not even one of those that has like an extra little tentacle that you can't see. I looked this up, where they do have 8 legs, but you can't see the 8th leg. No, this is an actual, as I used to do on that cartoon home movies. This is a septopus. So we've named him Septi, and he's a little bit septic because we keep him in a box, and this is what he does to the box. That's just septigoo. Right there. But I'm so proud to have this new member of the family. He doesn't talk for obvious reasons. I mean, look at the condition of his mouth. But he gets excited. He can swim a little bit.
He's like,
woo. He can twirl. Looks like a green tomato if you hold him this way.
David, he's like Larry. Like the little bird. Larry's like, woo.
Oh yes, he's like vocabulary.
Yeah.
Woo! And look, you can do all sorts of horrible things to him. So I guess he's sort of a stress-related item.
It looks like guts when you squeeze the.
Yeah, look. Wow. This is how COVID started.
Oh.
It's like I looked on the box. Oh, Wuhan Lab. Got it. Wow. There
This
you go.
is how you make children sociopaths, because if you squeeze something and it looks like it's broken and bleeding,
Yeah.
that's like sociopathy.
But here, I forgot.
Why'd you
I
take it
wasn't-
out of the wrapper?
I don't know. I want it to be pristine.
You can't, enjoy it.
I want it to be pristine for Christine, ladies and gentlemen, at the same place. And I wasn't even thinking, again, I didn't know this place. It's at one of these catch-all 99-cent stores in Valley Stream. And it's not a place I go in every week, but like once a month I treat myself just to look around because it's got everything. And I see a bowl of vegetable-looking items made of plastic, like an eggplant and a radish. And ladies and gentlemen, look, I found this. This was also about $1.50. It's a beautiful, somewhat hard shell, except it's a little bit soft. A perfect spud potato. Item number 2204 for those of you playing at home. It is made in China, so perhaps this is how Wuhan started. That is why I'm keeping this in the bag here. Maybe this is what was sold in the wet market that caused all the problems. But anywho, what a week! What a week! A bat mitzvah, septopus, and potato. Does it get better than? Yes, it does. Because the day after my going to the bat mitzvah, Joyce went to visit her parents. So I drove her there, and what I look forward to is she goes to see her folks. A block away is a supermarket, and I talked about this like a week or two ago. How one of the few fun things in my life is going into a new supermarket in a weird, different part of town, because we're out in Long Island and they're up in Queens, and in an ethnic part of town, because you're buying stuff that you won't find locally, where you shop 3 days a week in the local King Cullen, in the local food town. It's like, oh, this is somewhere else with a whole different population. They got weird, different stuff. And so, about a month ago, I told you about some of the items I bought that time. I bought them again because I did enjoy them. First of all, I know you like your Coke. I know you like your Pepsi. I don't even know if they make RC anymore, or they certainly make, was it Faygo? But, ladies and gentlemen,
What's Faygo?
that's what that's the soft drink that those people do. The Insane Clown Posse people. What are they called?
Oh.
That it's not a cult, but you know what?
So,
Yeah.
Okay, wait, hold on.
But this, ladies and gentlemen,
So
please.
you got some love from Argentina, but I can't. It says Dave
Yeah.
transmission and live page in Argentina noticias. Okay, Dave. I don't know. I guess he wants to put it in there.
Sure. Who is that? Is that Jorge and well, anyway.
I'm gonna say okay.
So this is an herbal, non-caffeinated soda beverage, which is actually pretty nice, called Cocta. And yes, I'm going to be evil and do that. But yeah, here we go. I got more Cocta, another bottle of it. And last time, I got these delicious cookies that were Eurocreme. This is a thing. They don't say cream. They don't say like pudding. There's sort of like that soft middle center Eurocreme. I got a different kind last time. This time, I'm getting the Eurocreme Philby. Ooh, Philby. I assume these are filbert nuts. Actually, I didn't check because I can't read the ingredients on this.
They don't translate the first part he writes, but he writes "Okay, Dave," and they have a translation. "Okay, Dave."
Okay, sure.
How do you say
Fine.
"okay" in English?
Oh, okay. I don't know. But
I think he wants to.
these are not as good as the vanilla ones. They were creamier, but this is sort of a harder center, or else it's just been sitting on the shelf for 3 years and it's gotten a bit desiccated. It's from Takovo, which, by the way, we checked on these, and they were all from different places that you really don't want to be eating food from. Where do we find this one from? It's from Grand Prix Trading in Ridgewood, New York, but the product is from Serbia. Serbian Philby Eurocreme cookies. Yeah, I mean, these are not so great, but the other Eurocreme cookies, mwah, I would get those again. And of course, I also wanted to try Frondy. You gotta Frondy me. You gotta Frondy me. So, yes, these are basically vanilla wafers These are nice. I wish they were a little bit crunchier, but they've got a lot of cream per wafer percentage, and that is really well done. They're vanilla, which I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Made, USA, Canada, wafer with vanilla filling, may contain hazelnuts. Product of, I'm see if this one my finger. Look at that, Croatia. Croatia. So I'm drinking like Estonian soda, Croatian Frandy, and of course the Serbian Euro creme. Life doesn't get better than that, ladies and gentlemen. And I didn't have diarrhea all week. And I should have, because I ate myself into a stupor at the at my cousin's Bat Mitzvah. So last Saturday, I already talked about my cousin Logan Shefflin's Bat Mitzvah, because on Friday night they had the ceremony at the local firehouse. My cousin Stephanie and her husband Adam. Adam is a volunteer fireman over in Valley Stream and stuff like that, so he's very close with them. And they had the party in this big room, and it was more than a party; it was the actual thing with the rabbi, who's about less than half my age, right, and longtime friend of the family.
No, the rabbi's your age.
No, that rabbi.
Rabbi Saul.
Oh! I'm saying they promised that Rabbi Saul will get to do the bris. So this is because my other cousin had just had a baby. Anyway,
yeah, but she's a girl.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Rabbi Saul does sort of African style brisses too. If you pay him enough, he'll do pretty much anything. So
he did this and he showed this.
Oh yeah. Thank you very much. So
where's the towel was there too? Here.
Oh, the rally thing. Yeah.
Here you go, baby.
Thank you so much. So my cousin Logan. Lovely girl.
I think I committed with people sharing your play in Argentina or doing something else in Argentina. So they said, Danielle said, Dave, transmission and live page in Argentina Noticias. And they said, okay, Dave. And I said, please share the info.
Yeah, please do. Yeah. Yeah. If there's any old Nazis walking around looking for another reason to hate Jews.
The idea, because, Argentinians and ethnicity and race, it's huge.
Because they see themselves as European rather than Spanish.
I put the link to your play. So remember when we were in Argentina, we went to Cafe Edelweiss, we went to, a lot of stuff.
That should tell you something. Argentina, they have a Cafe Edelweiss.
No, but we didn't go to the town that was, whatever. But this idea, I think, is global. I think it's a great.
Yeah.
I read the play twice. I love it.
Thank you so much.
I love it.
Well, what Joyce is alluding to, I'll talk about the Bat Mitzvah later. Joyce is alluding to the happy news that I wrote another play. I submitted it. They were having like this contest thing from a company called the Playground Experiment, and they had a monologue writing. I won't even say it's a competition. They just threw it open to say, "Hey, we're going to do our third annual festival of very short monologues, and anybody can contribute, and then we'll select the ones that we want to do." Blah blah blah. So. I got it into my head, and Joyce is taking credit for this because she inspired it.
No, I put it there, and I said it came from a conversation where we were talking about how you check off demographic stuff on a form.
Right.
Race and ethnicity.
Right.
That was the.
And this was in my head for various reasons, and it's and so I took that idea, this idea of when you're going for a job, when people are going for filling out college applications. Pretty much anywhere now. I guess they're allowed to ask this, or maybe it's an optional thing that you're filling out. What are you? Are you a white Caucasian? Are you an African American person? Do you identify as Latin or Hispanic American or Native American? Certainly, because if you check one of the non-white boxes, and you might have in some places a better shot because they're going to want to diversify and they're going to want to look good in the new normal of wokeness, right?
Or they can know how to offend you racially when they offend you.
Yeah, right. So this was in my head, and I'm like, let me write a short little monologue, not for myself, which is kind of cool. It's one of the rare times in recent years I've been writing for a very different other kind of person. So I wrote a play called 3%. It's a monologue, runs about 3 minutes, I think, probably 2 to 4 minutes. And I submitted it to this company, the Playground Experiment, for their third annual Faces of America Monologue Festival. And lo and behold, they accepted it. So this has been a very good year. I mean, I had my other play, Restoration Playhouse, performed by the Red Bull Theater Company. If you go looking on my website, davelefkowitz.org, there's a link to where you can still watch it. Shh, don't tell anybody. And they did a fabulous job.
Oh my God, David.
What? Red Bull Theater.
You just got some more love.
Well, thank you. Well,
You get a lot of love, honey.
here's the deal. Tonight, and today is Saturday, November 20th, 2021. Tonight at 7, the festival is virtual. It's all going to be, video, Zoom stuff. It's happening live. So my play is going to be done among probably 10 to 15 other short monologue plays, maybe 15 or 20 of them. And one after another, I don't know what time mine specifically is coming on. I don't know anything more than I spoke with the director. Seems like a really nice guy. Seems like he likes the play. One hopes your director is going to like the play, and then he's chosen an actress who'll do it really well. So I will be seeing it for the first time along with it, all of you who tune in. If you miss it, I shouldn't say this. I should just wait for next week, but they're saying they are recording it, and then after a day or 2 or 3, just like I do with this show, they'll save it, they'll put it on YouTube, and there's a link that I can share, and anybody can share, where, if you miss it, you can watch it on YouTube. Fantastic. And I'll give that as soon as that's available. So if you can't be there tonight, between 7 and 8-ish, when my show is being performed live, that's cool. There'll be other chances to watch it. If I totally can, I'll try and snip it and just get my play out and post that in a week or so. But for now, try and support this company. Tickets are free. It just requires a reservation with your email address, and they'll send you a link. So you don't have to pay anything. You can, and hey, if you're a theater person, maybe you want to watch more than just my play. My boss was very cool. I told he asked me yesterday what I was doing over the weekend. And I told him, I said, well, yeah, I've got another little short play that's being done. So great, give me the information. And I told him, I said, look, it's going to be a bunch of these plays in a 90-minute format. Mine is going to be in there somewhere. It's like, I don't want to see all that. I'm like, what is so horrible about watching a bunch of plays, on TV?
Oh, you want more honey?
I'm fine. So
I think, this is the thing, right? We're creative, so creative people, we appreciate watching other people's creations. So you like to watch it. But some people are very stealth. They don't want to see other stuff, right?
Yeah. And the thing is, since I'm one of the authors here, I want to watch theirs and see that they're good, but not quite as good as mine.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Come on. Come on.
Listen, but you're not performing. For me, when I present, it's always the presentations, I'm watching them, I'm cringing, and I'm like, oh, God. Because when you're comfortable presenting and you have swagger, you can do it, right?
Yeah.
So it's it's not nice to...
No. I don't root for other people to fail. I root for other people to succeed, just on a level slightly under mine.
And Red Bull is video previewing The Alchemist.
Oh, wow, yeah. Red Bull is the theater company that did Restoration Playhouse a few months ago. And so if you, as I said, there's also a link to that. If you go on my archive page for me as a writer, davelefkowitz.org, I believe there's a link there that you can click and watch Restoration Playhouse, the fabulous job that Red Bull did. But anyway, tonight it's not about Restoration Playhouse. Tonight is about the play 3%. 3%. You can find out more if you go to the Playground Experiment website. It's the Playground Experiment. If you're looking for their Twitter feed, it's the PGE. And just click on
PGE Golf?
No, that's the PGA. But if you click on the on their homepage and you click on the Faces of America Monologue Festival, it will say register here, reserve here. You click that, and it's real simple. It's a one-page. Fill it out. They'll send you a link, and you can watch tonight my play, 3%. I think it's pretty funny. Joyce has now read it 3 or 4 times.
I've read it at least 10. I love it.
She's read it 10 times. So she can you recite any of it from memory? Because I love hearing my words.
My favorite. Well, I can't say the end part, but she's like, "Well, how much?" I'm going to paraphrase. Well, how much would be enough then? 20%, 51%. Like,
Right.
I love it. It's what I love is the naivete of the character who just like, like sometimes you're talking to somebody and they just don't get it. And
Right,
they
yeah.
just don't get it, and they're digging themselves in a deeper hole. And the interviewer, you never hear
Right.
the job. She's at a job interview. You never hear the person who's from the company interviewing her, but you can in your head. The fun part for me is you can imagine what this woman is holding back, like clenching her like everything and saying, "Really?" Like it's somebody saying something so offensive to you, and the job interviewer, has to say, no, like that is the dynamic that I wish you could do a play the opposite of what the job interviewer.
Actually, I wouldn't necessarily. I imagine the face of the other
her
person.
thoughts going like, am I unpunked? Like, is this a joke? Like, did somebody send her in just as a joke?
And yet, at the same time, and this is what I do love about theater and about the stuff that I write is that people like this director, like Joy, like most people will take it on that level of, oh my God, this girl who's the focus of the play is just digging herself down. And it's true. She's just digging herself deeper and deeper. And at a certain point, she even knows it, right? But at the same time, a lot of what she is saying, what is important about the comedy for me, is very valid. The play asks a very significant, I think, legitimate question that may be buried under the comedy of, well, how much is, what part is? I mean, she has a wonderful line, I won't give it away. My favorite line of the piece is...
which one? Because I know it. Diga.
Well, if your doctor tells you you have...
Oh, cancer, 97% cancer.
Yeah, well, yeah, how... Guess what you have? I think that's a wonderful line.
But it's this idea. So but the idea is like the lived experience. So she's like a white chick who plays like runs and and her conception, her identification with the group she says she is of is like eating Taco Bell. it's like saying I don't know, saying you're of a group because you eat at some. It's very bizarre in the way that she constructs her identity. Right. And then she knows like 2 words.
Well, she's constructing her for the purpose of this interview too.
But she also knows like 2 words in Spanish.
Right. Yeah. I'm afraid we're giving away the whole play, but the play is only 3 minutes long. We spent 10 minutes talking about it. Go see it.
Every time I read it, there's a new richness in it. I like it.
Yeah. There isn't a playwright who doesn't love hearing that.
It's very layered. I mean, the thing that I like about it's that when you write, how can you be brief and short in a play? It's like a couple pages, right?
Right. The whole thing is probably 4 pages, maybe 3.
Let me see. Oh, it's another.
And it's very spacey because there's a lot of room for pauses and stuff.
It's like, and how do you do that and convey all these deep themes with few words? That's hard.
That's what a playwright tries to do. Mm-hmm. So thank you, dear. And again, all of you. Then, and by the way, if you go to davesgoneby.com,
it's also on the Facebook.
We have a link there. Yeah, Joyce has posted.
Registration is free. You have to register, and you can't use somebody else's Zoom link. It's like every other Zoom thing because they want to control the room and make sure there's no Zoom bombing or cualquier cosa, which they don't have anymore. But and for the people that don't speak Spanish, that means anything. So, but what they'll give you your own link and password. And so you just need to use both your link and your password so that they can know who's in the room. Right. And it's free. And you can come in and see David's play. You could, go out, see other stuff, come in and out. It's. I think it's great. I think the festivals are great. Yeah. No, I mean it's a delightful thing, and I'm very grateful to the folks at the Playground Experiment. Check it out. Check it out tonight. Mm-hmm. Well, by the way, it's almost 10:45 Eastern Time here in the Daverhood. I'm Dave Lefkowitz. That's my wife, Joyce. We have coming up in just a couple of minutes now, Christine Lavin talking with Rabbi Sol Solomon. I think I'll talk about the Bat Mitzvah later if there's time. After we do Christine, after we have the trivia quiz with Don Perl, Vicki Quade, and Leslie Hoban Blake. We also have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, Greeley Crimes and Old Times, if we even have time for Greeley Crimes and Old Times. I do want to remind you, I've been sort of dancing around this. I keep mentioning like these various websites. So davesgoneby.com is the official archive website for this program. DAVESGONEBY, davesgoneby.com. And it's free.
you can go back and watch or listen to the first episode we ever did back in 2002. Our 100th episode, I mentioned that Christine Lavin spent a bunch of time in the studio, her first visit, way back then in 2005. We cut that interview up over like 3 different episodes to fit it all in. You can either watch or listen to those entire episodes, or we have a whole separate archive of just the interviews. So if you click on that, you can just hear her visit to the studio all in one piece. It's kind of better to listen that way. But she returned for our 500th. You can listen to that episode too. All of these thousands, really, of hours of comedy, of culture, of weirdness, of this, all saved at davesgoneby.com. We also put our archives at archive.org, archive.org. It is a nonprofit website that's just collecting media, audio, radio, television, video, I mean, just stuff and books, right? Public domain books. It's all there at archive.org, and we have our own channel there, Dave's Gone By. We put our audio archives at the podcasting website, castbox.fm. Castbox.fm is a great place. If you just want to hear the show and you don't want to look at this mug for 3 or 3.5 hours, castbox.fm. We have a YouTube channel, Dave's Gone By, where we put all our stuff. Some of the older stuff, because of copyright issues, they mute us. It's not available in Croatia, Serbia, or Estonia. But more recent stuff, since we're not playing a hell of a lot of music,
I just send the
don't have that
Facebook
problem.
invite, so people want to do it through
Right.
Facebook. I
Thank
guess
you.
We can also do it through Facebook.
Yeah, well, that's right, yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm
So-
confused, yeah.
But our YouTube channel is there, Dave's Gone By YouTube channel. You, of course, have this channel, the Dave's Gone By Facebook channel, where you do have to be a Facebook member to watch the show live or to see our older episodes. But if you are, all you got to do is scroll down on this page and you can see the last 4 years of video that we've been doing for this program. So there's so many ways to watch a lot of the same things, including on Tuesday nights, 9:30 Eastern Time on Channel 20 on Altice Cable. So if you're in Nassau County and you haven't pulled the plug, you're still getting those cable channels, as I guess a lot of people who would have gone off the grid during the pandemic were like, I guess we'll keep cable for a while longer. So if you still have cable TV, Cablevision, Nassau County, Tuesday nights, Channel 20 from 9:30 to 10:30, 1-hour excerpts basically at random of the show. So if you happen to be flipping channels and you don't want to watch like some repeat of CSI or NCIS or Young Sheldon, there I am, 9:30 Tuesday nights on Channel 20 on Altice Cablevision. Check that out. And so that's all one thing related to Dave's Gone By, davesgoneby.com, the major website. For my writing, davelefkowitz.org. davelefkowitz.org. And that's a place where you can literally read hundreds of my theater reviews, going some of them stretching back to the late 1980s, my song lyrics, my plays. You can read 3% there. Dave Lefkowitz, excuse me, .org. So please do check that out. My email is davesgoneby@aol.com. My Twitter feed is RadioDave2. Whew. I think that gives you all the information that you need to know. So this is all by way of setting up where I've got to share my screen in order to share with you the delightful time that Rabbi Sol Solomon, founder and spiritual leader of Temple Sons of Bitches, had with the delightful, marvelous songwriter, singer, guitarist, and pal, Christine Lavin. Two of them had earlier in the week. So let me just make sure that I can share screen. Can I do it? Yes, I can. Let's share my desktop. And now...
Make sure full screen, full screen.
Oh, yeah, and I got to pull the thing away. Hold it. I got to open this up. Will it do it? There it goes.
I like your desktop.
Why, thank you. And so, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado or don't, Let's get...
Move your cursor so it doesn't have the boo boo boo.
Yeah. Let's get loving and laughing with Lav in. In this episode, Lav Actually of Dave's Gone By, Rabbi Sal and Christine Lavin. You're in for a real treat. Oh, shalom, shalom, my friends, shalom, my enemies. This is your old pal, Rabbi Sal Solomon, founder and spiritual leader of Temple Sons of Bitches in Great Neck, New York. And you know that I love theater people and music people, and boy, oh boy, do we have a special guest with us tonight. She's not Jewish, even though her name sounds a little bit Jewish, and you can actually see a Christmas tree very slowly rotating behind her. We won't hold that against her, because at least she's put a couple of Jewy things on it. The person we're talking to has been in the Daverhood twice before, once in 2005, again in 2015. She is back, and all through those years, even before, she was making delightful folk music. Of course, you recognize Christine Lavin. Let me tell you, she writes serious songs, silly songs about everything from Prince Charles to the Great British Baking Show. She finally, after years and years, released a best of, which doesn't even include her songs about baseball, Aspen, and the amoeba hop. How could you leave those off? Anywho, she got an honorary doctorate from SUNY, of all places, and she is here with us because on Monday night, November 22nd, she will be at Birdland doing her show. It is Christine Lavin. You look great. Shalom to you. Welcome. Yay!
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're most welcome. You're most welcome. So the first question that I'm asking everybody these days is, how was your pandemic?
Oh, well, it's very interesting. I started recording in 1981. That's 40 years ago. I started writing songs way before that. But I would make a new record every year or year and a half. I've made 25 solo records and 10 compilations. Plus, I've done a bunch of radio shows. And so I was always used to singing on stage, whatever my new record was, because that's the way I would do it. But the pandemic hit. And we all had to go online if we wanted to connect with audiences. And people started requesting songs that I haven't done in decades sometimes, for no other reason that I just got, tired of the old stuff because I was always doing new stuff. So I'm doing a show on Monday at Birdland, which I'm calling, I'm not sure the exact title, The Best of the Pandemic Requests. Or it's also going to be called Buy My Catalog, because I've never tried to sell my songs, but Bob Dylan did this year. And I thought, if Bob Dylan can do it, anybody can do it. So
Bob Dylan can also sing Rodgers and Hammerstein songs. I think I'd rather hear you do them than Bob Dylan do them, but still. But so what are some of the songs that audiences most request from you? Obviously, What Was I Thinking? That's got to be up there. But what are...
No, it's not in the show. The cabaret world is very different from the folk world. Folk world, we do like a 2-hour concert with an intermission. Cabaret world, if you're lucky, it's 75 minutes. And I have a surprise guest in the show, too. So she's going to do a special cameo in the middle. Should I tell you who the surprise guest is?
Well, I wish you would, but then it's not really a surprise. But go ahead, please.
Or it'll be a surprise for her because she doesn't know.
That's marvelous. Okay.
No, I've actually done that at shows. I remember one time in Albany, I was going back to the stage for the second part of the show, and I saw this woman, I think her name is Ruth Pelham, who was sitting in the audience, and I thought, oh my God, Ruth is here. She's great. I should have asked her to do a song. So as I walked up on stage, I tell the audience, who's in the house? Ruth Pelham. Wouldn't it be great if she came up and did a song? And she was like, I gave her, 2 seconds warning. But she's a pro. And she came out of the audience and she totally wowed them. And she kind of stole the show. But you know what? That was okay with me because it was my idea. And anything that's good for the show is good for the show. So the special guest on Monday is going to be Deirdre Flint of the Four Bitchin' Babes. And she is one of the most creative, quirkiest, brilliant songwriters and monologists that I've ever witnessed. And so I'm hoping she'll be a huge discovery for the theater world that I hope will fill many of the seats at the Birdland Theater.
Was she, forgive me for not knowing this right off, was she one of the original Bitchin' Babes?
No, there's always been sort of a chair for the funny person. And I was the funny person in the original group. And I asked oh my goodness, Camille West, that was the person to replace me, and she was hilarious. And then different people have been the funny person, and Deirdre came on board, I think almost like 20 years ago, as the funny one, and she also plays bass, so she adds a lot musically, and her song, nobody writes songs like her, and I'm so glad I'm beyond the age of envy, Rabbi. You know, I gotta tell you.
Because, that's a fair question. Because when you were coming up, like in literally in the early 1980s or the 90s, and you had a pretty major label, you had success, you were touring, but at the same time, there were other people like Tracy Chapman or somebody like that.
I know.
Suzanne.
I was so jealous of her. I was so jealous of Tracy Chapman, and I actually even mentioned it to Dave Van Ronk. And Dave Van Ronk said to me, "Is she doing good work?" And I said, "Yeah, she is." He says, "Oh, no, never root against your competitor if what they are doing is good work, because their success will mean more work for everybody. So always root for them to do well if they're doing good work. If they're doing bad work, then they can go to hell." You know?
So who is doing bad work that still succeeded beyond your wildest imagination?
You think, you know what, I would never badmouth anybody, especially not on Zoom. It could go viral. It would.
Well, there's still, there could be anybody dead that you want to talk smack about?
No, I'll tell you, in fact, I'll tell you some nice smack. There was a guy on Saturday, or maybe it was Friday. It was either Friday or Saturday, an article in the New York Times called "The Many Deaths of William Holden." Did you happen to read it?
I did not know.
It was about this guy wrote it about his dad. His dad was so worried that kids were going to get hurt and he thought William Holden died all these different gruesome ways. And I thought that what was going to end the story is that it would be revealed that when Suzanne Vega did her song Tom Steiner, she said, "I open up the paper, there's a story of an actor who had died while he was drinking. It was someone I'd not heard of," something like that. And it was William Holden she was singing about. And that's how I thought the article was going to end. And it didn't. And I thought, I am sure it didn't end with William Holden because this writer does not know that's who she was singing about. So I looked up the writer, I found his email, and I wrote to him. And I said, "You know what?" And he wrote back, he goes, "Oh my God, I love Suzanne Vega. I saw her concert in Paris in 2010 when I was a student." He said, "How did I not know that was William Holden?" So I said to him, I wrote back, "Want me to do a cyber introduction?" So that happened. That happened on Monday. They had a cyber introduction. And I think he's going to write about her now. And that makes me so happy because Suzanne Vega was somebody who a lot of people were jealous of. I never was because I was always such a huge fan of her work. The first time I ever saw her was at the Speakeasy. And she stood there. She came on stage and she just stood at the microphone and the audience like, blah, 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 and she just stood there. And very slowly the audience quieted down. And then she stepped up to the mic and she started singing Tom Steiner. And I had never seen anyone control an audience without moving a muscle. It was brilliant. And it showed great confidence on her part and a great theatricality to get the audience.
I have tried that technique. I've tried one in my shul at the sermons. I wait, I stand there. Eventually I start throwing fruit and herring. It does not work for me. And they continue screaming.
You know what? You have to stand there longer. You have to be very brave.
No, I've tried longer, and then cans and bottles follow. It's just not. I have a tough shul crowd. What can I tell you?
Oh, you know what? Talk about tough crowds. The toughest crowd I ever had in my life was opening for Joan Rivers in Palm Beach, Florida. I call it Bomb Beach. And it was the worst. And I wrote a book about 10 years ago, and I opened the book with the story, how her audience, Joan was a doll. Her people were wonderful. They were so kind to me. They liked me. Her audience hated my guts. It was so awful. Everything I did landed wrong. Everything that happened on stage, but anyway, thanks for bringing up that memory, Rabbi.
Well, you actually told that story, I think, last time or when you were on this show. So
Really?
people can go back and listen to Christine Lavin tell the whole Joan Rivers story. But now it makes me, when you go through a night like that, and I'm sure you've had other nights like that, but not nearly as bad, earlier in your career, did it make you question you and what you're doing? Or were you able to just sort of take a shower, shrug it off, and go, to them, I've got a show tomorrow, it'll be good?
No, it really was a smack upside the head. It would happen like once a year to me. And it would make me really value the audience that comes and listens and actually buys CDs, and it encourages me, because it made me realize that we're so lucky. Anybody who can get up in front of a crowd and hold their attention, it's a great sign of respect on their part that they do that, and we can never take them for granted. And it's a meritocracy on the stage. It's not a democracy. Not anybody can just get up there because they think they have something to say. You have to really, really work at it. And but I just moved. I'm in a building with all performers, mostly older, and a lot of them are on Broadway. And the thing is, they're so strict here because of COVID. There's a big rehearsal room on the second floor, but they only allow 4 people to ever be in it at one time because of
course, yeah,
restrictions of crowd size and stuff like that.
But it's interesting that you're choosing to live in Midtown Manhattan, as opposed to, at your age, at your stage, to go maybe to Vermont or to get a cabin somewhere, or not to retire, because everything's digital and Zoom anyway. Yes, and then when you need to tour, you got to get on a plane or a train or a bus anyway to Hooterville. So, but you chose still New York. Why?
So why did I choose to stay? Well, you know what? I actually wanted to move to Saratoga Springs, and I went up there in the spring, and I looked at an apartment, but it was more expensive than I could really afford, and it just was very tiny and dark. And to tell you the truth, it was part of like a retirement home, and there were a lot of people with walkers and wheelchairs, and I thought, I'm not ready for that yet. No.
And the nice thing is, with you, all you have to do is take like a stick and attach it to the bottom of your guitar, and you can kind of walk with it, or get an upright bass, and then you can just, almost use it as an oar as you're crossing the street. I'm just so. Let me ask you also, in terms of writing songs, did you write more during COVID, or no? You just felt you watched more television, you did more cooking, and so forth.
I actually wrote differently, because most of my songs, I've said this many times, I don't make stuff up. I just make it rhyme. And the thing is, if you're kind of locked up in your apartment and you only go out once a week to Trader Joe's, you end up writing about Trader Joe's, or you just make stuff up. And I did record an album in 2020 when restrictions were lifted a little bit, but we all wore masks, and it was a recording studio on 20th Street and 7th Avenue. And I would walk down 20th Street, and I walked by Kleinfeld's Bridal Salon, then the next business of Mike's Tech Shop, which I'm now a customer of. They do Apple products. And then after that was a Naughty Lingerie boutique. And while walking to the recording studio, Bridal Salon, Tech Shop, Naughty Lingerie, I thought, what if a bride from some place in Montana was so excited about shopping at Kleinfeld's for her wedding dress that by accident she walked into Mike's Tech Shop instead, thinking it was Kleinfeld's? And what could happen? And I've written a song. It's 8 minutes long. It has close to 1,000 words. It's in the show. I'm going to do it on Monday night, because Yeah, well, are you coming, by the way? Can you come?
I technically should probably be quarantined, or at least somewhat.
Well, you know what? I am going to videotape the show at some point, even if I just do it at home, because I think it's a good idea what I'm doing, but I won't know until I do it on Monday night. But that song is going to be in a show, and it's something. It's 8 minutes long. It's very complicated. It's a bitch to memorize. But that's an example because it's completely made up, and anybody who thinks it really happened, they'd be insane to think that.
Oh, wait. What about Hooterville, though? Because there's a song on your previous album, or most recent non-best of album, I believe it is, that opens the record about experiences that someone like you, if not you, had staying in hotels. Are those true?
Oh yeah! Oh my goodness, the Canadian story is the funniest of all. I love Canada. Both my guitars are Canadian. My winter boots are Canadian. I've played every Canadian festival, and people who think Canada is a place to escape for Americans, no, you don't escape from America by going to Canada. You go to Canada because you love Canadians and you love Canada. It's a whole different country up there. But I was in Vancouver. And I got there a couple days early, and I got there completely sleep deprived. And before the dorm opened up, where they were going to put all the performers, there were some local people connected to the festival who were putting up performers. And I was assigned to one of those houses. And so I had this crazy woman who picked me up at the airport, who had just gotten a driver's license, who was not able to make left-hand turns because she was so frightened driving. I'm like, white knuckle. Going from the airport. I remember it was very foggy and rainy and hazy. And it took us forever to get to the house because if she had to make a left turn, instead we had to go right, and then she had to do a U-turn. So when we finally got to the Canadian house, the parents weren't home. It was just this little girl. And I said, I'm the American supposed to stay with you. She goes, oh, come in. So I said, I'm so tired. Can you just show me where the room is? I need to sleep. She goes, you can stay in my room. I said, okay. So we go, and her room is a mess. She was like a mini hoarder. And I looked at it and I said, you know what? I have to go to a hotel because I really need sleep. She goes, no, you can stay in my room. So finally, I just left anyway. And it turned out that the woman who couldn't make left-hand turns brought me to the wrong house. And it was this little girl who didn't know me from Adam, who was going to let me stay in her room. And can you imagine when her parents got home from work and they'd find an American folk singer sleeping in her bed? I really dodged a bullet there.
Yes, that would be a lawsuit. That would be, oh my God, that's yeah, wow. Well, I thought you were going to tell the one about what you found under the covers of the bed. That was another one, because you mentioned the lingerie. I'm not going to ruin it. Go listen to the Hooterville song by Christine Lavin.
But there's 3 different Hooterville songs on that album, and they're all absolutely true. I think the funniest one, though, is the second one, where it was a nightclub owner in Ohio, and I told him I was staying in a motel, and he goes, oh, no, we have a room just for performers. We've been working on renovating it. You've got to stay there. Where do you see it? It's gorgeous. So after the show, he drove into the motel so I could drop my keys off. I woke up the owners. They were so mad at me. I asked for a refund. They're like, no, we're not giving your money back to you. Look us up. So we could drive back to the house of this very nice club owner. And he shows me the room where I'm going to stay. And it's lovely. It's got blackout drapes. It's got Wi-Fi. It's got its own bathroom. It's got a beautiful rug. So I said, where's the bed? And he said, well, we haven't gotten a bed yet, but the carpeting is really soft. I was like, what? You expect I checked out of a motel where I had my own bed that I didn't even sleep in, and I paid for it so I could sleep on your floor? That really happened. And I will never say the name of the club owner, and he's gone now. So, but yeah, things.
Is he young? No, just kidding. Hilly Crystal? No, just pulling names out of a hat. And what's interesting is, though, like if it was 1980, you would have been, oh, a nice carpet. You would have been happy. You would have been, oh, it's a beautiful house. So it's a carpet. I'll make a pillow out of my. But when you're, 40 years into the business, and it's like, it's a carpet. All right, it's the children's room. Oh God, What is opposite question then? What is like the nicest, most surprisingly wonderful, beautiful, fancy place that you were ever putting up in when you were doing what you do?
Oh, that's a good question. I actually stayed in the home of some really rich people in Ojai, California, and it was the most gorgeous house. It was everything about it. And again, I was at the end of a tour and I was so exhausted, and all I wanted was to go to sleep. And then just as they're bringing me to the room, which is beautiful, the fireplace and everything, he said, one thing, tomorrow at 6 o'clock is when our garbage gets collected, and it's right under your window, but you probably sleep through it.
Did you sleep through it? No, you did not.
And I thought, these people are lying in wait for me. They're just, how can we torture her?
The perils of touring. By the way, let me remind people, first of all, about your book that you wrote, as you said, about a decade ago. People can still get it on Amazon and Christine Lavin.
Well, you know what? I sell CDs and my book from my own website, and because I'm the president of the record company, I'm also the messenger. So I go to the post office whenever I get. Oh, you know what? I was supposed to go today, and I forgot to go.
And they open at 8:30, I'm sure. Yeah. So, but and does it make sense? I guess it does. If you're especially still performing, to make CDs, to actually have physical hard copy things. By the way, when people buy things from your website, you sign them, which is a lovely thing, right? Personally hand sign things. But then, is that in this new normal where everybody's Spotifying and iTuning and putting tin cans together with string and listening to music this way, it makes sense?
It's harder and harder for us to make a living. When I really promote my records, I can almost make $1,000 a month selling them. And if I don't promote them, I make zero. So I will keep making physical discs because, that's what I've done all along. And maybe I'm just sort of a Luddite in that sense, but I'll keep making them.
It's also the legacy. There's something about having that on your show. I'm like, this is my work, as opposed to just going to, like, files. And random, I think I'll listen in this order. It's like, no, I took all this time putting the songs in this order, on this side, I don't know. It's an interesting world.
I have a tiny little, you know what? I'm going to go get it. Hold on. You just talk amongst yourselves for a second.
I will talk amongst my me. We're talking with Christine Lavin, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody go see her Monday night, this coming Monday night, November 22nd. She will be at Birdland at 8:30 in the evening. To get tickets, go to birdlandjazz.com. What are you showing me here? It looks like a flash disc.
Yeah, it's a little flash drive, and it says cold pizza for breakfast, because my idea was that I would put all the files of all my albums and my book on this little thing, and you could just buy this for a certain price, and it's sort of reversible. But I got this far, and then I never put anything on it. But if somebody wants everything, just write to me and say, I want everything you've done. I'll make one just for you, so you'll be the only one with it.
Well, at this point, though, with all your work, you need like a terabyte on that thing. You couldn't just do it in 8 gig or 16 gig.
No, this has enough room for everything. I made sure that I actually got, it wasn't cheap to even just make these.
Now, when you got your doctorate from SUNY, does that come with, like, somebody having boxes of your archives from when you were playing Gerd Smoke City and touring and doing albums and your song lyrics? Does a library or a place have that yet?
That came as a total shock and surprise, because when I went to SUNY Brockport, which is just west of Rochester, New York, I changed my major 6 times. And for all these years later, I graduated in 1973, all these years later to get an honorary doctorate in fine arts when you've had 6 majors. But a couple years ago in Rochester, New York, they inducted me into the Songwriters Hall of Fame, along with Al Jardine of the Beach Boys, which was so cool to meet him. He was always my favorite because he's like a pony-sized man. That's what I like.
Good to know.
And he
as opposed to being hung like a horse, which is a very, I don't even know what that means. Yes. Yeah, so you and Al Jardine on the same thing.
Yeah. Wow. Yes, and he grew up in Rochester, New York, and that morning he took a tour of his old street, and there were still people there who he remembered, and they remembered him. And he still looks great. He still sounds great. And his son sings the high parts, because I played in a club called the Bull Run in Shirley, Massachusetts, just a couple weeks after he did with his son. And I just happened to ask the sound man, I said, what was Al Jardine like? Because I'm going to meet him in a couple weeks at this induction into the Rochester, New York Hall of Fame for music. And the sound man said, I've been doing sound for 40 years, and I have never asked a headliner before if I could have their set list to put on my wall. He said it was hit after hit after hit, and it was sung so beautifully, and his son sings all the high parts that Brian Wilson used to sing. And he said, so that is up on my wall. And I never asked a headliner for that. He said, that's how much I love the show. So when I got to meet Al Jardine a few weeks later, I got to tell him that story. And he was like, what? That is so nice. He's a very, very nice man. And I want to tell you another story, old music kind of story. First time I was in Australia, maybe it was the second time, but I sang Downtown on one of my first record with Livingston Taylor. He sang harmony on it. And the DJ in Australia, in Sydney, Australia, just happened to mention that Tony Hatch, who wrote Downtown, lived in Sydney. And I was like, oh my God, I love that song. I've always wanted to talk to the songwriter. What inspired it? So I started going through the phone book in Sydney, Australia. Every T Hatch. It cost 75 cents a call. There's 4 million people in Sydney. At the time there were. So I called him. I said, are you the Tony Hatch who wrote Downtown? No. So then I went to every A Hatch, started calling. Are you the Anthony Hatch who wrote Downtown? And I finally got yes. I said, oh my God. I was so shocked. I said, hey, my name's Christine Lavin. I'm a singer-songwriter from New York. I'm on tour in Australia. Could I take you out to lunch? He said, no. So I said, okay, can I ask you a couple of questions? She said, sure. So I said, did you write that song for Petula Clark? Was that who you always had in mind? And he said, not at all. He wrote it for the Drifters. He envisioned the Drifters singing that song. And he said he was assigned, Petula Clark had been a child star in England, and because that's where he was from. And he was assigned to write songs for her as she transitioned to being a young adult star. And I said, what inspired it? And he said it was his first trip to New York City. He flew from London. He had no sleep, completely sleep deprived, took the bus at JFK, what at the time was called Idlewild, into downtown Times Square. And he said it was so beautiful, all the lights and all the activity. And the song just tumbled out of him. And as a songwriter, that's fascinating to me, because how many songwriters have lived in New York who didn't write Downtown? It took somebody with a fresh set of eyes. And so just a couple of years ago, I was playing at this little theater in Sellersville, Pennsylvania, and the Drifters were coming through a couple of weeks after I was there. So I left a big note on the dressing room wall, and I don't know, I haven't heard from them, but I said, did you know that Tony Hatch wrote Downtown for the Drifters? If you've never recorded it, you must do it.
Yeah.
So if you
if they're still, I don't know if they're still recording there, or nostalgia years or something like that, but who knows?
Probably not, and I don't even know if there's any of the original members in the group.
Yeah, well, they drifted away. They would tend to.
Yeah.
I mean, when I go into, I've been to New York millions of times. Closest I came to writing a Downtown was, oh, you're in on the platform. You're in on the platform. That's the only inspiration I ever had from being in New York. I did not sell 4 copies, not even. It sold 3 copies and one guy returned his. It's a long kind of story. Let me ask you some other questions. Right. Christine Lavin, what's new in astrophysics?
What's new in astrophysics?
Well, your wiki page says that you're
I got a D in astronomy, but it's one of the things that I've had to try to make up for my whole life. And one of the things that's about to happen in December is they're going to launch the James Webb Space Telescope. It's going to happen in Guyana, South America. December 18th is now the launch date, but it was supposed to be 2018, so there's a chance it could get postponed again. But I made a video of Michael Feinstein singing Up, Up and Away, the Jimmy Webb song. Jimmy Webb, James Webb. And the fact is that James Webb was the head of NASA back in 1978 or 76 or whatever it was when Jimmy wrote that song. James Webb was the head of NASA, and they both share this love of the sky. So I'm hoping somebody will pick up on the video or the song and play it when the James Webb Space Telescope takes off, because it has a collecting mirror that is 5 times bigger than the Hubble. 5 times bigger.
And unlike the Hubble, it can focus. So this is,
Yeah, remember the Hubble couldn't focus at first, so they had to go fix that.
Yeah, remember. I have that issue with these. I can't even look at it. It's terrible. Hold on. Oh, see much better now. Oh, the lights. Here we go.
That's just for effect.
Well, they're very effective. Now I can see you again. So here's the question. And now you bring up two different strands. First of all, when God willing, a million times you reach 91 years old, and if Elon Musk or NASA offered, would you do the Shatner?
Boy, what a question. I don't think I would, just because I the first time I took the elevator up to the top of the Empire State Building, I fainted.
Okay, so perhaps not.
Yeah, that stayed with me for a long time.
Hubble makes a submarine. No, but and the other thing is that Jimmy Webb, James Webb. Okay, this brings up the fact there's a totally, completely weird coincidence coming back to your SUNY degree that you have a brother who's not named Christine, but he's also named Chris. And what was it, the same week? You both got honorary doctoral degree. I mean,
I know.
What are the odds?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. My brother Christopher was born on Columbus Day, but Columbus has been sort of dissed since then. And we grew up in a household with 9 children, and 2 of us are named Chris. So when the phone would ring, and also there was 2 Jodies, that was my mom and my sister, and 2 Toms, my father and my brother. So the phone rang, there was always bedlam. And Christopher he played some kind of football on weekends. It wasn't a school thing, it was like a club thing. And he got the trophy for the most valuable player when I was in college. And he gave me the trophy, and I had it on my dorm desk. And I told people that I would go home just some weekends, and I would hold the ball for the extra point and then for the kickoff. And they gave me the trophy, because who would think there'd be a trophy for Chris Lavin for football that wouldn't be real. But yeah, so Christopher is the head of the Boys and Girls Club in Geneva, New York. And in fact, this fall, they raised $1 million for the club. My brother spearheaded that. He's a wonderful, wonderful man. And he got this honorary doctorate in humane letters from Hobart William Smith College. That's where he went to school, which is, I think their tuition is $45,000 a year. And the school I went to was $8,000 a year. So his robes are much fancier than mine. But it was really a pretty great thing that the 2 of us would have honorary doctorates within a week of each other.
Hey, I have a chenille robe hanging in the closet there. Gotta get the moths out of it, actually. Let me ask you a question, Christine Lavin, because you write, as we've said, sometimes really silly songs, sometimes serious songs, sometimes a mix of the two. And you've probably at this point written several hundred songs. Are there ones, considering the times we live in, that you wouldn't sing again in public, you won't go back to, because you wrote them at a certain time when it was okay to say certain things, and now when it occurred to you in 1984, something like that?
Well, people ask all the time for the Prince Charles song, because I wrote it basically to warn Prince Charles and Diana, because I wrote it back in 1981, not to get married, that it wasn't going to work. Anybody could see it wasn't going to work. And it's just heartbreaking how all of that played out and how it continues to play out. So I never, ever do that song again. But I also wrote a song, which is timely right now. When I was in Dallas, Texas on tour, and I got there a day early, and I asked the front desk, I said, is there anything happening near the hotel? I've got the night off. And the hotel clerk leaned across and he spoke kind of softly, because it's something that the city of Dallas has never lived down, that Kennedy was.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the cowboy cheerleaders, but no, the Kennedy.
And so I went to the 6th floor museum, which was very well done, and it's more of a historical and educational place now. It's beautiful, and it's the most popular tourist attraction in Dallas, and it's not advertised because they still have such mixed feelings about it. But I wrote a song about walking around and exactly what happened from one minute to the next, and I bought a pen as I walked out of the store that had the little logo on it. It's at the 6th floor, and it had 5 little brick lines, and then the top line is black. And the next day, or 2 days later, I was on a plane flying to the next city, and I took out that pen because I had started writing the song as soon as I got back to the hotel. And when I opened up the pen on the airplane, it did one of those exploding ink things.
Well, appropriate.
Flight attendants came running because they all saw it happen, and put all these paper towels around it, and they threw the pen away. And it's the only thing I ever wrote with that pen was the song, the 6th floor. And years later, they invited me to come and play that song. I did an afternoon concert, and they wanted all serious songs they wanted me to play the Dakota about John Lennon. Yeah. And you know what I remember most from that show? That there was a woman right in the front row who was texting the entire chart. And I want to say to her, what are you doing? We're at the 6th floor museum. It's a holy place. It's people are very somber and serious here. And you are texting. Oh.
Well, it is in Dallas, Texas. I'm sorry. I apologize most humbly for that joke. Can you separate the singer from the song in the sense of everybody now in this is accused of something they said 10 years ago that was bad, and sometimes it did really bad. Can you separate Wagner's music from Wagner? Can you separate Bill Cosby's comedy from Bill Cosby? And so forth, and so. I mean, they came out with the thing against Bob Dylan. Who the hell knows if that's true? With that girl who was accusing him. Can you, if God forbid it's true?
Well, I think that back when a lot of these things happened, there was no internet, and there was no way to chase down any of these rumors, and people felt empowered, or that they were just above it all. And I think that nobody thinks that anymore. And I think that going forward, there's not a lot of that kind of behavior, but there is some. And I know Don McLean also has been suffering from that too. But the truth is, none of us, we've all done things. I know I've done things.
Oh, like what? No, I didn't.
I'll never say.
Did you go after Brian Laundrie? I don't think that was a suicide. I think you know.
By the way, I have to show you this. This is hanging on my Christmas tree.
Oh,
it's an everything bagel. Let's see. Can you see that?
So you're really mixing up the cultures there, and everything is somehow appropriate on a Christmas tree. I would be angry, I think, if you had a poppy seed. That would just be wrong. But in everything, I will accept that, since you are a goy. If you were a Jew and you had a Christmas tree, I would have a problem. But a goy celebrating this, I like. This is true. But I'm not going to let you off the hook so quick, because not with any bad stories or anything. But I didn't remember or forgotten that you were a conveyor, a driver during the Rolling Thunder Review.
Yeah, wasn't that crazy?
Do you have any stories about this?
Well, I do. My Bob Dylan story is just a little nutty, though. I traveled for the first week with Lena Spencer. She was invited, and she didn't have a car or a driver's license. I had a driver's license, and we teamed up with a girl who had a car. And I got to see the show 3 times the first week, and I saw the show from the front row. I saw it from all the way, excuse me, all the way in the back by the follow spot operator. And my favorite was when I watched from the side, from the wings. And it was, but it was very hush hush. They would go from city to city. Nothing was on paper. We were told to follow the buses. And when we had to go back to the Cafe Lena because there were shows that weekend, Bob Dylan sat with us in this diner off the Massachusetts Turnpike and asked what we were doing, because we were looking at a map and trying to figure out how do we get back, because none of us had a good sense of direction. So we explained it, and then he goes, oh, well, thanks for coming. It was really nice. You can come join us anytime. So then it looked like there was this lull. And I thought, oh, please, Bob, say something I'll remember forever. Please say something. I'll say. And he's getting up, and I said, oh, Bob, I love how you end the show with "This land is your land." It's so great, and how everybody takes a verse. It's like, solidarity. It's a wonderful, wonderful way to end the show. He said, thank you. So I said, have you ever heard that verse written by Arlo Guthrie's friend, the Native American? He goes, no. How's it go? So I said, this land was your land. This land was my land until I sold you Manhattan Island. You moved our nation to the reservation. This land was stole by you from me. So he said, oh, that's good. Thanks. Maybe we'll do it. And so he walked away, and I thought, I'm sitting with the greatest songwriter of the 20th century, and I tell him how a song goes.
But you did. He would have. I think he appreciated that. I know it's the exact right thing to say to him. But since you were on the Rolling Thunder River, did you deal with any of the other luminaries who were part of that, or even someone like Sam Shepard or Joni Mitchell? Somebody who.
It was Joan Baez.
Oh, Baez, right. Yeah.
I ended up writing a song about Ramblin' Jack. It's called Ramblin' Waltz, and I re-recorded it on the Hooterville record because I was never that satisfied with the music. I wanted it to be a little more unsettling because it was too pretty, I think, the original. But that was really interesting because watching him, he was on early in the show. He had to be on early in the show because he and Dylan sounded so much alike. And if Dylan went on first, and if he followed Dylan, people would say, what? But Dylan took a lot of his singing style from Ramblin' Jack. So he would do his set early on, then he'd come off stage, and then he'd be waiting around the wings, and finally for the big finale, he's out doing a verse of This Land is Your Land. Then we'd all go to the whatever hotel it was that night, and have like a little party at the bar or just sit around. And I watched him because he seemed he was thrilled to be part of it, and he deserved to be there, deserved to be part of it. But he looked a little lost because when he wasn't singing, he was just hanging around, and he was like a small part in a very big show. And I thought he looks like he would be, he'd leave if he could. So that's basically what I wrote the song about. And then, to re-record it 45 years later after the fact was interesting because at the time, I didn't think it was such a big deal to be one of the entourage drivers for Rolling Thunder Revue. But as time went on, I realized, that was kind of a big deal.
Well, it was history. It's absolutely. Did you see the Scorsese film about it?
I watched some of it, but it seemed like there was a lot of extra stuff that it just didn't measure up to what my memories of the show. But did you watch it?
The interesting thing about it is they're playing head games with you because they're making up stuff too. The whole point is hit behind the shades and a little bit. So this seems real, and then you've got people telling a story who couldn't have possibly been there, and then trying to make drama that really wasn't, and then things that really were. The whole idea of the film is you're not supposed to know that what everything is real and what is not real. It's quite fascinating. It's a fun watch. You should give it another look.
Is it on Netflix?
I believe it is. I believe that this is where I saw
I
it.
don't have Netflix, but maybe I'll join it.
Watch it illegally off some system. That's what everybody does anyway. Just pull it down from, go on the roof with one of those rabbit eaters and just point it to someone who likes music. You'll probably be able to download that movie. Probably be able to see most of it. Let me ask you also, do you have a few more minutes? Because we do love talking through this. This is such a delight. Like so many folky people and musical and artistic people, you did not have a great love for the previous president of the United States. When you put a ton of your energy into writing songs and videos congratulations, you removed him, he did not get a second term. In retrospect, was he that terrible? Now that we're a year away from him, in retrospect, while you're not living it, do you look back and go, all right, I didn't like him, bad president, but not Golgotha.
Well, I'll tell you, I had heard a story about him in 1994. I was at a dinner party, and there was a bunch of actors there, and all grousing about all the crazy jobs they've had to do when they're not acting. And of course, this one guy was talking about he worked as a waiter, and he worked for the caterer who catered Donald Trump's wedding with Marla Maples at the Plaza Hotel. And he said it was a huge deal. And this young caterer was a woman, and she thought she'd won the lottery, didn't know why a lot of the bigger caterers didn't bid on this job. And what happened is, the day of the wedding, this all happened in front of the staff and everything, Donald Trump told the caterer, I'm not paying you. You are so lucky to get to be the one to cater my wedding. He said, when you tell people you cater my wedding, you will make more money than you could ever imagine. And so I'm doing you a favor. When I do favors, I don't pay. You pay. And this poor woman almost went bankrupt.
Oh, my God.
He stiffed everybody. And
I thought the story was going in a different direction. I thought he tried to stiff her on his wedding night, and that would be a very different thing. But this is just as bad, and it really plays to his character. You're right. That sucks.
Yeah, and I heard the story in 1994. It's not like I heard it while he was president. It was a decade, decades before. And so in New York, we knew he was no good. And how he was able to parlay his television persona into this thing where he was, only I can fix it and all of that crap. That's why there's just no way I could see anyone in their right mind, anyone educated, could ever cast a vote for him in the future. So I'm hoping that all of that's what's going on right now is all bluster and smoke and mirrors, and that the general electorate will see through it. And the secret is that we just need to have education. We need people to understand how our country works, understand the laws, and also to look out for our fellow man, because the whole COVID thing where they're saying it's a hoax and all of that, it's how that can be. It's these are very selfish people who do not care if they spread the germs around. So I hope we have seen the last of him in public service forever.
Okay. So still not a fan. I think we can say that for sure.
But I wish Melania would write a book, a pop-up book.
Better than a scratch and sniff. Anywho, we're here with Christine. Let me ask you, if of all the songs that you have written since 2010, not even going back 4 years, what would be the one, either your quote-unquote favorite because they're all your children, blah, 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 or the one you're most proud of?
Since 2010.
It can be 2009, okay, or but not.
My most requested song forever is "The Kind of Love You Never Recover From," but I wrote that one even longer. That was like 1990 when I wrote that song, but I had no idea the nerve that I touched with that song, and that is in my show on Monday, even though it's very hard for me to sing. And the man that I wrote it about died in 2013.
Was it Irvin Drake? It was
Oh no, he wasn't my boyfriend. I loved Irvin.
Right. Yeah.
But no, the thing is, he was a wonderful man, and he didn't like to have a spotlight on him. So I respect his privacy and don't say that. But that song, I've met so many people who've told me how that particular song affected them. And my most memorable couple was at a small theater in New Hampshire, and they were both tall and tan and both had big heads of white fluffy hair. So these were not kids, and they waited for me at the very end of the show. They waited for everybody to be gone because they wanted to have a private moment with me. And they told me the story about they both grew up in New Hampshire, went to high school together, and they married different people, and decades went by, and he was in Florida and he was divorced, and he heard that song on the radio, The Kind of Love You Never Recover From, and he thought about her, and he decided that it was a sign that he should look her up. So he called back to New Hampshire, found out where she worked. He called the company, and she had just quit. And they said they could not give him any forwarding information. It was against company rules. So he got on a plane and he flew to New Hampshire, and he walked around and he found people who knew her. And he said he wanted to know if she was around. He just wanted to say hello to her. And he found out she was divorced. And when I met them that night at that small theater in New Hampshire, they had just gotten married. And I was like, oh my God. And they wanted me to know because they said if they hadn't heard that song on the radio, that it would never have happened.
Oh, what a happy ending. Okay. Yes, this is, yeah.
Because, it's like we all go through so much, and we want happiness at the end of our life. We don't want it just at the beginning or the middle, but it's really important that at the end, that you're with people that you love and who love you, and value who you are and value what you do. And when they share stories like that with me, it makes me feel like I'm doing the right thing with my life. Of course, then other times I'm completely filled with self-doubt and all that, but those moments sustain me.
Would you consider yourself happy overall? I mean, artists are never really, really happy, but
Well, I feel very lucky that my mom was such an optimist. My father was doom and gloom kind of person, and all of my 8 brothers and sisters were all varying degrees of that combination. And I got a lot more of my mom than my father. But when I'm sleep deprived, that's when Dad comes out. But in general, I'm happy.
And you feel free not to answer, but do you date at all? Was there anybody after the person?
Well, there was a moment when he was, he was very sick, but we were talking about getting married, and his daughter was working up a prenup so that we could finally do that, because it was a very complicated situation. But and that there was that one moment where my heart just leapt, because I thought, oh my God, I never thought this would happen with this guy. And I loved him so much. And he would be very, very difficult for anyone else to fill his shoes. He was a great bicyclist. He was a mountain climber. He was a terrific skier. He loved the opera. He was funny. He would everywhere he would go, he would try to bring people together, and I loved that. And I know some people, if you went out with a guy who immediately starts talking to the people at the next table, they'd be really a little bit angry. but I loved that with him, and I encouraged it all the time, because that's what I like to do too. So it's hard because I use his name as my password for many things. So first thing I do when I wake up is type his name. And I feel like I'll never get over him if I keep using his name as my password, but I'm not ready to give up his name as my password.
If he brought that much to your life, then you must leave him in your life in those kinds of little ways.
I still dream about him all the time. And in some of the dreams, it's so real. And I say, why are you still here? And oh well, sorry.
Let's get more optimistic. Let's remind people that they can see this wonderful, wonderful singer-songwriter and human being. I'm going to throw the human being part in there too. Christine Lavin. She will be live this Monday night, November 22nd. See her 8:30 p.m. at Birdland. Get tickets at birdlandjazz.com. We also want to bring you to her website, Christine Lavin, Lavin. Just spelled just like Linda Lavin, who's been on this program as well. Christine, the usual way, Lavin.com. This is where you can get so many of her records, including On My Way to Hooterville, which came out just a year and a half ago, her 2019 Best of record. The book is on sale there too.
Yep. And I'll sign them all.
And then she will sign them on Cold Pizza for Breakfast, or that's
Yep,
there also.
yep. It'll be worth more money in the Antique Roadshow for your great grandchildren.
That is optimistic, assuming that the world will go on, that we're not going to burn up in a climate fireball by the time great. That already is kind of optimistic. Well, Christina has been an absolute joyful delight for years.
I feel like
I'm sorry.
I feel like I've confessed some of my sins to you, some of my dark thoughts.
Wrong religion, but it's all right. I can put up a thing. It's like this, and you can make believe I'm a priest, and just tell me anything. Not quite anything, but no. I want to tell you this, and I want to remind listeners and viewers that back when this program was just a radio program on Long Island Radio, Christine came out to Babylon, Long Island. She slept with a guitar, she played, and she tumbled, and she talked with Dave, who is the producer of this program, and had this most marvelous time, so marvelous, and she became such a friend that he invited her back to the 500th episode of the show. You were on there, you called in, and now so delightful that we actually get to see you as well as hear you. I'm not going to ask you to play a song to play us out, although do you want to sing us something a cappella to sing us out? A little something?
Wait, I'll get my guitar.
She's getting a guitar! Whoa! I should have asked this in the beginning of the program. We can have more music. Oh well. My mistake. Christine Lavin, by the way, grabbing her guitar.
I've got to put the capo on the neck.
Very important to put the capo on there.
Let's see.
Just like they put the capo on James Brown's back when he comes back for another song. You just tie that thing on there.
You know, I once met Bobby Bird, who used to sing with James Brown.
Oh.
I'll just do a song that doesn't use a capo.
Okay.
Much trouble. Can you edit out all this stuff?
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. I'm not touching a minute. This part is fun too. It's the rough and ready. Here we go. Do you need to tune it, or I assume you play it every day? It's kind of in tune.
Oh yeah, I certainly do. What? Can you hear it?
Oh, we hear it beautifully. Let me ask you before then, because I recognize that guitar from one of your album covers. Is there a story behind that guitar?
Oh yeah, this was designed by Grit Laskin, who's a Canadian luthier up in Toronto, and it has all the planets on it: Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto.
I'm glad they made room for Uranus, because a lot of times they.
And there's the Pioneer spacecraft on the headstock, and instead of a man and a woman with their hand up naked, it's got me playing a guitar. Whoa! A little headset mic when I used to be wireless.
That should be on the Sistine Chapel. Christine at the Sistine playing the guitar. Don't steal that title. I wrote that. Okay, I'll shut up.
I can't do it in this key.
This is delightful. We can tumble a little bit more.
Now, where did I put the capo? I mean, I had it. You saw me try to put it on the neck of the guitar.
Yes. Okay.
Where did it? Oh, here.
Most people leave an extra key under the mat by the door. You can try the key there.
I have a song that's really, really fun. I'm gonna sing it. It's not going to be in the show, so I can do it now because I don't want to give stuff away. But this is a psychic test. Jeez. that to find out if you have psychic powers. So, Rabbi, have you ever felt that you have psychic powers?
I've been called psychotic. That's about as close as I've ever come to that.
Well, seriously, in any given community, between 1% and 2% are truly psychic. And so I want you to play along with this. And anybody who's watching, play along, even though if you're seeing it on tape, because it will prove if you have psychic powers or not. I am psychic, so are you. Just do what I ask you to. You skeptics won't believe it's true. I am psychic, so are you. Okay, Rabbi, I want you to pick a number between 1 and 9. Don't say it out loud. Don't even tell the person sitting next to you. But remember it. Remember it, okay? Now double it. Add 4. Divide this number by 2. Subtract the number that you started out with from the number you have now. Look at my brain, Rabbi, look at my brain. You have some psychic power if you are now thinking of the number 2. Are you thinking of 2?
I always think of the number 2. But for various reasons, I'm constantly thinking of number 2. But yes, that was my number.
All right, I invite you and anyone who's watching to take the second level of psychic testing now. This is a little bit harder. And you can write it down like the rabbi is doing. If you're not secure in your mathematics,
There you go.
still test your psychic powers. I want everybody now to pick a number between 2 and 17. Remember it. Now double it. Add 8. Divide this number by 2. Subtract the number that you started out from the number you have now. Look at my brain. Look at my brain. You have even greater psychic powers if you are now thinking of the number 4. Were you thinking of 4?
Yes, I really actually was thinking of number 4. This is...
Hey, you know what? We're going to make it much harder for the final psychic test. I want you now to think of a number between 3 and 750,000. Think of a high number if you're confident. Think of a low number if you're not. Remember it.
I'm not going to remember it, but I'm writing the thing down, okay?
No, write it down. Now double it.
Take some time here, hold on. Okay.
Add 2.
Okay.
Right. Divide this number by 2.
Right, hold on. Okay.
Subtract the number that you started out with from the number you have now. Don't say anything. Just tell me when you're there. Okay. Are you there?
I'm there.
Okay. Now, I want you to go to the corresponding letter of the alphabet. If you're thinking of the number 1, that would be A, 2B, 3C, 4D, 5E. If you're thinking of the number 26, that would be Z. All right. So you're thinking of a letter in the alphabet. Okay. Now I want you to think of a fruit that begins with the letter of the alphabet that you're thinking. Okay. So you're thinking of a fruit. Now, I want you to go to the second letter of that fruit. And I want you to think of a city anywhere in the world, but not the United States, that begins with the second letter of the fruit that you were thinking. Okay, so you're thinking of a fruit, and you're thinking of a city, and you're looking at my brain. Now, I'm here to tell you, you have psychic powers if you are now thinking of an apple in Paris.
I am scared now. I'm a rabbi. You are the devil. You are a temptress devil. You have spirits that are singing into my head. I need to start wearing tinfoil.
Wait, did you actually write down what you were doing? Because you can show people that we're not. Okay, look at that. You wrote it down. Oh my God, this has never happened before.
Like, how do people remember to know the double 147,414? But I'm sure that minus that first number you thought of usually comes up with the same kind. I mean, I'm sure that's the trick, but still, no.
No, you have psychic powers. You could now add that to your resume.
Wow.
Thank you for doing that. This has never happened. I mean, I've always hoped that it would happen, but it never has happened before. Seriously.
Wasn't that people have written down? Well, wait. What number do they pick if you're telling them they can go up to 750,000? What do you normally think they pick? Oh,
I don't know what they're going to pick. It's all.
Oh, you don't have psychic. They have the psychic power. You don't. Okay.
Well, no, I do, but they do too. But it's because it does not always come out right. And I'm thinking as I'm playing it, I'm thinking I've never done this where it's just one person. Because what if he doesn't get it right? And then the whole ending of the song is like a big nothing. But
well, you also put a lot of confidence in my math skills there. Because I was like, let me pick this number. And yeah.
Well, I think I assume maybe you were doing it on a calculator on your laptop.
No, it was all here. And you know what? Even in that second one, I was like, I think I'll do 13. And then I stopped myself. And now a lot of people probably do 13. Let me do 11. And you still got it. And when it came down to whatever it was for or something, I'm just...
You know what? You gotta send me that. I'll put it up on my wall like that sound guy put up Al Jardine's set list.
I will say, if you give me if you give me your mailing address over on Midtown Manhattan, I will mail you this piece of paper, even as the questions I was asking you on the other side there.
What I'll do, I'm gonna fold it up like origami and put it on my Christmas tree.
Wow! Wow. What greater honor can a rabbi have?
Along with the everything bagel. I got this from Michael's. Last year.
Oh, Michael's, yes, we loved it. We don't like Hobby Lobby because they're kind of, No, but Michael's we do like.
And after Christmas, you can get a deal on these.
Absolutely. And can you get a schmear to hang with it? Because the bagel alone, you need like just a drippy cream cheese next to it on the tree. Dang, and like little scallion ornaments. Now you'd be talking. Now that would be something.
That's a great idea.
Christine Lavin, what an absolute delight and a joy it is to have you in the Daverhood again. We invite you back again and again and again. We wish you, first of all, great health, good things, happiness, and you're already sort of half the time happy, more time happy. And we invite everybody to come see you Monday night, November 22nd, 8:30 p.m. at Birdland. And that is over, I don't have the address on that. Is that 50?
Oh, it's 315 West 44th Street, and it's the Birdland Theater, which is downstairs. It has its own separate kitchen, and they've got a bar, and it's a beautiful room. It's a very adult night out.
Ooh.
Dress up.
Not that kind of adult thing like the things you pulled out of the mouth.
No. I mean,
hear that song. But it's birdlandjazz.com for tickets and ChristineLavin.com for everything else. Christine, we love you. We love you in the Daverhood. And the only thing that keeps you from being perfect is that you're not Jewish, but maybe you'll work on it. We'll see.
I walked by the temple the other day because now I shop on Trader Joe's on Broadway between 71st and 72nd, and I thought, the temple, that might be a nice place to meet somebody. But then I kept walking.
Hey, maybe next time you'll go. You never know. But we know that we love you, Christine Lavin. We wish you all great things and happy holidays and all that too. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Shalom to you. Bye-bye. Rabbi Sal Solomon there with the delightful, the wonderful, the terrific Christy. Why the crying? Why the crying for? Well, anyway, I'm crying with happiness of having someone so delightful on the show. Christine Lavin. Go see her Monday night, November 22nd. It's this Monday night, 8:30 at Birdland in Manhattan. If I could just get my hair to stay down, that would be good too. So, here's the deal. You're watching Dave's Gone By with me, Dave Lefkowitz, and my darling wife Joyce is with us. This is our 825th episode of the show. We've been calling it LAV, actually. Get it? I think we all love her now, too. What else do I need to tell you about the show? More info about it at davesgoneby.com. My email address is davesgoneby@aol.com. We still have Greeley Crimes and Old Times coming up later in the program, as well as our Colorado Limerick of the Damned. But before we get to that, let's start getting the people in for our yesterday trivia quiz. We should have a trio of people, although not our usual trio. We are delighted to see. I see some leftover pumpkins from Halloween there, adorning our great friend, who is, of course, Vicki Quade. Vicki, we need you to unmute.
There it is.
There we go. Hello. Hey,
Hello.
Vicki. How are you? How's it going?
Not bad. I mean, really not bad at all. I think people are starting to go out a little bit more. I was at a restaurant last night that was pretty packed. I went to see Bug at Steppenwolf.
That is a weird play. I mean,
it is a weird play, but it's really as a post-COVID play, I think it's hitting people even more so than its normal paranoia theme. But it was about 80% full, which is pretty
nice.
What play are you talking about?
Hey,
I saw Bug.
Oh, I love Bug.
Yeah,
so
it's at Steppenwolf.
Oh, I love Bug. I got to talk to Michael Shannon when he did it downtown. I got to talk to the director who made the movie out of it, where he changed everything. And then famous director,
William Friedkin. It was Friedkin, I think. Yeah.
I got to interview William Friedkin. And then I got to interview the writer, who's a famous actor now, whose name I can't remember.
Tracy Letts.
Right.
Tracy Letts. Thank you both so much for being my brain this morning. But I love that play. Scared the shit out of me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. When it was over at Steppenwolf, there was an audible, "Dear Lord, that was weird."
Was
Comments
it just
like
done again? Was it
yeah,
just done again?
They just opened it at Steppenwolf. I just saw it this week.
Who's doing it now? Some new young actor?
Actors, just their ensemble actors.
That's one of the pieces that put them on the map. That's one of the plays that put them on the map.
Right. And I say just, but their ensemble actors are amazing. I mean,
of course.
It was really well acted.
Good morning, Joyce.
I saw that. That was so adorable.
That was Joyce, I assume, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, and that one jughead Pearl. It was
Joyce is off at her cousin's house this morning, and standing in for Joyce is.
That's right. I have these college co-eds on speed dial.
Right.
Can you smooth
no,
down
I'm so excited that Bug is being done again. I know I'm slightly off thing here, but I'm so excited.
You're good.
Well, anyway, let me introduce people properly here. The people we are talking with so far are Vicki Quade. Vicki Quade is, speaking of theater, she is a Chicago theater veteran who is doing and co-created Late Night Catechism. Now, this is one thing I don't understand, Vicki. One of our mutual friends of the Daverhood reviewed your show for TotalTheater.com, and you were. Yeah, no, I just can you message him also? Here he's coming. He's coming. And you weren't in it. So when are you doing it and when are you not?
You know what? I really can't do everything. Like, I own the company.
Really? We thought you could.
So I have a wonderful cadre of actresses who do the show. And I tend to do the bingo shows because I really enjoy those. Not that I don't enjoy late night, but I really enjoy doing the bingo shows.
Do you get a cut of the take? Is that why?
Well, it's my production company.
No, I meant, do you get a cut of the bingo was what I meant.
There's no money involved. It's just goofy prizes.
Oh, okay.
It's a comedy. It's a show.
That.
It's just that it's a show where people play bingo, as well as be entertained.
Right.
So, but no, so I don't do everything.
Speaking of which, by the way, Vicki, I do want to ask, because My wife and I went when we were in Dallas years ago. We went to like gay bingo. I think it was just for funsies.
Oh yeah.
069 is a big deal over there. Do you, as a young person, does 069? How do you?
You know what? When I say it, I do it really fast. 069, B7. I don't even give them a chance, you know. N43. It's really boom, boom. You know? So, yeah.
Now,
I like the way David had to qualify the fact that he went to gay bingo, but it was just for fun. I mean, it didn't mean anything, right?
I'm still old school. It's like I support gay people, but I'm not gay. Everybody must know I am not gay. Yeah.
I don't know that the word is. I don't know that the word is old school, David. But okay, if that's what you want to call it.
Homophobic. Maybe that's no. But
I don't know.
Leslie Hoban Blake is also with us. She is a theater director. You look fantastic, Leslie. I love that outfit. Theater director.
I probably wore the same outfit before, but it's the scarf. Thank you.
Yeah, it's got that whole Annie Hall vibe. It's really cool. I like it.
I'll take it. Whatever you got, I'll take it. I love your backdrop. I love your Thanksgiving backdrop or autumnish backdrop.
Thank you that you said Thanksgiving. David thought it was leftover
from Halloween. It's all pumpkin.
No, it's
turkey
there.
There.
It's the Thanksgiving. Thank you.
He thought it was leftover Halloween. Is that what he said?
Yeah, I'm an asshole. What can I say? I'm an asshole and a homophobe. What
I don't see that.
Well, I'm glad he got
No,
somebody else, so
him.
it's not you against me, because I wouldn't want to do that. I would be very uncomfortable.
No, that would be hard.
Thank you. I mean, we would do it. I know we would do it, but it would be difficult.
And by the way, people can see Leslie is a big theater person, as you can see, and she and Charlie Gross co-host what? Critic Circle.
He's a big theater person, as you can
see.
Well, talking about bug. The first thing out of your mouth was when you came on.
Okay. I see. You're going back around like a good comedian. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. By the way, Don Perl is trying to be with us. Don, do you have? I don't have audio or video for you, so I need you to unmute, and I also need you to put your camera on.
So start video and unmute.
While he's doing that,
he's there.
Vicki, can you give yourself a little more headroom, just a tiny bit?
Who, me?
Just tilt. That's it.
Yeah, Don, we need a lot more headroom from you since all we see is your name.
And I don't see me.
I don't see you either. Can you put your camera on somehow?
I love the opening of this. I did a piece for the Dramatists Guild in Times Square. And that's all I did. I really winged it.
We have a little bit more.
Yes. We sent you a request to start your video. So, hey, there we go.
Wow,
hello, Don.
What a miracle. Hello,
David.
Hello.
Now tilt your camera so we're not looking up at your nose hair. Although if we do, I do have a new nose hair trimmer.
I could cover my nose hair.
Don, everybody's a director on the show. Move slightly to your left. Just a touch. That's it.
Good.
And now give yourself a little bit less, a little more headroom, and you're good.
And
a little more headroom.
And pull the screen.
No, the other way. I'm sorry. Pull it down.
Give
yourself left. That's it. No, just.
Oh no, that's
good.
Better.
That's better.
Okay, I honestly did get this week. I was talking about this earlier in the program.
Takes direction very well. give him
nose trimmer.
Half a point for that.
Yes, thank you very much.
There we go,
follow
directions. Just get that little, this one little right there, right? I'm just gonna get that.
Really?
Oh, that's good. We got it.
You got it?
Yeah. Oh, I love this thing. I love it. I've used it like 5. I don't even have any hair left anymore, and I'm still using this thing. It's wonderful.
Save it for posterity.
I will.
Or for a little voodoo doll, one or the other.
Now, Don is an old friend from Colorado. He was teaching at the University of Northern Colorado for many, many years, taught Spanish, but he's had a second or I guess third life at this point as a poet and also an activist in Northern Colorado. You write a lot of op-eds for the Greeley Tribune over there. How you doing, Don?
Pretty good. How are you doing? How nice to see your face. And you're missed. We went out to
compared to what? So nice to see your face. All right.
So, Don, what have you been writing about recently? Like, what's a recent editorial that you had in the Trib?
All right. Well, so, private enterprise lusts after the common good, which is public education or healthcare. And so it's an ongoing and eternal battle to, let us say, put up blockades against private enterprise into public education. So that was the latest issue. And you always know, okay, so here was a ballot initiative that some dark forces spent $1 million trying to get this ballot initiative before the voters.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So the mission that we had, we are advocates for public education policy, A4PEP. Our mission was to inform the populace that this was a scam. So all this information came out. Lots of money was behind it. We saw the face of the ex-Denver mayor, Pena, on posters saying that this ballot initiative, and then became a proposition, was to help those students, primarily those students of color, who had fallen behind it because of COVID, was to help them catch up. So there were these programs to be put in place.
Yeah.
All we had to do was vote yes on this proposition. But the more you investigated the proposition, the more you saw that there was no accountability and that there were some forces, dark forces, that were going to make some money on it.
Wait,
So
politicians lie, Don? What?
Well, here's the deal, Don. The elections were 2 weeks ago. Did you win, or did the thing pass?
we were able to put up a blockade, and enough people voted no
Ooh.
to this proposition, so it did not pass.
And now
Oh, God.
people of color.
Like a
Yeah,
David
they're all
and
going to stay
Goliath
stupid.
story.
I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
What did you say? I
Anywho.
missed it.
No, they didn't want to
Don't
hear
ask him to repeat it.
No, you didn't really
Whatever
miss
he
anything,
says.
Don.
I'm
Good
going to
morning,
take notes
Don.
here. I really would like you to repeat it.
No,
Um,
after
you
the
don't, no.
show.
Besides,
Call
we
him
have to
on-
get to
call him
the
on
quiz.
Facebook.
We got to get to
Don't do it.
the
Oh, okay. So let's
here we go.
forget that.
Because you're here to play, all three of you are here to play our weekly
Uh-huh.
Today, Yesterday trivia quiz. Now, Don, you played this before with us, right? Yeah,
Yeah, once before, it was beginner's luck from the get-go.
All right. Well, this will be, what do you call this, non-beginner, or this is
Hey,
a,
this will be
I like your
sophomore.
shirt, Dave.
right,
I
sophomore.
like your shirt.
And it won't be a jinx, because I think you're all going to do really well. Hmm?
Él le gustan su camisa.
Oh, Joyce,
Yeah. Well said.
su
Very well
camisa
said.
es muy, muy
Muy
hermosa.
guapo.
Yeah. So here's the deal. I'll remind, especially Don, since it's been a while since you played this, here's how it goes. It's
Yes.
trivia questions, 3 rounds of trivia questions. Each person gets a question. There were 2 points each if you get them right. If you get it wrong, one of the other contestants gets to steal.
And you get publicly shamed.
And yeah, we do the whole
Yes.
public shaming thing. It's
You have
pretty
to
hard.
walk naked in front of your camera.
Basically,
You forgot
Close
to
your
tell
eyes.
him that part.
And you have to buy us all dinner.
I see the rules are changing as we move
They
along.
have, yes.
Yeah.
He suckered you back in.
I like all the pumpkins behind.
So they know that he's,
right. And also we give a shout out to David Sheward, who could not be with us this week, although he's with us usual weeks. So let me please ask Don, since you are the noob, I usually ask Vicki, but Don, could you kindly think of and tell me a number between 1 and 6? This
Okay.
Lots of shiny new stuff.
what was the
Am I supposed to tell you it or keep
yes,
it?
tell me.
Okay.
Now make him guess.
That's right.
Don picks my favorite number, 5. Okay.
All right.
And now, Vicki, could you kindly?
I'm gonna go with 3.
3.
Leslie, are your
So
bucks?
now should I do the David Cuddle or should I stay with my boxcars? I'm gonna stay with my boxcars. They've been good to me. I'm true to them.
Leslie with a number 6. So we've got Don Perl. I see D, I think of David. It's Don Perl with 5, Vicki Quade with 3, and Leslie Hoban Blake with 6. I'm going to roll the die. Here we go. We come up with number 1, which is closest to Vicki. So Vicki, would you like to go first, second, or third?
Let me make a suggestion.
Hmm.
Only because if you think of 1 through 6, I would say 1 might be closer to 6 if you think of them as a circle, because it's more of it's going to be I'm going to have more of a benefit.
Yes.
So I'm willing to say that 1 might be closer to Leslie.
She's such a good competitor. I love her.
Wow.
Very philosophical
However,
too.
we've never done that, so it's really up to David.
That is very, I
That's
will,
a compassionate.
Very nice though.
This is like the kind
She's a
of-
nun. What are you gonna do? She's a nun. This is what they do.
Not
Well, it's
quite.
also before Thanksgiving, so
It is.
she's being generous, Leslie.
But tell Leslie if she does that, Leslie will get paddled and she'll have to clap erasers for 3 hours.
Yes. I
Boy.
remember those days. I was also a teacher. I was
I'll be there to
also a
watch
teacher.
the paddling. So Leslie,
No,
which
I
one-
never paddled. No.
I can
Are
paddle.
you sure you
Can
want to
you?
do this, Vicki? You sure you
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
give me the
So
shot?
one
Okay.
will always be closer to you, 2 will be closer to me, 3 will be.
Okay. Cool.
yeah.
I don't think of it in a circular way,
David,
but yes.
David, if in that case, you have to kind of make this a rule heads forward. We have to let David.
I
Stewart
don't
know.
think I could
You
remember
should
it
ask Don if
henceforward.
he's ever taken calculus or algebra. He needs them.
So, all right, let's take a vote.
I would like, surprisingly, I would like to go second because I think that's been a good position for me.
Okay.
I won't go there, but
So,
okay, Leslie.
Thank you, David, for not doing it.
Well, you're welcome. You're most welcome. Do we want to take a vote on whether changing the rules so that it's a circular 1 through 6?
Well,
Um,
only if you have that 5, 6.
Right. Well, it would always mean that, let's say, the die comes up number. Well, I can't even. I don't know math.
Always mean, David, it's very simple. It would always mean that 1 is closer to 6 than it is to 2. than it
I
is
get
to
it. So,
3.
do you,
That's all it means.
let's take a vote of you 3. Unfortunately, David not part of this. Do you want to make it circular or do you want to make it numeric? Straightforward.
Linear. I think in a situation like this, circular is better.
I get 1 circular. Leslie's.
I'm fine either way, but I will take the Vicky's, in the spirit of the season, I will take Vicky's
Wow.
largesse. Thank you.
And Don, you're already doesn't matter. But
Circular is more cosmic, more in keeping with
Oh,
the
wow, I
order
like
thing.
that.
man. Okay, so for the rest of the game, you're going to have to remind me
Oh, yeah.
that we're doing
Right,
1
well.
through 6 circular way.
Don't worry.
Fine. And Leslie's going second. I'm going to roll the die. Now I got to figure out how to remember this shit. All right, come on. All right, it comes up with a number 2. So, Vicki,
I'll go first.
closest, I think,
Then we got this settled.
to
I'll
number
go
2.
first.
You want to go first? Okay, Vicki goes first. Don, you get to be third. Yay, okay.
Good.
We got through that segment of the game. Now we can actually play. Are you guys ready?
Like passing a bill through the Senate.
Absolutely. He just
All right.
died. The guy from Schoolhouse Rock who wrote This Is a Bill.
Oh, he died.
He
David
just died.
Fishberg, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was,
Dave Frischberg, right.
okay.
Oh, wow.
Vicki Quade, you get the first question.
All
Are
right.
you ready? All right.
Yes.
Oh, and by the way, just a reminder, Don, nearly all of the questions, the idea of them is that since this is November 20th, 2021, they're history trivia questions of things that happened on November 20th in history. Got it? Cool. Vicki, the year was 1695. Executed today was Zumbi, an escaped Afro-Brazilian slave who became a tribal king and fighter against the Portuguese and a heroic figure for the Black Brazilian community. On this date, Zumbi was decapitated with his head put on a pike and displayed. In his honor, which of these is not true about the fitness craze Zumba? A, it started by, I know, I went there. It started by accident when a fitness teacher forgot his usual music tapes and had to improvise with other CDs. B, in 2015, Jordan's King Abdullah had himself photographed taking a Zumba class to show his fitness and also his country's willingness to engage with Western culture. C, Zumba was first launched as a business by 3 Colombian men, all of them named Alberto. Or D, musicians Pitbull and Wyclef Jean, or is it Jean? Is it Wyclef Jean, have created songs specifically for Zumba.
Oh my
Vicki.
goodness.
One of
My
these is
goodness.
not
Not true.
Let's say false, David. False.
false. One of these is false. Okay.
Okay.
In a circular way.
Total guess, 1000%. The second one about the Jordan's king.
You're
I'll
saying
say
that
that's false.
that one is not true. Any particular reason you're going with, or just a sheer like?
Could be a different country.
Right. Final answer.
Using David
Final
Stewart's
answer.
logic, yes.
Well, you are king of this game, Vicki Quade. You got it right.
I
That
did get it
was
right.
not
Excellent.
correct answer. Well done. So Vicki gets, and let me give you the
Did
actual.
you just make that up?
Well, it was inspired by this. Although Jordan's King Abdullah is a relatively liberal king that never happened. However, in 2017, Iran banned Zumba for being un-Islamic. 6 teachers were arrested for teaching it. So that should tell you something over there. And by the way,
I guess David hips do lie.
A is true, by the way, that it really did start by accident when a fitness teacher grabbed the wrong, had to get CDs out of his car. Colombian dancer Alberto Perez was teaching for Gaga's music at home, grabbed his Latin CDs from the car, and the rest is history. So there you go. And it was 3 Albertos who founded Zumba as a business. But the main business of our show is that Vicki is in front with 2 points. Well done!
All right.
But it's just the beginning of the game. Leslie.
Realize I made a mistake when I said boxcars. Boxcars is 12. It's 2 sixes. Not
Yeah,
one
no, let me
six.
have a box.
Half a box car.
We've been saying that for a couple of weeks now, and it just occurred to me as I'm sitting here. You get a brain fart every now and then, and my
Triple
brain
snake
went,
eyes.
No,
well,
snake.
snake eyes is 2. That's,
Triple
you know.
snake eyes.
Yeah, or snake eye if it's a blind, half-blind snake,
Okay, never mind. Sorry, I brought it back up.
or
Okay.
half
I
a
just won't say-
boxcar.
I just won't say boxcars anymore. I'll just say 6.
But we have to think of another. Well, 6. I don't know what else you would call it. It looks like
That's I'll just say 6. That's what I'll do. I'll just say 6.
All right, Leslie Hoban Blake.
Someone is very frightened.
This question is for you, Leslie.
He's like, what?
Thank you, David.
No.
It's a multiple choice, Les.
Oh, thank God. Yes. All right.
I do every day. The year was 1789. New Jersey becomes the first U.S. state to ratify various amendments of the Constitutional Bill of Rights. Which of these is the New Jersey state motto?
Oh.
A. Fati mashi parol femin. B. Esse quam videri. C. Liberty and prosperity. D. Wisdom, justice, and moderation.
Do we get a definition, a translation of the first 2?
After the
Oh, you have to say them again. I
Okay.
can possibly figure them out, but you have to say them again.
A. Fati mashi parol femin. B. Esse quam videri. C. Liberty and prosperity. D. Wisdom, justice, and moderation.
Okay, the first 2 sound like Christie's crest somehow. That's what's on the bottom of his crest,
And it's
especially the Fadi part. All right, I'm going to move on from there. I'm moving on. Thank you, Joyce. I'm moving on from that. Since I have no idea what either of those mean. Liberty and justice? No, liberty and
prosperity,
prosperity.
wisdom, justice, and moderation.
We know there's no such thing as moderation in New Jersey. It doesn't exist. So that's not possible. I'll go with C.
You're going with liberty and prosperity?
Yeah, why
Yeah.
not?
Well, Leslie Hoban Blake, I wish you freedom and prosperity because liberty and prosperity is the correct answer. Leslie Hoban Blake,
Yeah.
51 Yay! And now I can tell you that A. Fati mashi parol femin is the motto of Maryland. And it comes from archaic Italian. It means strong deeds, gentle words.
Oh,
And
okay.
the esse quam videri is from North Carolina, to be rather than to see.
Oh.
And the last one, wisdom, justice, and moderation of all places, Georgia. Go figure.
All places.
Of all places,
Yeah.
right.
Exactly. So we have a tie game. We've got Vicki and Leslie with 2 points
Yes,
apiece.
we do.
But Don Perl, he can tie you guys if you get this question right. Are you
Come on,
ready?
Don.
This is exciting beyond the
Come on,
beyond.
Don. You can do it.
Come on,
Beyond the
Don, you
beyond.
can do it.
You can. It's a multiple choice. You got so
Thank you
a
for that
25% shot at any of them.
I'm nervous.
You should be. You should be. The year was 1805.
Oh my.
Premiering today in Vienna, Ludwig van Beethoven's only opera, Fidelio. Finishing and conducting it were very difficult for Beethoven, but after some revisions, it's been a part of the classical repertory ever since. Nothing was ever easy for Beethoven, including his relationship with his nephew, Carl van Beethoven. Which of these is not true about
Not true.
AVB? A. Although his uncle pushed him toward music, Carl had no aptitude or talent at it. B. For much of his life, Carl wore his hair in a comb-over to hide a scar from a botched suicide attempt. C. Even though he fought bitterly with his uncle, Carl named his only son Ludwig. Or D. Upon his death, Beethoven willed half his estate to his nephew, which Carl ran through in less than 5 years.
Which of these is not true?
Right, which of these is false? The others are true.
Could you please read B and D one more time?
Oh, I know you love B and D, Don. Here we go. B for Don's smiling. He knows what that means. B. For much of his life, Carl wore his hair in a comb-over to hide a scar from a botched suicide attempt. Or D. Upon his death, Beethoven willed half his estate to his nephew, which Carl ran through in less than 5 years.
Okay, one of them is not true, and I'm going to go take a stab at this one. Is B.
The hair
B
thing.
as in-
Yeah. Oh, is that your final answer?
I must say yes.
Give Carl a head with hair, long, beautiful hair. Sorry, Don, you are wrong. We're going to have to roll the die. That was actually true. Carl, yeah, that was true. He wore
A
his
suicide attempt on his head?
Yeah.
Probably a gunshot, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
So let's try this again. Let's try rolling the die, and we get the number 4. So 4 is
Closer to
between
Leslie.
Vicki and David. So it's not. We got to roll again. So 4 is not going to work.
Oh,
Wait, wait.
no, 4 is closer to Leslie in this case.
Hold it. Wait. Let me think for a second. Don already went, right? So he
Yeah,
has
so it's just the 2 of us.
No, 4 is closer to you, Vicki. You have
No.
3.
Great.
Oh, I'm 3.
I didn't understand why. Yeah, I mean, I know
The
you're
circular
generous.
logic is
Let's
given to me now.
Let's not
Okay.
get carried away here.
Yeah, okay. 4
So-
is closer to 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is your question now, Vicki.
Okay.
It's about Carl van Beethoven.
Yes.
Right.
And which one is false?
Yeah.
He had no aptitude for music. You know what? I'm going to say that's false. I bet he did have some aptitude for music. I'm going to say that first one's false.
Well, that is not music to my ears because, I'm sure he could play a little piano, but no, he had no talent or aptitude. He was told by his teachers. No, Carl did not continue the legacy. So, Leslie, Hoban, and Blake, you can take a lead here.
But this is very confusing because the 2 that are left are predicated on each other. If Beethoven left him his estates, then he ran through them in 5 years. If he didn't leave him the estates, then he didn't run through them in 5 years. I don't see how I could.
Or maybe he didn't name his son Ludwig.
Oh, wait, there's only 2 left. I'm so sorry. Actually, Vicki, I appreciate that. I was confused. That was all one question. He left him the money and he ran through it in 5 years is one question.
And it's-
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you, Vicki. I'm sorry. Thank you. I thought you were trying to help me and I couldn't figure out why. But thank you. Okay, so it's just Ludwig or the money. Got it. Okay. Ludwig, money. Ludwig. Sounds like Carl was a bit of a rotter and would have gone through the money. So that sounds appropriate. I'm going to say, I'll thank you, Vicki. I'll say he did not name his child Ludwig, if he even had a child, which from his demeanor probably he did not, but that's okay too.
So you're saying he did not.
I think it's B. Is that B? Is that letter B?
That is letter, actually C. It's letter C.
Oh, that's C again. Okay, well, no, there goes David Sheward's theory. You know, we've mentioned David more than if he were actually here.
The spirit of David Sheward
The
hovers
spirit of
over.
David Sheward permeates the whole
Hello,
thing.
David,
Yes.
in case you're watching.
Yes, David. Oh, yes, I'm sure he's watching. I'm sure he gets up on a Saturday morning to watch us. Not me.
Yeah.
I would
Unlike you,
certainly
who don't
do
even
that,
have
wouldn't you?
Facebook, Leslie. So, so are we going with?
I'm going with he did not name his child Ludwig, which is letter C, you said. I thought it was letter B.
What's in a name? Well, I'll tell you what's in a name. I've stumped you guys completely all. Nobody gets any points on that. The truth was, they did fight a bit, but they also, Beethoven loved his nephew, and he did name his kid Ludwig. But also, upon his death, Beethoven willed everything to Carl. And Carl, he lived very comfortably in his later years from the inheritance. He didn't run through it. He was he got over his demons and stuff and lived a very comfortable rest of his life. So yeah,
And he became a mensch. About that. How about that?
well, nobody ever said he wasn't. you were on him
Still
immediately.
no talent,
That's
though.
not. Yeah.
Well,
So
when
that,
he did the no talent thing, I figured, and then he had a botched
Yeah.
suicide attempt.
Yeah.
He didn't sound like he was particularly all
Yeah.
there to start with, but okay.
Yeah, but you made him sound like
Okay.
a rotter. He was miserable. He wasn't a bad kid. You know?
Gotcha.
And he was
Gotcha.
a father, so,
Yeah. And Don, you were going to say?
so even the one that isn't true is partially true.
Yes. He
It's
does
partially
that
true.
to us.
Yeah, so partially, in a manner of
Yeah.
speaking, yes.
So you have to be careful of things like that. You have to think, well, did he give all of it or did he give part of it? And then he really makes us work for it.
I do. But I
Really
do know.
splitting
He's a
hairs,
trickster.
wouldn't you say? You really were
Yes.
splitting hairs. One.
Anyway, we have a 2-2 game between Vicki and Leslie as we end our first round. But Don, you are still very much in it. Anything can happen in round 2 or 3 in our today, yesterday trivia game.
And we're only up to round 2 after all that done.
This is how it goes. By the way, it
Well, we
is.
had no plans today because this could go on all day.
Yeah, we'll be here till about 1:45. Well, Don, it's still early. It's only like morning.
We are very national today though, because we have Dawn from Colorado, we have Vicki in Chicago, we got me in New York, we got you on Long Island.
Yeah.
There you go.
Very
That's
nice.
We're all over the place.
and potato from China.
Wow.
God, you're eating a Chinese potato. I would never eat any food that comes from China.
What about this, Leslie? What about this delicious cookie
From
I've
Europe.
been eating? It's actually not that good. It's
From Europe.
Eurocreme Philby, which comes all the way. I swear to you. I don't know if you guys can see this. I was talking about this before.
From
Serbia.
Serbia.
Nothing
Wow.
like a good Serbian cookie. Oh yeah, and drinking my yummy.
From where?
Oh,
Yes, again, it's actually it's Fakta.
Yeah.
It's a Fakta beverage.
herbal.
The drink.
Yeah, herbal beverage, caffeine free. From where did we find? I think this was from Estonia, or.
With a name like Cocta, it has to be good.
Wow.
Just add a fakakta in front of it.
By
See
the
what
way,
that-
do you remember our conversations about Marmite
Yes.
over time?
Yeah.
I found a place. I have gotten a box full of Twiglets. I have a giant sized box of Twiglets, which I'm not near. So maybe if you remind me on the next show, I'll try to remember to bring them when I'm on the next time.
You bring the Twiglets. I'll bring in some
Right.
secluded rendezvous.
Right.
Cocta for two. No, anyway. Time for
We
round
need-
2.
We need
Yes.
something from Africa and something from Australia to be
Yes.
totally international.
Yes, absolutely, and India also. I used to have save. No, that came from Mexico though. There's like this crunchy chickpea treat called seb that I thought was South Asian, but it was from a South Asian market, but it was Mexican, which disappointed me terribly. So I threw it back over the wall. Anyway,
Yeah.
that means
By the way, my comment about not eating food from China was simply that so much of the ground is poisoned.
Yeah. And the air,
so
too.
much of the food that they make has things like filler, like Melmac and plastic in it, that I would be very frightened to eat. Oh yeah, it was killing pets. But do you know Jack's 99-cent store, which is not 99 cents anymore? It has a food section. My father used to love to buy food from there, and they import a lot of Chinese food. for people, not for animals. And I was always afraid. We always said to him, Dad, please don't buy anything labeled China, because you don't know what's in it. They don't have any standards and practices. Not that ours work all that well, but at least they try. But there are no rules. It's the
Yes.
wild, wild west, and there are no rules. So
Although
I
I
heard
love
that too.
Yeah.
I taught, when I was teaching at UNC, that my friend across the hall from me, she taught Chinese, and she said to me, yes, you have to be very careful, because if it has 4 legs and it's not a table, you eat it.
thank you.
Also, when I was in China years ago, the alcohol is often fake. It's not real alcohol. It's like
What
some
is it?
combo of stuff that they make, and they
Ugh.
sell it as gin or vodka, but it's not real.
Whoa. Well, at least
Well,
they make delicious wet bat. That's
What's
if
gonna
I'm gonna go to the wet
But
market.
does
I
it
buy
get
a
you
bat.
there? But the question is, does it get you there, Vicki? I mean, that's the whole point of drinking.
We're
If
very
it doesn't get
careful
you there,
about
then
Well,
drinking.
anything can ferment. I've left
That's it.
Snapple in
yes,
a bottle.
I know that very well.
Well, that's because you're a fermental case, Leslie. But anywho, I don't know what that means.
for mental
I
case.
don't either, but
love
we'll
that.
let it go.
Round 2 of our Today Yesterday quiz on this episode of Dave's
Is it? Let's see what
Monologue.
time it is.
We're
get to
losing
pick
you, Don. You're slowly fading down into the, well,
Well,
there
it's
you
not
go.
we actually have 3 different time zones too, because Don is out. You're
That's
2
right.
hours back.
Oh my God, it's the middle of the night where you are, Don, isn't it?
It's, what is it, 9:30? Something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
9:35.
11:30.
And
And
I'm
Vicki,
10.
you're,
I'm 10:30. Yeah,
oh, okay.
I'm
I
Midwest.
didn't realize that.
I'm
And the potato.
in the
The
morning.
potato's about 12
What
hours
is that?
ahead.
There's a potato. Of course, it's a potato, Don. I just bought this potato.
You're gonna make latkes with it?
Oh. Did you guys? I think I mentioned this. Did you see Doug, the biggest potato ever? Did you read about this?
Yes, I sent it to you, David.
Leslie did. That's right. Leslie mentioned this. Doug, the 17-pound spud that a New Zealand guy found accidentally. He was digging in his farm and he hit what he thought was a rock and kept digging and digging. It was a 17-pound potato that they named Doug. And they put a hat on it and they've been displaying it. And now he's frozen it so it doesn't rot. But
I have to say, though, when I saw him holding it, it looked like some kind of deformed fetus. It was so strange looking. It had a gigantic body and then a little thing like maybe an appendage coming out of one end of it. And I was like, are
Okay,
you
I
sure
see a
that's a
sci-fi
potato?
movie here. I see
Right.
a sci-fi.
We're
We're all
all
working on a
yeah.
sci-fi movie.
Yeah.
Right. And it's actually an alien from the planet Spadania.
oh, I love
That's
it.
brilliant.
And David should write this one.
Anywho,
That's the title of his next play.
we have a game here, by the way. It's called Today Yesterday, which Vicki and Leslie are co-leading right now. But Vicki can add 2 points to her
Right.
current total.
We're
If you-
still waiting to start round 2, eh? Okay.
Eventually, at some point.
Let's
I can
go.
also mention that you guys, I assume, will be watching my play later tonight when it's part
Yes.
of the Playground Experiment Monologue Festival, which is
Where, when, where?
Where it is tonight. It is live tonight, but they will tape it. The theater company called the Playground Experiment in New York is doing these monologues about different faces of America, and so they're very short. They're like 2 to 5 minutes each. And mine is part of it. It won't be me. I wrote it. An actress will be playing it, and it's 7:00 Eastern time. So Don, you'll be well asleep. It's 7:00 Eastern time. The website's on. It's on davesgoneby.com. You can click for it. It's free.
Okay.
You can watch it anytime. It'll bring you to a Zoom link, and you just register free. If you don't get to see it, it'll be on YouTube in a couple of days. They'll have the whole
Okay.
thing.
But
I
Dave,
loved Restoration, David. I loved
No,
it.
it's not restoration.
I did too. I did too. But Dave, you are confused about the time. So if it's 7:00, Don's not going to be asleep.
No, I know.
It's 5:00 for Don.
Well, he's in for his afternoon
Buddy
nap.
Don. He's calling Don
Yes.
a buddy duddy. That's what he's.
Yes, at my
But
age.
it's only
you need that.
5:00. He's not going to be asleep by
I
then.
know. Yes, no, I meant his
That's
afternoon
his
nap.
joke.
Yeah.
That's
Don,
Dave's
what
idea
was-
of a joke.
No,
Hey, Dave, is it a one-person play?
Don,
This is
you
the
are
one
the,
person, one
you are
monologue.
the only, you are one of the few people who will get it because it's about elitism, not racism, but it's like what do you call it, co-opting other groups as your own. I think, and also that you speak Spanish. I think you will love it. I think you'll get the learned version.
And we won't.
Thank you, Joyce.
You guys will, of course you will, but I think Don, because
We taught Spanish.
yeah. Don has taught Spanish, and I think it's
I think you'll all enjoy it, but Don will.
You mean this is about, you wrote a play about Alec Baldwin's wife, Hilaria?
claro.
Which I find hilarious. Which I find hilarious.
Well, I wanted to write a play about Alec Baldwin just because I wanted to take a shot, but
David, he'll hurt you.
Soon.
Bada bing, bada boom.
That's right.
Alec Baldwin will hurt you bad, honey.
No, I didn't play about Alec Baldwin, and all these people were triggered. But okay, enough.
Oh, dear.
I'm gonna die laughing. That's what's gonna happen on camera, which is how I want to go anyway. So there we are.
Do I have any more Alec Baldwin? No, shoot. Anyway,
Oh,
all right. So,
I don't even know if we have a gunshot on this one.
oh, we must. Hold on.
Hold on.
Wait, make sure it's a live round.
Oi,
That's it.
Do it again. Do it one more
That's
time.
not the good one. We have a much better sound machine. I don't know where it is.
It's in Miami. It's the Miami sound machine.
Ah,
Hello.
Red one's good here.
Here we go.
hey-oh.
Oh, that's a good one.
That sounded rusty to me.
Oh my god. Ah.
oh,
Anywho.
Come on, Don, you
wow.
must have one in you. Come on.
Oh my lord.
I'm just taking all this in.
I'm sure.
Wait, when is the cinematographer for Rust
Oh no.
like a news broadcast?
Mm-mm.
Do we get points for this?
Extra credit.
Dr. Sue, I don't think so. When is it? It's got to do with
Like a
the word
newscast.
shot. No, it's got to do with the word shot somehow. But I don't know.
Read the question again.
Wait, I'm not.
No. It's
there's
just
nothing to read. I just when does the cinematographer from Rust resemble a news broadcast?
When it's shot.
No, when she takes a bulletin.
Mr.
Did you just make that
one
up?
goes a
Yes, I
little
did.
bit far.
Don't
That-
encourage
that
him.
one-
What
That
a
one
mind.
hurts a bit. That one-
It should. Anywho.
Uh,
All right.
All right.
Round
Let's
two
start round two.
of our Today-Yesterday quiz. Vicky, are you ready for a question? Do you
am.
know what year this is? Okay, here we go. Multiple choice, 1887.
This takes longer than an undergraduate to graduate, right?
This is like what do they call a super a super senior?
Mhm.
Yeah. 1887 was the year. Accepted for publication by Ward Lock and Company is a short novel titled A Study in Scarlet. It's Arthur Conan Doyle's first Sherlock Holmes book, followed by The Sign of the Four, 2 more novels, and many short stories. Which of these was not a Sherlock Holmes story?
Ooh.
A.
Oh,
The Adventure of the Spanish Dandy. B. The Adventure of the Yellow Face.
Oh no.
C. The Adventure of Black Peter. Or D. The Adventure of the Greek Interpreter.
Ooh.
One of these was not a Sherlock Holmes story.
well, there's certainly a theme in that question, David.
Yeah,
Oh,
for sure.
yeah.
Okay, the adventure of
I'll do them again. The Spanish Dandy, The Adventure of the Yellow Face, The Adventure of Black Peter, or D. The Adventure of the Greek Interpreter.
boy.
Is it the Greek interpreter or great interpreter?
Greek.
Greek interpreter.
Yeah.
Oh my. I'm going to say the Spanish dandy. I don't know that for sure. I'm just guessing.
Final answer?
It is.
C. Es verdad. I'm trying to say what is the answer. What is the word for answer, Don? I forgot this. Pregunta y respuesta, right? Respuesta?
Respuesta.
La respuesta es verdad. A, the letter A, was not, the Spanish dandy did not exist. I made that one up. Well done, Vicki
Oh, I
Quade.
got it. I got it.
The
I
other,
actually thought that was real. I actually thought that was real.
Yeah.
which one did you think was not?
I thought the Greek interpreter wasn't because
No,
it was
that-
so
yeah.
blah.
I could get behind that one, but no, that was, I don't know what that means.
I thought perhaps the black pea was.
The Black Peter is really, really long, but I don't even know what that means. Don't even go there. Vicki, you have 4 points. You are leading in the game. Yes.
All right.
We are all going to be besmirched by some of
Yes.
your remarks.
Yes.
Just by proximity, no matter how far away from you we are.
That's exactly right.
It's like if you're in a small elevator and someone farts, you're carrying that for the rest
Yes,
of your
That's
life.
right.
Yeah.
The rest do. The
Leslie
fallout,
Hoban
as
Blake.
it were.
You have gone second, which means
Yes.
you get the second question in our second round. Here we go. Guess what, Leslie? You get this week's 3 clues in the news.
Oh, explain this for Don.
Okay. Here's the deal. This, unlike the other questions, is structured so that it has to do, in some ways, with something that's going on in the news. There are 3 words, 3 separate words. Each of them can connect to the word that we are looking for. Okay. They're not connected to each other. It's word, word, word. So it could be blank word or word blank. For example, and it's not Don's question. This is Leslie's. But if I say sample, sweet, it's not sample. If I say sweet couch vegetable, I'm looking for
Potato.
potato. Sweet potato, couch potato. Potato is a vegetable. Got it? Okay. Leslie, your 3 clues in the
He
news.
hasn't moved. Either he's frozen or he's just stunned. by
I was
this whole
like,
thing.
wow.
You just chill.
Say something.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay.
John, it's like I could be writing an op-ed right now. All right, here's Leslie. Here are your 3 clues in the news.
Sure.
Grand, hung, rig.
Jury.
Is that your final
It's the only answer. It's the only possibility.
Grand,
Yeah.
hung, rig.
Jury.
Yep.
Leslie's saying jewelry. Is that?
Yeah.
Aw.
Well, the verdict is in, and you are correct, Leslie Hoban.
Yes.
I'm very sad about the verdict that came in. It speaks so poorly of this country and the
Yep.
future.
Totally.
I agree.
Did you?
And
I don't know if it's true or not, but on either Stephen Colbert or the guy on HBO, Marr,
Bill Maher.
one of the 2 shows last night, they said that horrible guy who did this after the insurrection, send him a note asking if he wanted to be a page or an assistant or something in his office.
Really? Oh, horrible.
Oh, that's
It's
right.
Just
Say it again.
I missed that. I missed that
Explain it,
completely.
Leslie, explain it.
The guy who got 4 years because he had the.
No, I think it
no.
was a
One of the
Yeah.
senators,
Yes.
one of the young senators who put his arm up in sympathy with the insurrectionists at the time of the insurrection.
Right.
No, I don't know if it was a joke or if it actually happened,
Oh,
because
oh.
I was only paying attention. But said that he had been
Yes.
offered some kind of position in the guy's office in the Senate.
I thought it was a congressman.
Whoa.
I didn't think it was a senator. I thought it was a
Well,
congressman.
I'm very sketchy about exactly what, but it was.
But
I was
but
thinking
did
he
see
could
that
run
too.
on this. He can actually run for his own office on this in
Yes.
5 years.
Well, or he would be great in the Greek chorus, because if you ask, he literally cries on cue. It's like he's got this great cry face. Like,
I think there's something wrong with him. I think he's on the spectrum, to be honest with you. He doesn't.
okay, fine.
His whole demeanor is not quote normal, whatever the hell normal is.
And mine
But-
is Leslie.
Well,
What?
I think
I have reservations about all. I mean, I don't want to get into a political discussion when you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Dave. Sorry.
No, for various reasons. I mean, I agree somewhat, but I'm also not so left on this that is like, oh, it's obviously murder. No.
well, anybody who
Um,
shows up to a rally, a 17-year-old with an
a gun.
AR-45,
Yes.
anybody is looking for
Looking for trouble, absolutely, but also
Yes.
looking to defend the guy's store.
Oh,
Uh,
yes, sure.
You really
That's-
believe that? Okay.
I
Then
do.
I think
believe
it's best we don't discuss.
Discuss this,
You
right?
know,
Yeah.
So you know what, David, your new name will be?
If he was there to defend that person's
Oh.
property, he should have
That's
stayed
right.
at the property.
He drove 400 miles
Was it
with a
400?
loaded
Oh my
weapon,
God.
too.
No, it's not 400 miles. It's like 40
Whatever.
miles. You know,
Whatever. It could have been 400 miles.
no, it's not.
He was
I'm just saying,
hell-bent
if I had a
to get
store
there.
that was in the line of riot, I would ask for somebody to come help me defend.
It was a used car lot, apparently.
Yeah. Well,
He was
that
looking to shoot
damage.
somebody.
But then you
Any
should sit at the
17-year-old
used
who
car
brings a
lot.
rifle like that to
That's
a
right,
rally, a
that's for
peaceful
sure.
rally, is looking to shoot somebody.
Yeah.
Who's
It was
definitely
not a
deranged.
peaceful rally. It was
Yeah.
not.
I
But
mean,
if
if
he
you're
was
an AR-15 rather than just say like a self-defense pistol or something.
a baseball bat,
Have we
It's a baseball
forgotten
bat.
that the event he went to was the Black Lives Matter rally? Have we
That's
left
right.
that out of the equation completely?
What does that have to do with anything? That's why the white people were so scared, because Black Lives Matter's rally started peacefully, and then they all turned into riots, and
Well,
it
who-
caused millions of dollars of damage.
Who turned it into a riot was people like that.
Doesn't well.
that's
Don,
right. Don.
That's
Don,
not
I have
talking
a
politics.
feeling we're a little left of center here. I think we ought to leave it alone.
I'm also left of center. I'm just not, I'm not bending my wrist this way. So, anywho, I'm not bending it this way either.
Listen to a Rage Against
I'm going to
the
offend everybody. This is my job.
There's a Rage Against the Machine song, "Killing in the Name of." Just listen to
Right.
any political protest, right? Your Hattie Carroll, David.
Yeah.
You know, William Zinger killed poor Hattie Carroll.
Yeah, but that was just a fit of rage he threw at. He was guilty.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Let's just say this person was black. That person would be shot dead.
Good
That
question.
question, he
Spot.
never would have made, he would have gotten out of the car with the weapon and that would have been that.
Well, yeah. Well,
wouldn't
yeah.
have
No,
gotten-
I agree. It's a whole fucked up situation, but I'm
It
just
is.
not sure that I didn't watch the trial. I'm just not so sure that I can look at this whole thing and go, "Oh, first degree murder." Like, no.
Well, David,
I do.
the trial was on C-SPAN,
yeah, I
and
work.
I did watch the trial.
Yeah, yeah. And
So I'm just saying, I'm just saying my
you
my
watched.
opinion comes from having watched the trial, but
Yeah.
you don't want us to talk about it.
Well,
You want
my
us to
opinion
talk-
comes from Twitter. So there you go.
So
Next
I want to say
question.
one last thing about it. I just
My
wanna-
opinion comes from rumor.
The judge's behavior as
Horrible.
well, an arbiter. Let's
Oh,
say,
yeah, that was like,
shameless.
wow, yeah,
was
yeah.
shameless.
there's a
And then
retrial.
he praised the jury, not for their verdict, but for their demeanor.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you know, nothing. This is a. our
That does not
children-
compute.
Yeah, the justice system. I mean, let's be real. I have a friend who looks at stop and frisk and race.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you expect from a corrupt system justice, right? You can't.
Well, yes, that goes back to the Constitution, but it didn't work, you know?
Anywho, hey, we have a game here.
Good point, Joyce.
Everybody's like stewing now. They're like, oh, well, I'm never going to be on this game again. Don,
No, but I think we feel bad.
I want to
of
get
course
back
we
to the
do.
game. Did
a
I
bad
win those
situation all the way
2
around.
points? Did I win the 2 points?
You
Yeah.
did.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So now
Oh,
it's 4
I'm
and
taking
4.
away 2 points because I disagree with you politically.
It's 4 and 4, and then Don, come on, Don, you can get on the books. Come on.
Thank
Let's
you.
face it, this is your domain, Dave. You could do that if you wanted
I
to.
could. I am master of
Change
my
the
domain.
rules
There
any
we
way you
go.
want to.
Now, Don Perl, you're 4 points behind both Vicki and Leslie. So you've got
Yes,
some
I'm aware
work
of
to do.
that.
But you can get yourself halfway there if you
Halfway.
answer this question. 1911 was the year.
Oh God.
Receiving its first public performance today in Munich is Gustav Mahler's Symphony of Songs, Das Lied von der Erde.
Ah.
It has 6 movements, so we know it's not constipated. As translated to English, see, I'm on safer ground when I do those kinds of jokes. As translated to English, which of these is the title of one of those movements?
Could you read that again in the, yeah.
The Das Lied von der Erde has 6 movements in this song cycle. One of these is English translation of the title of one of those movements, okay? Which one is it? A, the wine grapes in my field. B, the drunkard in spring. C, dear wine seller, sell me your best. Or D, song of the drunken flowers.
Oh. Let's go back to the question. Oh,
Could you read it in the German more slowly?
9. I'll say them in a German accent in English. A, the wine seller's grapes in my field. B, the
David,
drunkard in
David,
spring.
David, that is Jürgen from the.
It's Jürgen from the Bake Show, yeah, absolutely.
Bake Off, yeah.
The drunkard in spring. C, dear wine cellar, sell me your best. D, song of the drunken flowers.
I wanted to hear the,
Werner Herzog there, yeah.
I wanted to hear the German, not the English.
I'm sorry.
You're not gonna get it, Don.
And remember, one of these was never German at all, you know.
David, you're missing what he's asking you for. He wants you to say the German title again.
Oh, of Das Lied
Thank
von der
you.
Erde?
Yes.
Das
Thank
Lied
you.
von der Erde.
Say it again.
Das Lied von der Erde.
Okay.
Well, oh, Don, do you know German? Is that one?
No, but I thought if you said it slowly enough, and then there's enough Yiddish in my background that I
Oh.
could put it together.
Right. Das Lied von der Erde.
Okay,
that
now what are
help
the, now what are the
So-
possible answers?
Oh, I like Das Rettenhaus von der Mörder. But no, we got A, the wine grapes in the field. B, the drunkard in spring. C, dear wine cellar, sell me your best. Or D, song of the drunken flowers.
I'm going to go for B.
B is the title of one of the movements in Das Lied von der Erde. Is that your final answer?
I'm going to say yes.
Ja, ja, wunderbar! That is the correct answer. It is the drunkard in spring, or in German, it's der Trunkene im Frühling. And the weird thing is that 2 of the 6 things are about drinking. There's also the first tune, the drinking song of the earth's sorrow. So, yeah, oh, that Mahler. What a kidder. And what a drunk, obviously. But yes, Don Perl, you get
Very good, Don.
Thank you very much.
points as we end
Am I
this.
the only person who thinks that Mahler looked exactly like Georges Kaufman?
Oh, I see that. I totally, the hair, absolutely.
The hair and the glasses, the whole thing, yeah.
Yeah, and they were both Jewish, which is, no, I'm not kidding. They were.
No,
both.
I know, that wasn't what I was thinking, though. It was just a visual that I was getting.
Yeah. No, that's a good call, Leslie. And I can
Thank you
call
so
it
much.
now that we have a 4-4-2 game. Vicki and Leslie.
And
tied
Leslie was
for
the one who understood what I was asking you.
Yeah, no, I
to
didn't get
clarify.
I get a half a point for that.
You
So
should.
thank you very much,
No,
Leslie.
because Don, I thought you were just asking me to translate those 4 things into German. I couldn't, because 3 of them I made up in English. I would have to literally go to
David, remember,
translator.
you're practicing your active listening skills, honey. Remember, that's a task.
Right.
Active listening, David. Active listening.
Thank you, Joyce. Keep him in line.
I'm an MC. I don't have to listen. All right, here we go. We have our 3rd and final round
We
here.
do. We have our 43rd and final round.
That's
And
the
now in
marathon
ninth
broadcast.
hour of our quiz, we can.
So here's the deal. We
Yeah.
have Vicki going first with another multiple choice question. So Vicki, you can take the lead if you get this right.
All right.
Again, all these questions have to do with November 20th in history. So November 20th, 1917. Declared today is the People's Republic of Ukraine, an early predecessor of the current Ukraine. According to the fact file, which of these is not true
Not
about Ukraine? Which of these is false about Ukraine?
Okay.
A. On top of a church in Ukraine is a statue of Jesus on the cross, nicknamed Flying Jesus, because the way it's tilted makes it look like Christ is flying over the church. B. The colors of the Ukrainian flag are blue and yellow. C. Ukraine produces more sunflower seeds than any other country in the world. Or D. Ukrainians wear wedding rings on their right hands, not their lefts. One of these is false.
I have no idea. So I'm going to say it is the sunflowers.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Well, I gotta say, Vicki, I like your backdrop, but you're looking kind of seedy. That is not the correct answer there. They do produce more sunflowers, in fact, than any other country in the world. We get a roll of die situation here. Oh my goodness. And it comes up half a boxcar I guess we're going to be calling it now. So Leslie
Oh, it
Hoban.
actually came up on my number. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it doesn't do that usually. So we
Oh,
got
it
a number
doesn't.
6. You can steal.
Okay. So my father and his parents escaped from the Ukraine. My
Oh.
father was born in Bessarabia, which now is Moldavia, and was one of those places that when, yes, now it's Russian, now it's German, everybody had to learn
Right.
16 different languages, one of those things. But that doesn't mean I know anything about the churches in
Ukraine, yeah.
thank you, Ukraine. So the church with the Jesus, I don't remember the others.
The colors of the Ukrainian flag
Oh,
are
colors are yellow and blue.
right. Or Ukrainians wear wedding rings on their right hands rather than their left.
I also lived on East 9th Street where there was a Ukrainian church. So every Easter they got those Ukrainian Easter eggs. But that doesn't help with the colors. Okay. I keep thinking the flying Jesus is the one in Brazil that actually is at the top of the mountain and above Rio. No, is Rio in Brazil?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I got confused there. Thank you very much. So I'm going to let Jesus stay where he is, and I'll only deal with the color or the wedding ring. Color, wedding rings, color, wedding. I'm going to go with the wedding ring.
So you're saying that is not true.
Yeah, it's arbitrary and it's probably true, but I don't know the answer.
Well, Leslie, it has the ring of truth, but I'm afraid, no, that is not the correct answer. So, oh my goodness, Don Perl, you can you can literally, you have the 50-50 shot of tying the game 3 ways here.
No pressure.
Come on, Don.
Yeah, right. So Don, which
Yes.
is not true about Ukraine?
It's either the flying Jesus or the colors of the flag,
Right,
one or the other.
is not
And
true.
what did you say the colors of the flag were?
Blue and yellow.
Blue and yellow. That strikes me as Greece. But anyway, the flying Jesus, I think Leslie was right. The flying Jesus is in Rio and not in the capital of Ukraine. So I'm going to say what is not true is the flying Jesus.
Is that your final answer?
I saw a look on your face, so I'm not quite sure. But I'm going to stick with it. I'm sticking with it.
Jesus Christ doesn't fly. You are a tied up contestant
Excellent.
guy. Yeah,
Wow.
Don Perl, well done.
I hate to tell you, but I screwed that question up because I thought I was looking for what was true.
I
not
know.
what was false.
I tried to let you know that. I
It's
said
okay.
not true.
I'm happy to have you tied, Don. I just, you know,
Oh,
Because when you were thinking it through, Leslie, you had it.
I
It
know,
was all
I
like
know.
that.
I had the answer.
I
It's
thought
okay.
about that too. Flying Jesus is somewhere, and where is flying
Yeah,
Jesus?
no, I literally I constantly get that confused. It's very, anyway,
But the magnificent
congratulations.
thing.
I'm glad we're tied.
But
Well,
what
I
made
think
it
Entering the third, now we play for blood. Now this
I
one-
think
Oh
it's very
my
cosmic.
God.
Yeah.
Now we play for
I'll be
blood?
I know.
Ooh.
But I do
That's
want
right,
to say
Dad.
this
The
is
gloves
really,
are off.
Yes,
Yeah, here we go.
gloves are off.
Nice.
The gloves are
just so you know, there is a church in Lviv. It has on the roof. It has a statue of Jesus, and he's not on the cross. He's not flying either. He's literally sitting in front of the cross, and it looks like he's taking a shit. It's one of the most
God.
ridiculous statues I've ever seen in my life. He's just literally like the thinker, only, and it looks
Like
like
the
his
thinker.
pants are off. Yeah.
No, that
Look
one's
like
called
thinker.
the stinker.
Oh, Mr. Peabody.
Mr. Peabody.
I drag everybody down to my level. That's my job. But they're all on the same level. It's literally a level playing field right now
Such a
because
great
Yeah.
each
game.
person here has
Yeah,
4
such a great
points.
game.
This I love when this happens.
Yeah.
Everybody's in the game. Everybody's tied with 2 more questions to go, and then we do have a tiebreaker, which we may need. My gosh, this is so great. Are you ready, though, Leslie? For your question? No, this excites me. I have nothing in my life, Don. My life is empty. I live for this shit. So come on.
Well, you wear the ankle bracelet so you can't go that far from home
This is
anymore.
true. It shocks me if I go around the block. Yeah. All right, here we go. Leslie Hoban Blake. What, Les?
Wasn't that my question?
No, that was Vicky's.
Then you have the next, then you
Oh,
have the
I
next
was
one.
trying to steal from you. Okay. All right,
So here we
sorry.
go. Leslie, you
So
can
you have the
take
next
the
one.
lead.
Give me a question. Let's go.
Give me a question. Any question.
Any
1959.
question.
1959 was the year. Okay?
Oh, wow.
Fired today from WABC Radio in New York is legendary disc jockey Alan Freed.
Hmm.
He is not fired for taking payola. He is fired because he won't sign a statement swearing that he didn't take payola.
Wow.
He had already told fans that he did.
Wow.
Yeah. 2 years earlier, Alan Freed had a potential hit TV show called The Big Beat, which was canceled after only 4 episodes. Why? A, the day after he signed the contract, Freed learned his agent had booked a 5-picture movie deal, and it took a month to get out of the TV contract. B, Freed had Frankie Lyman on the show dancing with a white girl, which caused an uproar in certain parts of the country. C, newly married Jerry Lee Lewis was on the show, which caused an uproar in certain parts of the country. Or D, Freed's wife hated New York and begged him to move back to Cleveland where their families were.
Which of
Wow.
those is true?
Which is true.
This is my question, right?
This is yours, Leslie.
Okay. Channel 13 just played Alan Freed's something. It wasn't The Big Beat, it was a movie. And it had all kinds of wonderful rock and roll legends from the 50s on it. I'm just saying. So Alan Freed, is I'm remembering Alan Freed from that. This is so interesting. Number one was the agent wanted to do the 5-movie deal and they had to cancel. Number 2 was Frankie Lyman. Number 3 was Jerry Lee Lewis. Number 4 was his wife wanted to go back to Cleveland. Wow, I don't know how I did that.
Yeah.
I do not know how I did that.
I
Sometimes
almost want
can't
to give you a
remember my
point
name.
just for remembering all that. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
It's taking
Okay,
precedence.
I'll take it.
I know,
I'm thirsty. I'm going to say it was Frankie Lyman and the white girl.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, if it wasn't on his show, it was on somebody's show that something like that happened. So I'm going to say yes.
Why must he be a teenager? It's true. Yep,
True.
that was the thing. The South did not particularly like watching Frankie Lyman dancing with a white audience member. And so, yes, 1959, those were the times.
Yeah.
Leslie, you are in the lead with 6 points.
Jerry Lee Lewis, we didn't like the fact that he married his 14-year-old cousin. That was the part
That's
that we
true,
didn't
but I
like
think
up
that
here.
was before 59?
Oh, I
thought that
don't
was
know. My
50.
Not
point
sure
was,
about-
he said that bothered other people. I was saying that's the part that bothered us, was the part that he
And I
married
think
a
she was
14-year-old
actually
girl.
13, which is even
I think she was
creepier.
13.
Yeah.
Which was creepier, that she was 13 or that she was his cousin?
It was a weird bat mitzvah, I've got to tell you. But,
Well, it's 2 for 1. You get the bat mitzvah and the wedding. You don't have to pay for 2
Right, yeah.
events, right? Everybody's there. What the hell?
come have a dance with your favorite uncle and father. Same day. All right.
Right.
Husband.
Right, and husband. Oh, anyway, that's a typical Appalachian wedding. But all right, here we go. We have one more question where it's still kind of anybody's game. Now, Leslie has locked herself in, no matter what, to being in the tiebreaker because she has 6 points. But now, Don, you can tie her, or if Don doesn't get the question right and it goes to Vicki. So we still have a pretty open game here. This is exciting. Don, can you feel the energy?
I can hardly bear it.
It's just like Jeopardy.
Pretty much. Here we go.
Done.
Pretty much.
2001 was the year. Released today on 143 Records, a sub-label of Warner Brothers, is the debut album of someone I know is your favorite artist, Don, Josh Groban. Titled simply, Josh Groban. Since it sold 5 million copies, other albums followed. Which of these is not a subsequent Josh Groban album? A, Grace. B, Closer. C, Harmony. D, Awake.
Oh my.
You're not a
Would you
super
be-
fan? You don't know?
Would you be willing to read that whole thing one more time?
German.
Yeah. Released
In German.
today is the debut album of Josh Groban, titled simply Josh Groban. Since it sold 5 million copies, other albums followed. Which of these is not a subsequent Josh Groban album?
Okay.
A. Grace. B. Closer. C. Harmony. D. Awake.
All right. I am just going to shoot in the dark.
Kind of like Kyle Rittenhouse, yes.
And yes, I think it's either Harmony or Awake. So I'm going for Harmony.
Is that your final answer?
It is.
Oh, I'm afraid I'm hearing dysphonia there. This is not the correct answer. I'm very sorry, Dawn.
That's what I was afraid of.
We will have to send you to the gas chamber for that.
Oh,
But I'm going to roll another die.
Good Lord. What kind of show is this?
Really?
I no longer know, Joyce. I actually,
Really?
after this morning, I have no idea.
Now, here's the deal. It comes up number 4. Oh, between Vicki and Don again. So, Vicki, this is your question to steal. I know you're a big Josh Groban fan.
Yeah, I don't know any of his albums. Okay, so they are Grace,
Closer or Awake.
Closer.
and Awake. Great Grace, Closer, and Awake. Boy,
That's tricky.
it is tricky. Could be any of them. You can make an
Yeah.
argument for any of them.
No, because he's a Broadway guy, right?
He did well.
Grace,
You did
Grace.
Broadway.
I think, yeah. he did.
Closer, and Awake. I'm gonna say Grace.
Is that your final?
Tell Vicki we're not eating.
That's right. Yeah.
But I got all the food behind me.
That was
So.
very good. Yeah.
No, you said, I'll say Grace. That's what you said. So
Yeah, that was very good. Thank you, Joyce. That was good.
very good, Joyce.
Well, goodness gracious me. That is the correct answer.
Is it?
Vicki Quade, you have tied the game. Woo, woo, woo. Because Grace was a Jeff Buckley album, but it is not a Josh Groban album. So, well done, well done. We
Okay.
have a tie game now.
Now we have to get our pieces of paper out.
Don, do you have a piece of paper and a pen? I forgot to mention this.
I'll find one.
I just wanted to say 2 Josh Groban things.
Yes.
One, did you see him in Comet on Broadway?
I didn't, but was it good?
Did you see the original one off Broadway?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I never
Oh,
saw
okay.
Great Comet.
Dave, whatever his name, the guy who wrote Comet, played it originally.
Malloy.
And the
yeah.
part is written for a schlub. He's a real non-entity. He played in Pudgy with glasses. Josh Groban is a kind of attractive guy if you
Oh, yeah.
squint in the right direction.
No, he
So
is.
it was
He's a
hard to
good-looking
buy
fella.
him.
Yeah.
It was hard to buy him as the schlubby guy, and he's not known as an actor. Those 2 things in my mind were a problem. Second thing is, even if you said the name of the album was Josh Groban, I wouldn't have known it was a Josh Groban album.
Yeah, but
He does have a gorgeous voice.
He
Yeah,
He
does.
does.
very good.
He does.
Did you know that Cardi B has an album titled Josh Groban? It's I don't know why she did that. It's a very
That I like a lot.
Thank you. That
I'm
one.
going to watch Cardi B tomorrow night. I am watching the ATMs for whatever they're called, the AMC, whatever they're called,
Whatever
the
they're called.
American Music Awards, AMAs. That's it.
Yeah,
I'm going to watch that just so I can watch whatever Cardi B says that has to get beeped out.
yeah, basically, yeah. Well,
Bleeped out, not beeped out.
I
bleeped
should
out.
have a thing on here that beeps me out, obviously. But we have a time.
No, we don't have one, do we, Joyce?
No.
We have Joyce.
We have yeah, she plays the sound
Who
effects.
occasionally will say something when it's really necessary.
This is the closest I've got. I've got my little harmonica.
Oh,
So, but it comes after I've already said something. So if I said something obnoxious, it doesn't get blurred out. I just go, hey, something obnoxious. Stupid thing. That's better. All right. Are we ready for our tiebreaker question? Because here's the deal.
Yes.
Either Vicki or Leslie can win the game. Don, you still play.
Or we could just be co-winners.
Yes, that could
She's
happen.
such a good. Her heart is so big. Your heart just expands.
See,
I want
I
to
don't
fight you
understand
to the
this
death
kindness.
I want to fight you to the death in the arena. That's what I want to do.
See, Leslie, you are half Jewish. That shows. There you go.
You don't
You
remember there being any
understand.
Jews fighting in the arena? That was
I
not
can't
where
bear
that
the
went.
thought.
We would lose to the Lions anyway, but all right, here we go. Ready for our question. This is the tiebreaker right here. And it's a
Yeah.
write-in thing. It's not a multiple choice. The year was 1998.
1998.
After a 3-week trial, a court in Afghanistan not only declared this person not guilty of murder in East Africa, but called him, quote, a man without sin. Who was on trial?
Oh, God. Afghanistan,
Yes.
murder in East Africa.
Mm-hmm. Mass murder in East Africa.
Oh, mass murder in East Africa. All right. Okay.
Now I have two answers. Now I have two answers.
Okay. Got it.
Okay.
I don't know
1998.
which one to use. I can't spell
Leslie, I
one
would
of them.
suggest using the correct one.
Do you speak
Sounds good.
Italian? Do you speak Italian?
Langul. No, all right.
Pangu. Pangu.
Don't mess with my nonna.
Don, do you speak Italian? Because you know Spanish.
Yeah.
I
So
can muddle
close.
through.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
What's a good Italian curse?
Stronza.
Santa Mozzarella.
No.
That's a cheesy
Hold
curse.
that up. That's not a
No.
curse. Stronza is borders on a curse. Stronza. Idiot.
But do you have any like Jewishy curses like, you should grow like an onion with your head in the ground? Do you have an Italian curse like that where they're not just like a curse word, but this should happen to you?
You should eat soggy pasta or something like that.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, you know what an Italian wine is?
What?
The pasta's not al dente.
Oh.
Ba-dum-bum.
Ba-dum-bum.
Or as I like to go,
That is now officially one of us.
Thank-
One of us. One of
Google
us.
gobble. Google gobble.
we accept you, Don. We do. I've corrupted him.
You could tell them my mother's curse, the Tyrolean curse.
What is the Joyce is saying? Her mom's Tyrolean
She's
curse.
Austrian, so she'll say Bazame Kul, which Don will know. It means,
Bazame cool means
Cool.
Kiss my ass, basically, right?
yeah.
Pasa's
Cool.
cool.
If you speak Spanish and French, which I do, you can understand Italian and you can understand any Romance language you can figure
Right.
out. Then
We
you
can
get to
figure it out.
German and you're dead because there's no connection whatsoever.
When the Jews do get to Germany, most of us were dead. This
That's
is what
right. That's right.
Anywho,
Anywho,
I'm going to read the question again in English. And when I do a 3, 2, 1 countdown on 1, everybody hold up your written answers in front of the camera. So it's all at the same time. Are you all ready?
yes.
The year was 1998. After a 3-week trial, a court in Afghanistan not only declared this person not guilty of mass murder in East Africa, but called him, quote, a man without sin. Who was on trial? 3, 2, 1.
I'm going to say Idi Amin.
Yeah, that's what I said on this one, but I put, I wasn't.
Don, I'm not. You hold up your Don. Where's
This
your?
is all I have with Amin.
Yeah, Idi Amin.
See,
Or I
I
thought
had
it,
Idi Amin
I thought
also,
it
and I
could be
changed it to
Gaddafi, too.
Gaddafi.
Well, I guess you don't know what I mean. Put your papers down. We actually do have a co-win situation between.
What's the answer?
The answer was our great friend Osama bin Laden.
Oh,
Because there was an
Oh,
embassy
really?
bombing. There were embassy bombings in Tanzania and Nairobi, U.S.
Oh.
embassies,
Oh.
on August 7th of that year. He was put on trial in Afghanistan, and lo and behold, a couple of weeks into the trial, they said not only is he not guilty, but Osama bin Laden is a man without sin.
Finest
Wow.
gentleman we ever saw since Rittenhouse. The finest gentleman since Rittenhouse. I have to
Wow,
tell you,
isn't that
that's funny that
amazing?
the three of us all thought Amin, though. That was the first thing that
Yeah.
came in. Then
Yeah.
I thought, no, that's too easy. So I went for Gaddafi.
yeah, I
would
thought
never have
Gaddafi
thought
too,
of,
though.
Gaddafi
not
is
have
North
thought of-
Africa.
Yeah.
I thought of that too.
that's
Yeah.
where I got confused. I don't know those Africas from each other. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So whatever happened after 1998? Did what happened to Bin Laden? Did he do anything? I don't know. I
I
think
don't know.
a Pete's
He
coffee.
came back into prominence in 2008, as I recall.
Oh, then yeah, something like what? Anywho,
10 years
Ah.
later, 2011, he died.
we
Well,
have
we should enjoy our co-crown. We have to walk around
Exactly.
like Sideshow wearing it together, you know.
That firm.
But here's the deal: everybody should
right.
celebrate because even though Don, you did not win, you got 4 points, which is pretty
You
fantastic.
did good, Don.
Very
You
good.
did real good.
Thank
But
you.
Vicki and
thought so.
Leslie, they are the co-winners in this week's
Co-winner.
Today. Yesterday, nice job, guys. Well done.
Oh,
And you'll tell that to David when you see him again. You know, go, yeah, well, so what?
Yeah, if he's up against you guys next week, maybe. Yeah.
Now, I
Oh,
can't, I'm not going
oh,
to be
yeah.
here next
Right.
week. Or wait a minute. Wait, I will be here next week.
You will.
It's the week after I won't be here.
You'll be gone December 4th. So you'll be here.
No, I won't. I'll be up in Connecticut December 4th. So
Right.
I don't think I can do it if I'm awake and I can get my phone working, I'll try if you want me to.
But next week you
But-
would be available if we wanted to do the quiz. You'd be around.
I will be around next Saturday. Yes, I will be around next
Ooh.
Saturday.
What about you, Vicki? Are you
Think I am. I'd have to check, but I think I'm okay.
ooh, maybe
We're celebrating Thanksgiving and my kids' birthdays the week of the 4th. So
Hmm.
that way I don't have to ride on the train while all the Thanksgiving people are there. My kids are very nervous about me traveling in crowds, you know, so I'm very nervous about it. I went to the West Bank. This is for David. I went to the West Bank where I had the party
Yeah.
for dinner the other night. And I've been in there a couple of times and it's been fine because it hasn't been crowded and the tables were distanced. This time they jammed a bunch of tables in. And initially they had us sitting next to another couple with about a half a foot of space. So I asked if we could sit at a big table. And then the people next to that came and I got really, really nervous. I don't want to be that close. You know, I'm not back to
the mask
theater
on.
yet.
You're eating and drinking. You have to have the mask off. It's not like you're just sitting
That's
there
the
watching a
point.
concert. Yeah.
That's the point. And they've got their masks off and they're eating and drinking. So things are flying in the air, you know, and it's an airborne disease. So I was really very concerned. And the numbers have gone up. Have you gotten your boosters? By the way, everybody can get a booster now.
Got it.
I'm thinking about actually. I will say that we had a meeting at work, not this past Monday, but a meeting at work. Our little group in this fairly small, relatively small, all around the table, and yay. And then by the end of that week, one of the people I work with who had both vaccinations, got breakthrough COVID. So I've been shitting bricks for Joyce more than me for the past week or so, and just
Get the booster.
I'm thinking about it. Yeah.
Why are you even thinking if that happened?
Do it.
Why is it even
Do
a
it,
thought
do it, do
process?
it.
Because I'm needle phobic.
No,
What,
no,
Don?
and get the flu
Get-
shot, too.
Come
Get
on.
tested.
2 seconds. Close your eyes.
Get tested.
They'll give
How
you
simple is
both. They'll
that?
give you the booster and the flu shot at the same time.
Yes.
In the same
Get
shot? Or
tested and
No,
get-
not
get
the same
vaccinated.
shot. They can't do that.
no,
But
I'm not going to do that. I'll get one, maybe, if I'm not so terribly chicken or something. But I feel fine. I'm just saying that I'm not going to the theater now for a while longer. I'm curtailing.
I'm due for a 4th shot because I'm immunocompromised. I have to wait a little while, but I'm due for
Yeah.
a 4th one.
Me
I'm
too.
just so happy that my kids can get the booster now. I'm just so happy. I mean,
Everybody
really.
can. David, why
I
don't you
have
get
adult
tested?
children, Don.
Don, I'm sorry, what was that?
Why don't you get tested? Since you were exposed, why
I
don't
will
you
on
get
Monday.
tested?
We have testing at our school, so I'm going to.
Yes. Go
Yeah.
there, get tested, and then get a booster shot.
Exactly. Thank you.
And they'll tell you, I'm telling you, and they will tell you, get the test, you'll know in 24 hours. I
Right.
was exposed this past week because I do these classes at the Immigration and Refugee Center,
Oh,
and somebody was exposed, and we were notified that we were all exposed because one of the
Right.
persons in the class had been exposed. So I got tested. The test
Right.
came back in 24, a little bit more than, I think it was 30 hours came back, and it was negative. So what a relief. And you will have that relief once you get tested and then get a booster.
yeah. I've been through that once way early on when it was really when everybody next to you had COVID. And I had friends over for outdoor, wine and cheese on the terrace kind of thing downside. I don't have a terrace, but the building has a terrace. And I got a note back like the next day saying, I'm so
Right.
sorry. I didn't know this when I saw you. I'd been exposed. The tracers came to me. They told me to get in touch with everybody. Then the tracers, I will say that the tracers were wonderful because they called. You know, I'm a third or fourth down the line kind of thing. And they called and they sent me a kit, but I went to the nearest Medicare, not Medicare, Medi-Right thing, and I had it done right away. I couldn't wait.
I just think the
Good.
great irony of my thing was that I last weekend went to my cousin's Bat Mitzvah, and I was pretty careful. But you know, you're eating. I wasn't dancing with anybody. But you know, for 2 friggin' days, all these people I haven't seen. You know, some strangers, some family, this around there. I don't get it. You know, thank God I don't have COVID. But no problem. No problem.
Well,
Someone
you
that I
don't
work
know.
with.
You don't know. See, that's
Yeah.
the thing. Like,
Yeah.
Well, you say it was a twice vaccinated person, which is really the scary part. What about the people at the Bat Mitzvah? Were they
Who knows?
vaccinated?
Well, a lot of them were, remember, a lot of these were 10, 11-year-olds. I'm assuming in order to attend, they had to have, at that point, gotten the shot, you know. But I just think it's very, very funny that I've heard no word of anybody at the party
Right.
getting
Right.
anything at all. But this one person that I'm working a big room
yeah,
with
but you
people,
may,
not even
Right.
near them.
you may not know. That's the thing. Like,
Exactly. What
Yeah.
Joyce is saying is right on. Get
Yeah.
tested,
Yeah.
get tested, and dare I repeat, get tested.
All right, yes, I will get to. I
And
promise.
David, as far as going back to the theater, you know, I'm not going to go back till February, if then, but certainly not until then. And I'm still waiting for the other shoe to drop. Theater has been going on now. People are pushing it together in the lines to get in. They're wearing masks.
Wear
They're wearing
masks the
masks,
whole
but they're
time.
sitting on top of each other. So
Well,
I
I
am
want to go to
very
that show.
no, but
Yeah,
see,
right.
it's the
We
fun-
haven't heard of anybody. We haven't heard of any cases via theater yet. And I'm thinking, all right, it's been 2 months since
Yeah.
the theater's
Yeah, but
been
wait
open.
until Thanksgiving when everyone starts flying. You know,
Well,
I
that's
know.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
know.
it's different.
And also, the people at the theater have not been from out of the United States.
right.
yeah, they've not been
Right.
on planes. It's been mostly local. Yeah.
So when that crowd comes in, I really wonder. So I mean, we're in for a bad winter, whatever happens. It's not going to be maybe as bad as last winter, but they've warned us to be, prepared for this winter not to be great.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'd rather err on the side of that and then be happy that it doesn't happen than, think,
I
oh,
got
la, we're all fine. And then, drop dead.
Exactly.
Yeah, all right.
Exactly.
Guys,
Well
it was
said.
wonderful to see you. Vicki, wonderful to co-win with you. And want to you too.
Winners,
Have a
winners!
lovely.
Now, Don,
We'll see each other.
Have
We
a
might
wonderful
see each other.
Thanksgiving.
Well, we
Thank
might
you very
see
much.
each other.
Wonderful Thanksgiving. I so
Yeah.
appreciate the invitation. Wonderful to visit with you. And let's do it again sometime.
absolutely.
Okay, Don. We'd love
Guys,
to have you. I
Thank
know.
you so much.
Okay.
Let me just remind people real quick. Go see Vicki Quade's play, Late Night Catechism, and when is Holy Ghost Bingo?
It's in the chat.
Christmas bingo.
Christmas
Christmas bingo starts the day after Thanksgiving.
Oh, so like next week you can start seeing Christmas Bingo at the Greenhouse in Chicago. And Leslie, you co-host with Charlie Gross, Critics Circle, the YouTube show.
We're all over the place this week because we have 2 shows up, which has like 16 people. I mean, we have you, we have David Stewart, we have Isa Goldberg, we have Eva Heineman, we have Charlie's daughters. It's Charlie's daughters, Miriam, 2 separate shows.
Oh,
Charlie went to
wow.
his vault and got, I think I mentioned this last week, Sherry Lewis and Lamb Chop. And we also did an interview we have a lovely little off-Broadway, way off-Broadway theater on East 4th Street, off 2nd Avenue.
What, the
And
Crane?
it's called the Metropolitan Playhouse.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And they're doing, and Alex Rowe, who runs it, is an old friend of mine from San Francisco. And he came to New York and he got involved with this theater, and now he's the AD. And he managed to bring back a play that he was going to do before the pandemic called The Radium Girls, about the horrible things that happened to those poor, it's like the Shirtwaist Factory, those poor girls who were
Oh,
working for a penny an hour, and they were
1911.
dipping the thing against their tongue to paint the radium on the dials. So it's a play. It's not an old play. He usually does old plays. This is a fairly new play, but it's an important subject, and there's been a movie and a documentary about it. So now there's a play down there.
And by the way, the reviews were glowing. So there you go.
oh my lord.
Yes. Yes.
Oh my lord.
I'm going to say goodbye.
Yeah, on that note,
Good night,
That
everyone.
note,
Thank
right.
you, Don. Great to see you.
Thank you very much.
So let me make sure I remove you
bye,
properly.
everybody.
Bye-bye, Don.
Bye.
Don. Leslie, hope to see. We might actually do a quiz next week if I can get you in. And Vicki.
Okay, and we need to get you back on the show, Dave. So talk to Charlie about what you want to do next.
Well, I'm not going to the theater, so what the hell am I going to do?
Oh, you're never going back?
Tell Leslie about the thing we saw away from here. She could watch it.
If she sees it, I think you got one more day maybe. There's a really, I absolutely recommend to both of you.
Leslie, yeah.
There's a benefit for the Actors Fund that was put together by, of all people, a friend of the Daverhood, Lisa Loeb.
It's all Brown alum.
I know who Lisa Loeb is.
Yeah, so she's an alumnus of Brown University, and they got all these Brown people to do these 5 to 10 minute musicals, put them together as a benefit. It's virtual. It's all.
And what is it on?
I think it's Broadway.
I'll send.
Please,
if you donate,
send me something.
Yeah.
It sounds charming. I have nothing particular to watch tonight.
And some of them are very, very good. Some of them are really, funny.
I'm having Charlie come down to watch In the Heights, and then we're both going to watch Tick, Tick, Boom, and then we're going to review those.
In the Heights and Tick, Tick, Boom. Who did those musicals, Leslie?
No.
There is a connective tissue.
Is there really? Is there?
There's a connective tissue, as one would say.
Can I tell you, I was
the thinnest of membranes. The thinnest of
Sounds
membranes.
like my brain, yeah.
So in
Making these two things connect.
Well, I consult.
And the name is Joyce's favorite name, and I'm afraid if I say the name, it will trigger her.
Yeah.
No, I was watching, so I observed trainers, people who do technology training, and the one woman was in Spotify, and she wanted to pick a musical or something Broadway, and she typed in Hamilton, and I said to myself, do not fail her because she picked Hamilton. And she did very well, but it just, I was like, I had a little,
Yeah. I don't know why. For people who tune in and don't understand this, Joyce just has this thing against.
It's like mentioning the name, like you never say the name of the Scottish play in a theater.
It's like Kyle Rittenhouse, not the Hitler, but this guy.
So Joyce, a quick question: are you going to watch In the Heights and Tick, Tick, Boom?
If David wants me to, I'll watch it with him.
Oh,
just
that's
for
so.
him.
Yeah, I might. I mean, I've seen In the Heights.
I guess that I misunderstood. I thought all this time you liked him.
No. She has a thing. She just.
But you have to understand that I never was given the explanation. Only the.
There is no explanation. I mean,
so the name was said over and over and over again, and I thought that meant you liked him.
No,
she hates names where there are 3 names in one.
Yeah.
And one of them ends in a vowel.
John Wayne Gacy.
Yes, right.
He reminds me of a friend of David who's a narcissist. So, like narcissists, I don't care for.
It's not even. I don't get it. And by the way, she also hates Mark Lynn Baker for no.
I like him.
Could you do us a
I have
favor?
3 names. What are you going to do about it, lady?
That's right.
I like Leslie.
That's right.
Leslie is accepted.
Only
Hoban she
males.
doesn't like, though.
Only
Leslie
males.
she likes. Hoban she hates.
Right.
Could you do us a favor, Dave? Could you send us a link, the link to your
Yes.
play tonight?
Also, yes, absolutely. It's at 7:00 Eastern, which is
Okay.
6 o'clock.
I can send it to Vicki. I can chat her on
Please,
on
yeah.
Facebook.
Right. If
But
you
if
could
you
do
You
that,
have to
just
put
give
a
us a
little
link.
more
Take an
effort to
experiment.
send it to me. You can message me the way you do the notes about I can get it from the message
Yeah.
thing.
Because what I'll do is I'll just send you to the page of the.
Congratulations, we didn't know anything about this. You were doing this one out in the.
Well, it's small. It's like 3 minutes long. The play, it's
Well,
part
it's
of the
gonna
whole.
be
I don't know how to write a 3-minute play. Isn't it a monologue if it's 3
Yes.
minutes long and one
Yeah.
person does it? Okay, that I know how to do. I wrote 100 monologues. I didn't stop until I hit 100.
I think I sent Vicki the link on Facebook.
You wrote 100 monologues, Leslie?
I wrote 100 monologues. They were done in shows. They all had the name Sideshow in the title. It was Sideshow Horror, Sideshow this, Sideshow that. And they
100 of them?
vaguely had
Yeah.
because it was long before we knew each other. It was back in the early 90s. You and I met when we went up to the drama critics thing, the theater critics thing. And they were all done at Lincoln Center. I directed some, other people directed some. I had wonderful people acting in them. Then I moved them. Then we did them at around the corner at my mama's gallery. We did some of them. I mean, they were done in other places, and some are in books. I mean, I was very successful with them. Pardon
What
me?
was the overall title?
Well,
Sideshow Spanish D&D.
that was it. Sideshow Spanish Dandy. That was the most famous one. And then the others were the name of the piece that I can remember that's in a book of it's called Grand Entrance Monologues is NIMBY, N period, I period, M period, B period, Y period, NIMBY, which of course is not my backyard.
Right, yeah.
Nothing has changed. These are from the 90s. Nothing has changed. I had a monologue about a guy who was swept out from under the George Washington Bridge with the whole, where they had put electricity in, and they had little roofs that they were making, and they had a community, and they were swept out, and he's trying to pick up a few pieces so that he can move on. And that hasn't changed. And then there was another one, which you don't hear too much about these days, but I wonder if it's going on. There was a spate of police suicides in the late 80s, early 90s. It was every day there was somebody else. Now it's cab drivers. But I wrote a piece about the mind of a guy who wanted to commit suicide, and you realized why. But he was in a padded cell. You don't know he's in a padded cell. You don't know where he is. You know, it winds up that he's in a padded cell, and he's asking the doctor, "Can he leave now? Can he leave now?" And of course he can't.
Wow.
But I mean, I thought of those three because the things haven't changed. I'm not sure about the police suicides. Right now, there's so much, other stuff going on that doesn't seem to be that.
No,
There's a lot of, but there's military suicides.
Weren't there three suicides after the attack on Congress? I thought 3 of those police officers committed
Yes,
suicide.
they did. You're absolutely right.
There you go. So it remains.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought of them, but it was different with them. And I don't know if 1 or 2 of them may not have somehow been involved, and that may be why that nobody will ever know for sure.
Yeah.
But my mind goes immediately to what's the book.
Yeah.
Well,
We could keep this going, but
I
I
didn't realize that you had written a lot. I saw as a director and an actress. I never knew that at a certain point you were.
Oh yeah. When I made the switch, I smoked a lot of dope, which is very freely. It's very creatively free. I don't do that anymore because when I became a writer, I couldn't do that. I had to block down so I could, stick to facts and make sure everything was right. It was not a flight of fancy anymore.
Yeah.
So I had to, it's interesting the way that goes.
So Vicki, how much dope do you smoke?
I'm way too busy.
There's
a show for you nuns who smoke. There's a show for you. Wow, that would be
smoking or non-smoking.
Yeah. No, people ask Joyce all the time. People ask my wife all the time, Joyce, do you have any dope? And she says, yes, for 23 years. So, thank you very much. On that note, thank you guys. Happy Thanksgiving this week.
Definitely let me know if you want to do next week. Just give me a call.
Got it. Guys, have a great week. Joyce is sending.
I send you the thing to send to Leslie, but I'm also going to direct message Vicki. I'm going to send her the actor's fun one too. She'll like it.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's really
Thank
good.
you. I'd love to know that one also. Yeah. Love your table, Vicki. Wish I could join you at it.
All right. Take care.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
See you soon.
I sent you, David, an email to send Leslie.
God.
Thank you, Joyce.
Bye, Les.
Bye. And we are good. We are good. Woo! It is, oh my God, it's like 25 to 1 here in the Daverhood on this.
This is the quiz that
never ends. The 825th episode of Dave's Gone By. With me, Dave Lefkowitz, my wonderful wife, Joyce, and such wonderful, wonderful friends of the Daverhood. Hunter, are we even going to do Greeley Crimes at all times, or should we? We'll do a short one.
Why did I send it to Hobo?
Oh, I don't know. We'll do Greeley Crimes at all times. We still have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned to do, and our friends of the Daverhood as well. So you know what? Let's get criminal.
Registration for David's play to you, and then link to the benefit play together apart.
For everybody who tuned in late and doesn't know what we're talking about, I have a short play, a monologue, a one-act play that is being done tonight as part of the Playground Experiment Faces of America Monologue Festival. It's the third one that they've done. It's kind of neat. Also, the monologues go into a book that they publish when this is all over. But if you want to see the live monologues tonight, it will start at 7 o'clock Eastern. Go to the website for The Playground Experiment. There's also a link on the Dave's Gone By page and also on davelefkowitz.org. You can go right there, register. It's absolutely free, although, of course, they want you to donate to the Actors Fund if you can. But check it out, The Playground Experiment. Anyway, let me get up the old, first time today, get up the old iTunes to play the music that brings us into a bit of weirdness and criminality coming to you from northern Colorado, where there are 2 stories weekly in the Greeley Tribune newspaper, and they have to do with weird things that either go on now, that are on the police blotter at the local police department in Greeley, or that were in the paper 100 years ago. We mix them up and we call that segment Greeley Crimes and Old Times. Yeah. Yes, Greeley Crimes and Old Times it is. And so, let's have a little bit of criminality, dear. These are phone calls that come into the police dispatch from like a week or 2 or 3 ago.
Oh, good. Vicki got the stuff.
Oh,
going
excellent.
on.
And also
Dexter.
things that were in the newspaper back in 1921 in northern Colorado. Then, the things that seem kind of fun and nostalgic in retrospect. Oh, there. Oh, hello. You there? We have a call from 17th and 17th. I don't think we've ever had that before.
That's getting closer to than the vortex.
17th Street and 17th Avenue in Greeley reported removing 37 cats out of an apartment.
Oh, hold on.
Ugh. Wow. Yeah. Huh. And they were going to delay it, but then she said, no, we have to do this right now. Yeah. A caller on 18th Street. Oh, here's that caller again. Caller reported 3 men going door to door with a bottle of Febreze.
Oh, Lord.
What does that say about your neighbors?
Well, for a long time, the town did have a reputation of being stinky.
It
maybe
still does.
Maybe they were challenging the,
Huh?
Uh-oh.
This is important. This is exciting.
Oh, wait, my nose looks like a rip.
All right.
Okay.
We have an alert
Yeah.
for 8th and 8th. 8th and 8th alert! 8th and 8th alert! This is very important because sometimes we get stories that happened at the vortex, the Bermuda Triangle of northern Colorado, that is 8th Avenue and 8th Street. Or is it 8th Avenue and 8th? Either one. 8th and 8th. This is an 8th and 8th alert, my friends. A caller reported a woman who left out a big bowl of dog food.
And.
This makes the news. No, there's no and.
And.
That's the beauty of it. Someone reported another person for leaving a bowl of dog food on the street.
You
A big
sure
bowl.
We're not missing some.
It's almost more like a haiku if there isn't.
That's disturbing. There must be some part that we're missing.
There should be, don't you think? But no.
Okay.
Let's do an old time thing.
Sure.
These are items that were actually in the newspaper of what was called the Greeley Tribune Republican back in 1921. More than 1,000 novels are written every year in America. 10 are read, 2 are remembered. Wow, profound, huh?
I just fell asleep during that.
Well, you know what's going to wake you up?
Mm-mm.
Oh, actually, this would be more appropriate. A hobo alert!
me tinnitus. My ears are ringing.
Well, I'm ringing with delight for a hobo alert because back in the day, 100 years ago, hobos were always making the newspaper, not in a happy way. The hobos made merry at Seeley's Lake Thursday afternoon. Actually, the hobos are members of the Delta Sigma Epsilon sorority.
What?
They had a picnic at the lake, followed by an afternoon of dancing.
So they made them hobos?
So I guess they dressed up like hobos to have fun at the lake. Those sorority girls.
No, I think they were just saying they're hobos because they were lazing around at the lake. They were they were like lollygagging.
In the big rock candy mountain, the Delta Sigma swoon. I don't know. There was a column also in the paper 100 years ago. This is a quote. What a peaceful old world this would be if all the stubborn and avaricious people were eliminated, leaving only us. Yes, us the humble. There you go. And, wow, not even any news in the paper here. There's an advertisement. You know, if you're, especially before Black Friday, a sale on boys' suits is now taking place at Hibbs Clothing Store. A boy's suit.
A baby.
That's a very young boy. A boy's suit comes with 2 pairs of knicker pants for only $9.75.
Worth every penny.
The extra pair of knickers really works wonders, making sure.
They wet themselves instead of young they pee-pee?
No, actually, this kind of makes sense. It makes sure that the suit lasts twice as long as usual. Because I guess pants get a lot more for a boy on the knees and everything, versus the jacket doesn't. So that's kind of cool.
That's very smart.
Less than $10 at Hibbs. Get yourself down to Hibbs.
I think we missed the sale, honey.
Really? Oh well. Rabbi Saul goes there because he's Hebrew. All right. Anyway. 100 years ago, a weekly newspaper here in northern Colorado printed a mean message. We'll call her Miss X because they just left a blank after the word. Because Miss, we won't use her name, who claims to be just 20 years old, is visiting with her twin brother, who is 31 years old. Something odd there, unquote. That's cute. I gotta give them that. And then one more column before we was there any news in 1921?
I think they just made up I guess like you said, sometimes you have to have filler, right? That's filler.
Yeah. Well, here's one. This really fits Leslie's more things change, more they remain the same. This was a column in the paper. When you see an old man alone, you are looking at someone very sad. If you see an old man with a very young wife, you are looking at someone very rich. That's good.
Here we go.
That works 100 years later. It'll work 1,000 years from now. That's good. That was nice. Yes. However, sometimes things do change. Here's another aphorism from the Tribune 100 years ago. They say money talks, but you can't pay a bill over the telephone, which doesn't work at all anymore because now everybody's paying their bills over the telephone. So, yeah. Let's get back to some crime. Crime from Greeley, Colorado. Here's a caller, or a man, I should say. A man on 23rd Avenue said he was approached at the supermarket by 2 men who asked him about religion. He was concerned that the men were involved in sex trafficking.
Maybe they tried to kidnap him.
Well, maybe. That could be. That could be.
It could be kidnapping.
Meanwhile, a caller on 9th Avenue reported a man was standing on the corner and stalking the neighborhood with a hammer.
Oh my God.
If he had a hammer,
that's creepy.
he'd hammer it. Yeah, no, if I saw a guy walking around with no other tool, that's the funny thing. You could walk around with a whole toolkit, and people go, he's a workman. He's a person with, plumbing outfit or something. Architect or working on houses. But if you just have one tool and you're walking around with it, it's like, guy with a hammer, scary. It's like, anyway. A caller on 27th Street, I don't get this at all, 27th Street reported a man urinating
Oh.
alongside the pool. So, as opposed to in the pool,
Well,
which
that's
is
better. That's actually
most
better.
obvious. Well, yeah, because it doesn't. But why would you? I guess some people need to look at the water in order to be inspired. And it's like, he's pee shy going in front of a truck on the street or finding a tree. But a swimming pool. There's and I can see the filter thing that's making the bubbles. Oh, I think I'll go there. I don't know. Let's do something elsewhere, because every week on Greeley Crimes and Old Times, we go to a different place in the world, even though it's not from Greeley, Colorado, for some odd, unusual news. And this is a pip. Today, and Rabbi Saul will be thrilled about this, we go to Jerusalem, Israel. This was reported by CBS News. It went all over the place. A beauty pageant was held in Jerusalem last week for Holocaust survivors. 10 contestants competed for the title of Miss Holocaust Survivor.
Oh.
Contestants aged from 79 to 90 competed in the showcase. They had their hair and makeup done. They wore gowns and sashes down the catwalk. Should the words Holocaust and catwalk ever be in the same story? No. Organizers say it is meant to give respect to the dwindling number of Jewish women who endured the Holocaust and rebuilt their lives in Israel. This year's winner was 86-year-old great-grandmother Selina Steinfeld, with she had a big smile and suspiciously bright red hair. Only her colorist knows for sure. Shimon Sabag, whose organization Yad Ezer Lechaber
What does it mean?
produces, it's something about helping a friend, I think. Hand of friendly help.
Okay.
Produces the pageant, and he said physical appearance counts for only 10% of the criteria. You think? They're 87-year-olds. It's like, not finding the next Vanessa Williams there, I don't think. But anyway, how do you feel about that? Because beauty pageants are a sexist thing to begin with.
I think that they're trying to make it like celebratory that the women are alive, but you could have like a dinner, or you could have some celebration where you give them something.
Right.
I don't think you need to have beauty pageants.
I think they should have a shot put contest.
Oh, you love shot put.
The one who doesn't drop it on her toe wins.
I would fail.
Anywho, let's go back and do a little bit more crime, and then we'll move on with the program Dave's Gone By, which this is. A caller on 10th Avenue. Oh my God, I wonder if this is the pool guy. She said she thought a man urinated on her property because there was a puddle that wasn't caused by rain.
How?
Why that wouldn't be necessarily like a stray animal?
Yeah, couldn't it be like a neighbor walking their dog or something?
Could be a lot of different things, but she just assumed someone peed on her property.
That neighborhood is a little messed up.
It's a little sketch. It is.
That neighborhood's got a lot. They need to like check out their HOA or something.
This is cute. This is from 100 years ago. In preparation for the big game, and you can tell this is really old times because our football team in Northern Colorado hasn't had a big game in 100 years. In preparation for the big game, the Greeley Courthouse was decorated in the Greeley High School colors this week. However, someone released a goat on the courthouse lawn, and it ate grass while wearing Longmont High School colors. Oh, those rivalries. Oh, boy. Those were fun times back then. Okay. Let's... This is actually, I found, for the first time, I think, in this whole thing, a serious crime. 100 years ago, a Greeley man had a grouch against a Wellington resident. I love that. Grouch is a noun.
I thought grouch is a verb, you said.
No, it's still a noun. I guess you can be, no, but grouch is always a noun. But I'm saying he, not like Oscar.
Like he had a complaint.
Yeah, he had a grouch against a Wellington resident. So he used an axe to smash into the man's house shack. House shack, baby. he destroyed a new stove in the shack, which was the ornament of the owner's pride. The man is now in jail. Wow. Do you know his motive?
No.
Just ask him. I'm sharp today. Yeah. Let's get back to new crime and then we'll end the segment. And not a moment too soon. A caller requesting help from police. After her 2-year-old grandson locked her out of the house.
Oh my goodness. Kids do that a lot.
Yeah.
When I babysat, that was my fear. When I always had keys in my pocket,
Yeah.
because I was, they think it's funny, and then they lock you out, but they can't let you back in.
Right,
Because
exactly.
they
Yeah,
don't know how to open all the advanced locks they did. I always used to carry keys to the house in my pocket.
Yeah.
Like we had a school uniform, and I'd carry it because I knew one of the kids would lock me out.
I used to carry bagels because if I had to deal with locks, I thought, yeah, I'm going to be ready. See, my offensive jokes are so much better than those. I should have ended with that one. That was actually cute. Oh well. Let me do another. Let's have a heroic story to end this week's Greeley Crimes and Old Times. This is from 100 years ago, and it's about your friend and mine, Harvey Vanderlip. Harvey Vanderlip saved the day at the Sterling Theater in downtown Greeley. When a fuse box in the theater caught fire, Vanderlip ran from his seat, scrambled up a light pole, and pulled the burning box from the pole.
Good Lord.
And that is not a metaphor, that's an actual real
Is
thing.
he Spider-Man?
Well, he then fixed the line circuit so the theater didn't lose power.
What is he? He's like a Superman.
That's a man's man. That's Ant-Man,
He's
rolled into
Superman,
one.
yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to dedicate this segment to the great Harvey Vanderlip.
He's like, finally.
That's
use
right.
my electrician skills.
Harvey Vanderlip, and of course, as Groucho Marx sings, Horace Greeley too.
Mr. Horace Greeley was no fool.
No, he wasn't.
I'm sure that you'll agree with me that Greeley was no fool.
What he is getting at is that Mr. Greeley was no fool.
Yippee-yi!
Yippee-yi, 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 yi-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi, yippee-yi.
It is just a couple of minutes before 1 p.m. Eastern Time here in the Daverhood. Yes, we've gone a full hour overtime on this episode of Dave's Gone By. How does that happen? You know how it happens? Because we have amazing guests. We spent over an hour with Christine Lavin earlier in the show. She was talking to Rabbi Sal Solomon. If you missed it, don't worry. We've saved the interview, of course. We'll be saving this whole episode, which you can watch at davesgoneby.com. But Christine Lavin, whom you can go see Monday night live at Birdland in Manhattan, over on West, I think she said 44th Street. Birdlandjazz.com is the place. Go get your tickets. She's wonderful. Go see her. And check out her website, ChristineLavin.com. So Christine Lavin is an old friend of the Daverhood.
She's an alum. Say alum.
Yeah, she's a Dav alumnus. No, that's terrible.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah. She's an alum of the Daverhood. She's a hoodlum.
Yeah.
Get it? Hoodlum? Yeah. Anyway, she's a new old friend of the Daverhood. Plus, of course, we've had Don Perl and Leslie Hoban Blake and Vicki Quade. They are friends too. We keep track of folks who have been on this program since we started back in 2002. We kind of let you know, hey, what are these great friends of the show up to? And therefore, we call this segment Friends of the Daverhood. So, for example, want to let you know that, we talked about this before, but I will remind everybody, it's really, really good. There's a virtual kind of a Zoom show of mini musicals.
Oh, I put it in the chat.
Yeah. So if you actually go under, while you're watching this on Facebook, you can click and watch the benefit that they did for it was the Actors Fund, I believe, was for the benefit. Lisa Loeb conceived it. She did a lot of the lyrics. She put the whole thing together, and it's quite good. And Anne Harada is in one of the mini musicals as well. It's on Broadway on demand. It is a free thing to watch, but they obviously want you to donate if you can. It's called Together Apart, because it was all mini musicals about life during the pandemic. Together Apart, and some of them are really, really good. Want to let you know also, speaking of things that are online, on Broadway HD, you can watch Stevie Holland in her show Love, Linda. It's all about Cole Porter's wife. Yes, Cole Porter was married, much to the problematic relationship with Linda. She's singing Cole Porter songs, of course. Check it out, Love, Linda, on Broadway HD. Playing just tonight, they're doing a reading of Mrs. Warren. Oh, no, it's not a reading. I think it's a whole production of Mrs. Warren's Profession, Last Time to Catch It, featuring Karen Ziemba and Robert Cuccioli. It's the Gingold Theater Group off Broadway. Go see it. And then tomorrow is, I think, your last chance to catch Dear Jack, Dear Louise at the George Street Playhouse. It's Ken Ludwig's play. He was just on the show a couple of weeks ago. Dear Jack, Dear Louise. Maybe look it up. It's in New Jersey, the George Street Playhouse. I'm not sure if that is the opening night or the closing night, and it's running a while. But go do the Googling yourself for Dear Jack, Dear Louise. It is your last opportunity tomorrow to catch Julie Halston in Fairy Cakes at the Greenwich House Theater. Also, tomorrow, November 21st, David Cale is doing one of his shows at Pangea in Manhattan. Now we move to Monday night, where our musical friend Frida Payne, remember Band of Gold, Frida Payne, she will be at Birdland. She's got the 7 o'clock gig, and then stay on and go see Christine Lavin at 8:30, also at Birdland, birdlandjazz.com. Jorma Kaukonen and Jack Cassidy will be playing with Electric Hot Tuna and our other friend, the David Bromberg Quintet. They'll all be at the Paramount Theater in Huntington on the 26th, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's Friday night at the Paramount in Huntington on Long Island. Playing now through the end of next weekend, Hun? We have...
Wait a minute, I gotta find, okay.
An Austin Pendleton alert, because Austin Pendleton, yes, the multi-talented director and actor Austin Pendleton is in a play called The Dark Outside, being done at Theater for the New City over on First Avenue. You have another week to see that. And then playing now, now through next Monday. On Monday nights, we were speaking of Pangea before, Sidney Meyer is playing there. Pangea is on 2nd Avenue at 11th Street. So go see him either this Monday or next Monday, the 29th. I want to let you know that on Playing Now through... Is Monday the 29th? I get that stuff confused. But Meyer plays on Mondays from now until
Well,
end
it is
of November.
because this Monday's the 22nd, and a
Right.
week from that is the 29th.
Oh, yes, it is. Okay. Letting you know that every Saturday, Eric Comstock and Barbara Fasano are playing Birdland, and they're doing songs from the American Songbook. Now through, the end of January, on Broadway on demand, you can see our friend Danny Burston in a new musical comedy called Estella Scrooge. Kind of a cool holiday musical, and Danny Burston is in it. Willard Manis, our writer friend, our theater critic friend, Will Manis, has a radio-style play called The Journal of the Plague Year that is being done in California from Right Act Repertory at the Brick House Theater in North Hollywood that is running now through the middle of December. Gabriel Barry is directing the play A Turtle on a Fence Post, playing at 555 West 42nd Street. I do believe that is closing this weekend, so you better make tracks. Ray Bahour is co-producing a play called A Sherlock Carol, which is kind of mixing up the Dickens story with speaking of Arthur Conan Doyle, who was figured in our quiz today, that is at New World Stages on Theatre Row, a Sherlock Carol, now through the beginning of the year. On Broadway, you have La Chance in Trouble in Mind. It's a roundabout theater production at the American Airlines Theater. It just opened this week, and the reviews are uniformly terrific. So go see Trouble in Mind at the American Airlines Theater, playing now through early January. Also through early January at the Ethel Barrymore Theater, Waitress, featuring Dakin Matthews. Aladdin, which is co-written by Alan Menken, that is at the New Amsterdam Theater. J.O. Sanders is in Girl from the North Country at the Belasco, and Darren Lee Cole, who owns and operates the Soho Playhouse, he is doing a show there that he co-wrote called Tammany Hall, kind of an immersive show about New York politics of another era. Jim Caruso's Cast Party every Monday night, where? Birdland, of course. Evan Seplow is the founder and editor of StageBuddy.com for all your New York nightlife queries. Bob Cudmore doing podcasts of upstate New York history at BobCudmore.com. And those, my friends, whew, are the friends of the Daverhood. Yeah. So we've gone all over the map on this episode of Dave's Gone By. We've had wonderful fun with Christine Lavin. We've had a great time with trivia. We've also had some journalism, if you will, with Greeley Crimes and Old Times. Haven't really gotten cultural. We didn't do a Broadway segment or anything like that. But you know, hon, I'm going to make up for that right now. Because before we end the show, and don't you think we ought to, it's time to get poetical. Actually, I should have done it when Don was here, because Don is kind of a poet.
Yeah.
But I'm a very different kind of a poet. He writes...
He was such a gentleman.
Yeah.
He was up against two tough women. They were both strong competitors. He held his own.
He sure did. He held his own a lot.
He really
in
did.
public. Yeah. But Don writes serious poetry, really, very thoughtful. I write shit. So here's... One of the things I've been doing is every week I've been writing a short poem, a limerick, about a different place in Colorado. So sometimes it's easy to rhyme places like Vail or, I don't know, nothing rhymes with Pueblo, but you know what I'm saying. Other times I have to push myself a little bit, but I've got dozens and dozens of these. Every week I share a Colorado limerick of the damned, and I call them that because since they're limericks, they're supposed to be kind of cute and amusing. Mine are usually really horrible and dark. That's why they are called Colorado Limericks of the Damned.
You're the poetry man.
A limerick is a comic verse of 5 lines, in which lines 1, 2, and 5 will end with words that rhyme. And likewise, verses 3 and 4 also end with words that rhyme. So this is a limerick.
Rocky Mountain, Colorado, Colorado.
You know who that voice was? That was Christine Lavin from her song about Aspen.
You're kidding.
About Aspen, Colorado. It's a wonderful
You're
song.
kidding.
No, that's Colorado, right. It's Christine Lavin.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and she was just with us on the show today.
I liked her a lot.
Disassociating herself, of course, with the Colorado Limerick of the Damned as well she should.
She wrote the Colorado Limerick of the Damned?
No, I wrote the Colorado Limerick of the Damned, God knows. We're going today to Costilla, Colorado. Costilla, Costilla, which is not so small. It's a county of about 3,500 people in south central Colorado. Spanish conquistador Don Diego de Vargas landed there in 1694, although he was not the first explorer in Colorado, but he particularly went here. According to Wikipedia, so it's got to be true, Costilla is the first Colorado area to be settled by European Americans, and it was created as a county back in 1861. San Luis was the first major town, and I do believe we already have a San Luis limerick. The county started out much bigger, but it sort of shortened things in 1913 and got its current borders. It has trails. It has the Fort Garland State History Museum. Costilla also is a pretty poor area, votes very strongly Democratic. It's also high up and dry with cool summers and very cold, windy winters. But it has great fishing and hunting, although if you want to go shopping and stuff like that, you're better off in nearby Alamosa. And we also have a limerick about Alamosa. If you want to read all of these limericks, go to davelefkowitz.org. davelefkowitz.org. They're all on a list, and you will come out of that really, really unclean. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, in honor of Costilla, Colorado, our Colorado limerick of the damned. She's always so grateful to see ya, that dirty old whore in Costilla. For though she can thrill with her looks and her skill, she gives every John gonorrhea. If you want to complain, the email, and there's lots to complain about this episode, isn't it? davesgoneby@aol.com. DAVESGONEBY. davesgoneby@aol.com. I read every email I get. I try to respond to as many as I can. Also, you're welcome to message me, either instant message me on Facebook or just post messages under the show on the bulletin board if you're a Facebook member. Love to hear from you. Love your thoughts, your comments, your ideas, your compliments, most of all. But all at either davesgoneby@aol.com or on this Facebook page. Want to remind you, I have a Twitter feed, Radio Dave 2, and I neglected to mention, shame on me, that one of our longest time friends of the Daverhood is Rabbi Saul Solomon, who did the interview, thank you dear, with Christine Lavin earlier in the show. Find out more about him, shalomdammit.com. Shalomdammit.com. He put together a trailer, a promo of his classic one-man, two-person musical, Shalom Dammit, An Evening with Rabbi Saul Solomon, that we were going to share this week, but I'm gonna save it for next week because we're so far over time. But it's quite wonderful. And if you're looking for a really fun, mildly controversial, but 100% hilarious show to bring to your synagogue or car wash, Rabbi Saul Solomon in Shalom Dammit, An Evening with him. Do check it out. But you can watch an older version of it at shalomdammit.com, the rabbi's website. You can also read his rabbinical reflections there, so it's a really, really cool site to surf. Shalomdammit.com. And the rabbi's Twitter feed is at... Whoa, what is it?
Rabbi Saul?
Is it at Saul? Or
I don't know.
Wow,
I'll look.
I do believe it's at Rabbi Saul Solomon.
I'll look it up.
Yeah. Whereas his Facebook page is just Saul Solomon. Go figure. It's a twisted world we live in. But anyway, we thank certainly Rabbi Saul for being on this episode.
It's at capital R for Rabbi, capital S for Saul, capital S for Solomon.
There you go. At capital R Rabbi, capital S All, capital S Solomon. And then you're all set. Whew. Wow. Had so much else to tell. I wanted to tell you more about the Bat Mitzvah that I went to. I think I'll end with that because also this is around the time Joyce and I get hungry and we go get some food. So I just want to say.
No, you have time, David. Talk about your stuff.
Well, yeah.
If it's in your mind because it's already too late.
And it'll be too late
it's
to.
Too late,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
You have all the swag. Show them the swag the kid gave.
Well, here's the deal. First of all, again, Mazel Tov to my cousin Logan Shefflin. We played her voice last week when Rabbi Saul did some interviews. She's a hockey fan. She's a skating fan. So they themed
ice skating?
The Bat Mitzvah. Yeah, ice skating. Look, this is her on ice skates. She was actually on the ice at Madison Square Garden. She's a huge Ranger fan.
Oh, wow.
My sorrows to her. They actually gave everybody...
Do they win a lot?
Well, so what?
Do they win a lot? I don't think.
Years ago they were. They haven't been that great in recent years. But see, Logan's Bat Mitzvah at Mazel Miklik was held last Saturday. That's why I think I ended the show kind of early last week in order to do that. The main point I wanted to make was that, yes, the food, because what happened was they did the first part of the Bat Mitzvah at a firehouse, and that included the ceremony, because, I guess it's a trial by fire, if you will. She did fantastic. And then after the ceremony, there was food. They catered from like a local Italian restaurant. They had ziti, and they had all these cookies and Italian pastries, and it was lovely, and it was nice. And you had kids running around screaming because parents can't control kids anymore. But other than that, it was a perfectly pleasant way to spend a Friday evening with family, with friends, with a joyous occasion.
Right? Was it the hurricane or tornado?
Was that? Yeah. Well, no, that was the next day. That was. But then that wasn't it. This is the amazing part. They had all the religious stuff the night before, Friday night, and then they rent the synagogue only for the party. They use the temple, and this is the temple where Joyce and I got married in Oceanside. Same room, same place, same caterer. And I actually made it my business to find the caterer. And you can tell he's still the same guy because everybody is fucking terrified of him. The people who work there, the staff who work there, they know he is the best, but he is also Simon Legree. He's like, you do not want to anger or get him on your wrong side or do anything wrong. Because, he was known for, he has cameras everywhere. He's always watching.
Do we really know that, or is that just like...
It's true. It's true.
Okay.
And here's the thing. So I go to just one of the helpers, and they're terrific. The staff was amazing. You couldn't go a minute without somebody trying to fill something or give you something, and they're real nice. So I asked one of them, hey, is Kenny around? Because I want to talk to him. I want to tell him. And they're like, why? Why do you need to see Kenny? It's like, why do you need to see the great Oz? I'm like, it's just, no, my wife and I got married here 23 years ago.
Good.
He catered it, and the food was sensational. We just wanted to say that. We remembered the food, right? And so, okay, and now they're all whispering, and they're all going through, this Kenny doesn't come out. Someone wants to see Kenny. Oh my God, Kenny.
Why are they so...
well, because he's Kenny.
Are they afraid that he's going to...
Yeah. He probably turns on them, on a dime because he expects everything to be perfect because people are paying umpteen thousands of dollars to have their wedding or bar mitzvah ceremony go well.
That's very true.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So the food was terrific again. And I also wanted to tell Kenny that. It's like, you haven't lost a step. It's just as good as when we were here last time. So finally, Kenny does come out. There's this big strapping guy. He's like, yes.
You know what I did? I called his father his brother. Because mom and dad were waiting to go down the aisle. And then he came out. I said, oh, you're Kenny's brother. He said, he was like a white-haired, beautiful man. He said, I'm the father. Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, Kenny was fine. He was gracious. When he knew that I wanted to say something lovely rather than complain about something or say,
but when you're
a bone got stuck in my teeth.
When you're in the service industry, you got to get both, right? You get the joy and the pain, right?
So I was going to give the guy a little joy. I just wanted to tell him. I said, Kenny, Joyce, my wife got married, blah, blah, blah. We just want to say, when people talk about our wedding, all they talk about is the food. They love the food. Everybody still talks about how great the food was, and that was you. That was you and your staff. And he's like, and of course his answer, well, who are you? What's your name? Didn't even identify myself. I'm like, I told him. And it was a perfectly nice thing. And he was there more for the rest of the occasion, actually. He was, when we moved into the other room, because here's the deal.
Well, after the kids, right? Shouldn't it be the kids?
Well, we had the cocktail hour.
Okay.
And that was also very, very nice. I was hanging with my cousins, not realizing at that point that someone I worked with tested positive for COVID and came down with it. That I was just like with my cousins, and we're just gorging because there's so much food. And I mean, it's not just all the same food. My first thing, because I remembered that Kenny went out of the way when we were married to have a duck appetizer.
Oh, yeah.
Because I love duck.
Because you wanted it. Yeah, that was a request, yeah.
So this time, like the first thing I wanted someone came around with a rolled crepe of duck in it. I'm like, oh my God, I'm in heaven. So I get one of those. And then right next to it, there's a station with ahi tuna. And then across the way, there's a soft pretzel station. I didn't even get to try it. And across the way, there's a teriyaki thing and a beef skewer and nachos for the kids and just along the and while all this is going on and everybody's trying a little bit of everything, there's also people walking around with appetizers that they want you to try, right? So it's not just that they have these stations. Literally, you can't go 5 minutes into a conversation without seeing one of these like cigarette girls from the 1940s come at you with a tray full of food that isn't at one of the stations, right? And I wanted to share this because if you want to know why other countries hate America, it's got nothing to do with Donald Trump or a particular president who's in power at the time. It has to do with Americans being Americans. So we are just eating and talking, but mostly eating in this cocktail hour. Because you would figure, oh my God, we haven't eaten since breakfast. We're starving. One of the women comes around with a tray of puff pastry. And I hesitate to say this in front of our new potato, but I do believe it was like dough with some potato in it. It looked really good. I pick it up, and in this puff pastry is this. Look at this.
That's crazy. It looks like, is that a syringe?
It is in each individual pastry. Because God forbid they should squeeze a little mustard on your plate. God forbid you should have to dip no. Every single pastry had one of these stuck in it so that you could pull it out and squirt mustard on the pastry.
Well, maybe the kids liked it. It might be for the kids.
I don't care who it's for. This is, if you want to talk about conspicuous consumption, if you want to talk about like overboard to the point of, are you kidding me? This is one, okay? This is one incident from the Bat Mitzvah last weekend. So after that first hour, and I'm full, and I'm happy, it was lovely. Now they're herding us out of the room. I'm like, great, okay, great to see you guys. The weather's beautiful. I'm going to get home before they're expecting a storm. So, and then we realize, no, we're being corralled into the other room where the real party begins. With the music that I was telling you earlier in the show that I could hear with my finger in my ear and my deaf ear hearing perfectly. And, of course, more food. Because we've only been eating for an hour straight. It's still lunchtime. And we get a choice of all these incredible, like filet mignon and this kind of salmon. And they actually had Long Island duck. And even though I don't really have a lot of steak these days, I should have gone for the steak, but I'm like, duck.
But you love duck. That's your,
So I went with the duck. My cousin that I was sitting next to went with the prime rib. I'm sorry, not prime rib. With the filet mignon steak. Right. Fine. And I'm avoiding all the dancing. I'm even walking out of the room when the music is pounding for half an hour at a time, and I'm just waiting in the hall. I'm away from all that. And but I do come back when it's time for food. So there's salad, okay, because there's always room for salad, because nobody likes to eat it. But we will, and then they bring, because they use the music time to start bringing in the hot food. And I get my duck, and it's not just like a piece or two of duck. It's like half a duck sitting on my plate, waiting to be eaten. And even though I have spent the past hour and a half eating, I tear into the duck, because this is what the Romans did. This is how it was back in the day. It's like, there's more food. If it's great food, you keep eating. And it was delicious, right? And yummy. And my cousin liked his filet mignon. But this is the thing that I do not.
What?
That just drove me over the edge. Okay. When I first came in there, into that room, and they hadn't served the salad yet, but we had been eating the whole time. A woman came along, and because, again, the theme of the whole thing was hockey and Rangers, New York Rangers, she's a big fan. Woman came along with a choice of Cape Cod potato chips or pirate booty in bags. It's sort of like popcorn-y, kind of cheddar-y things.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, we've just been eating. What? And we're going to be having a meal. We're going to be having a 3-course meal.
I think, David, if the kids were dancing and whatnot, wouldn't they be hungry?
Yeah, I mean, it's, again, it's for the kids. It's a cute thing like they do at ushers and games. So, of course, I grab a bag of potato chips to bring home, essentially, because you can't bring home a doggy bag of food, but you can certainly bring that home. Except I end up giving it to like a little kid. But, okay, fine. This is proving in post-Holocaust America that Jews can just eat as much as they want.
Yeah, but
forever.
you got sick, David, from all the food, didn't you?
No, I didn't get sick. I was tired. But this was the thing that just completely blew my mind. We're in the middle of our main course, and I'm tucking into the duck, and I'm feeling no pain. My cousin, he is now eating the steak with whatever veggie side that they can. He's in the middle of eating a filet mignon steak. A woman comes around with slices of pizza. And she's like, would you like a slice of pizza? And I look at her like she's out of her fucking mind. And she goes to my cousin, who is eating steak.
Yeah, does he take
And the other side, he said, yeah, I think I'll have a cup. And he drapes the pizza over the plate of the steak. And I'm like, this is why Bangladesh hates us. This is, Bin Laden wants to kill America. It's got nothing to do with Israel. It's got nothing to do with fresh water or oil rights or anything like that. No, they hate us because you're you've eaten for an hour, you're eating steak, and you just grabbed a slice of pizza to have
while
with
you're
it.
eating your steak.
While you are eating your steak.
Yeah.
So, that, if anything sums up America,
Wow.
I would have said the 20th century, but I guess the 21st century too, it's that. So yeah, the food was really good, but it was so good, and I'm somewhat proud of myself. I did not want to stay another half hour of loud music and stuff to then have dessert. If I had dessert, I would have exploded. I literally would have been like the pen that Christine Lavin was talking about. Because something would either come out of my ears or tiramisu would have just shot out of my nostrils. I'm like, you know what, let me go home. Of course, as I'm driving home, that's when the tornadoes are happening. We never get tornadoes in Long Island. Now they are literally touching down in Nassau County, and the wind is blowing leaves and branches across while I'm driving back from Oceanside. And I don't know how the hell I'm driving because my instructions are somewhat different. And of course, my phone GPS doesn't fucking work. So I'm like, I nearly killed myself turning down a one-way street. And I get home, and let me tell you, I never got sick. I didn't get sick from it. But I did, let me just put it this way. I had like very hard, crampy, nasty feelings, like hernia feelings in my belly. And if I thought, I was like, oh my God, crap, I've got a hernia again. I've got that, not the sciatic muscle, but what was that one that I had?
Iliopsoas.
I got that again. But then I realized, no, this has happened to me a couple of times since then. And it wasn't an iliopsoas thing, thank God, or a hernia. It's just that I am so filled with poop. And it isn't coming out yet. And it's just hanging there, and it's pressing on my abdomen and my testis and everything else. So as soon as that comes out, I'll be fine. And I was right. But if I tell you, oh my God, I was crapping for days. Not diarrhea. This was perfectly great food. It was just like, I must have eaten like 4 pounds of food.
You should have weighed yourself.
I should have. Yeah. I mean, just literally like oomph, and then the duck, and then and all a lot of fatty foods too. Because aside from the salad that they had and the ahi tuna, maybe, well, that's fatty. Everything was just like rich dough and crust and potato and meat and chicken, and then America. God shed his food on thee. So that was my my bat mitzvah story. Congratulations again to Logan. And those of you who were at the bat mitzvah saying that I was exposed to someone with COVID around the time that I was at the bat mitzvah, the good news is that I'm fairly antisocial, so I really hung only with a couple of cousins and didn't really go next to anybody for any period of time, aside from the fact that I tried to keep my mask on when I wasn't eating. Problem was I was eating the whole time. There wasn't a moment when I wasn't eating at the bat mitzvah.
Oh my God.
But anyway, mazel tov to my cousin Logan. And that's what I wanted to share with you this week on Dave. So what an interesting week it's been. I've had Eurocreme again, and my brand new Frondi, which I really did enjoy, and Cocta, and potato.
Hey, did you pick up your pants from the dry cleaner?
Oh my God, they're in the car.
Oh, that was exciting. You have new pants.
I have, yeah, maybe next week I'll wear new pants that you won't be able to see. That's exciting too. Well, how did you like the show, Septopus? Did you enjoy it? What is he saying, hon? Do you know what
He's
Septi?
saying he hopes that he doesn't get made into sushi.
He's kind of like a disco ball. Look at this.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of cool. I like him. You're cool, Septi. So maybe Septi will make an appearance on our Thanksgiving program next Saturday, November 27th. The 826th.
I cannot believe that we're almost in December. I don't know. Like this semester is whizzing by.
Good.
No,
Be happy.
But
yeah.
it's insane, right?
Yeah.
I just I can't believe it. Yeah.
It'll be finals soon, almost. A couple more weeks. Finals.
Their final papers due this tomorrow.
Their final papers due tomorrow. How does that happen?
But then they have a couple more things.
Oh,
after,
they get to
yeah. Because this is. Let me just give anyone who teaches. You never make a big assignment due the last day of class, because if people miss it, then you're stuck and they're stuck.
Right.
So if you have big assignments, make them do a week or two before the end of class. So if there's an emergency that's noted or power outage or people whatever, they have time to make it up.
Because you can take points off rather than have to give an incomplete or fail.
Give people a chance,
Give people a chance. All we are saying, blub blub, blub blub, is give people. I don't even want to. Okay, I'm done.
He's very into it.
This was the 825th episode of Dave's Gone By with me, Dave Lefkowitz, my wonderful wife, Joyce. Thanks one last time to Don Perl, to Leslie Hoban Blake, to Vicki Quade, and to Rabbi Saul Solomon, and of course, Christine Lavin. See her this Monday night at Birdland. It starts at 8:30. Get your tickets, birdlandjazz.com. Until this next weekend, when we will see you again, probably playing even another trivia game. I thought I'd have another week off on that, but no. So don't miss your days and your Daves going by. This is Dave Lefkowitz. I can't think of something to end it. Be thankful. Be thankful that we can eat and eat and eat and then poop and poop and poop. So they do go together. And gone by. Whoops. Let me try that again.
Play the harmonica when you go out. Do a harmonica solo.
Sounds good. Here, where?
Days gone by. Days gone by. Days gone
Wait, actually, the most appropriate would be him because he's got like the mouth for it. So let's do it. Here we go. He'll practice. He'll get better. Gone by.